It's the morning of the second morning of this all-important encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride in the CWI 4-Day Championship. And we're coming from beautiful Antigua and Barbuda, and you're just looking at one of the many beaches here, 365 to be exact. And you're now at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, and we're going to just have a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. Trinidad and Tobago, they batted first, and of course the batters took the opportunity to score runs, quite a number of boundaries yesterday, some a little bit streakier than others, but the batters used the opportunity at every delivery that was badly lined. But early on, Evan Lewis got one that he just couldn't keep out, and he was caught by the wicket keeper. But Jit Gooley came in and had a little bit of a cameo. He played really well, himself and Cephas Cooper. Cooper getting his best score of the season so far, ending on 93 when he was dismissed. But he played some really lovely shots, both sides of the ground, the offside and on the onside. Gooley too joined the action, played some magnificent shots with a straight bat. And they were particularly severe whenever Joshua Bishop was bowling. They really made him, took a toll on him. This delivery from Gooley, just when he was looking to settle, got caught. Jason Mohammed came in. He didn't last long, got one that edged into the gully region. It was rebuilding time for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Amir Django came in. He looked good for a while. Amir Django. And then Cooper gave it away just when he was approaching that century in 93. Jumped down and gave it away. And then the captain came in, and Joshua De Silva played some good-looking shots. Himself and Amir Django built a partnership for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Played magnificently, especially square of the wicket, Amir Django. And he was playing that sweep shot quite a bit and was savage on a chase. Then tried again and was adjudged leg before to chase. That started what could have been considered maybe just a little bit of a mini slide, but Hines came in and played well with the captain. Himself and the captain put on another partnership, and that is one of the things that was very good for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force yesterday. They were able to build partnerships, players batting in tandem, but then he got a straight one late on, maybe just a little bit of a lazy stroke from Terence Hines, and he was adjudged leg before. And then Caripay came in, didn't look the part at all, looked very nervous, and lasted just a few deliveries, just 5 deliveries before he was leg before. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force ended the day 298 for 7. And as you look on the grounds here, it looks much greener this morning. We had a passing shower overnight that would have refreshed the ground. And let's send you out now to Vernon Springer and have a look at the track on this day 2.
It's day 2 at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in this very all-important semi-final clash between two big nations, Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. On day 1, what we saw, a total of 7 wickets fell. Well, I thought in my own estimation, the Barbados bowlers really was not consistent enough in terms of their lengths. And if it's on a wicket, it always tends to worry batsmen, and it's enlightening for bowlers. But when you look at the analysis of the lines of the ball, the Barbados bowlers, they would feel maybe very disappointed. They created chances, and so I think on day 2, easily could be the best batting display that you would see. But hey, they could be tested because you're going to have a brand new ball by Trinidad and Tobago bowlers in Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals, who have got 30 wickets between them. So this in itself could be a test. Now, while we're complaining about the track, we certainly have to give credit to the batsmen because we've had 3 half-centuries so far. And so we can expect day 2 to be an exciting cricket game played between 2 nations. So tune in to the West Indies YouTube channel, Live and Louder. We'll be presenting to you day 2 of the action at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
And umpires Dayton Butler and Carl Tuckett, they are already out in the middle. So too the Trinidad and Tobago batters for this morning. Josh De Silva, not out on 65 overnight, and he's joined by Anderson Phillip, because when Carrie Pierre's wicket went down, it was in the last over of the day, and it was called play on that. We're just still waiting for the Barbados team to arrive, and they're just now coming out, being led out by the captain Craig Brathwaite. And of course, no doubt the Barbados team would be hoping that today, with the new ball, still just about 7 or 8 overs old, that they would be able to look to wrap up this Trinidad and Tobago tail end and Trinidad and Tobago innings, and hope that they can get an opportunity to bat today as well without the Trinidad and Tobago team adding significant scores to the overnight total. However, Captain Joshua De Silva would still be thinking that if he can get Anderson Phillip to play one of those innings like Anderson Phillip played in the second match up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium when they played Leeward Islands, to stick with him, and he can look to push on, maybe to get another century to add to that double century he got in the last time we saw him down at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. So all to play for this morning, and you tend to think that today is going to be a pivotal day in this match. The second day could decide the direction in which we see this match going. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be hoping that they have enough runs on the board, and of course the Barbados Pride would be hoping that they can wrap the tail up, and then when they get the opportunity to bat, put on a good performance with the bat. So we're just about ready. Shamar Springer is going to continue. Vernon Springer, he has a way of sprinting back up after that pitch report. He's back alongside me.
Morning, Denmo.
First delivery right through the defense of Phillip. Anderson Phillip didn't know anything about that one. Went right through him into the gloves of wicketkeeper Lenico Boucher. And first ball, good delivery to start.
98 for 7, Denmo, as you rightly said. And I know, speaking to Coach Vasbert Drakes this morning, something which he reiterated that we were speaking about yesterday, that the Barbados bowlers just gave away too many boundary balls. We're hoping to maybe have a change today.
This time, similar delivery, but Phillip is equal to the task, playing it defensively into the offside field. No run. So just 3 deliveries to finish that unfinished over from yesterday for Shamar Springer. But again, Springer not moving as sprightly as you would want to see first thing in the morning. Still almost as if he's just warming up. Still almost ambling in for my liking. Good delivery though to end the over. It was full pitched, and Phillip was just looking to push at it outside the off stump, beaten, and no run.
Very good areas this morning, starting 3 deliveries from Shamar Springer. And I think on this track you have to bowl a more fuller length. And if this morning you remember then more, even in my pitch reports, the lengths that we saw yesterday was maybe just not good enough at all. And it's a track that it doesn't really make any sense bowling sense to be saying that you're going to be bowling short balls, because the ball is almost like a tennis bounce that you will be able to get. So if you're going to bowl a short ball, you have to really bowl a real effort ball. And so maybe you just need to just take that out. Barbados took the new ball yesterday after 84 overs, and like you rightly said this morning in your opening statement, I think it'll be a chance for them to try and see if they could just dismantle this Trinidad and Tobago red force. But Joshua De Silva will have other ideas.
He's defensive with his first delivery from Kyle Mayers, just pushing it into the offside field. No run. Still 2 slips in place for the Barbados team. Still trying to offer some assistance or some support to Kyle Mayers.
Kyle Mayers tends to get the ball to swing around.
That one is cutting back at Joshua De Silva, but he's going to get a boundary, just steering it into that vacant third man region. Played it late. We've seen him do that quite a bit in his innings so far. And again, this time to the faster bowlers, just that little bit of a late dab. Make sure that he misses that man at second slip. And it ran down to the vacant third man position for 4 runs.
Lack of pace here, and anything offline is the batsmen are going to capitalize on. So Kyle Mayers will know that he has to very quickly bowl the ball between wicket and wicket, and straight away Craig Brathwaite has decided to dispel with the gully, and he's now gone right back on the third man boundary, looking to save runs.
He's going to come into action right away, as again Joshua De Silva this time guiding it down into that deep position. Fielder coming off the boundary, can't prevent the single. So 5 runs pretty quickly to Joshua De Silva this morning. He's on to 70. He'll be hoping that he'll be able to maneuver to get those 30 runs that he needs for another century. And he's trying his best, Springer, to make sure that he is firmly in the conversation when it comes to selection for the West Indies team. And I'm of the opinion, firmly, I was of the opinion and still is, that he should have been in the conversation all the time. But this one is angled towards the leg stump. Anderson Phillip comes across, allows it to go by into the gloves of Lenika Boucher, no run. So now they have 3 slips in place for Anderson Phillip. There's also a man at square cover, an extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and then the man down on the long leg boundary. So you can see that the Barbados team, they want to get the wicket this morning off Anderson Phillip very quickly. And Captain Craig Brathwaite is sort of mixing the attack, and he has to figure out how much attacking he can do, and he also have to make sure that he sort of restrict the runs. Well, the 300 has come up for Trinidad and Tobago, 303 for 7. He's striking him on the pad and he's giving him leg before. So it was right up to Anderson Phillip. He was looking to play that one somewhere in the onside, struck on the pad, and umpire Tuckett raises his finger. That's the end of Anderson Phillip. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they get their first wicket this morning, and the 8th wicket goes down for them.
I think that one maybe might have taken the leg pole as he came right across, played down, missed a straight one, I would say.
Missed a straight one.
Yeah, he could have been looking to hit that, open the hips and hit that straight down the ground, but Anderson's stay has been brief.
He's back in the pavilion without scoring, and Trinidad and Tobago loses the 8th wicket. They're now 303 for 8, and Kyle Mayers doing the job this morning for his captain. Gets his 2nd wicket. He's now
got, that'll be now 3 for,
yeah,
he's got 3 for 35.
3.
Yeah, he picked up 2 yesterday.
Yeah, just looking at the scorecard has not changed his wickets column. So we'll just have to just wait, maybe. Just slightly delayed. 3 wickets for Mayers. It's still saying 2 wickets on our screen. But how does Joshua De Silva approach the game from here? It's going to be interesting. He needs 30 runs, but he's running out of partners. And can he trust Brian Charles, who has come out, and Jaden Seals to come? He's edging and caught behind.
Beautiful delivery.
So that one touchdown just about the off stump was cutting away from Joshua De Silva. Edge found, smart catch taken behind. Joshua De Silva didn't look. He was trying to be a little bit cheeky there. But umpire Dayton Butler sends him on his way. Trinidad and Tobago losing 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. Their captain Joshua De Silva goes caught behind for 70.
Yeah, very good delivery. Good length, good area. And that's what we were talking about Denmore. The Barbados bowlers automatically trying to bowl the ball in the right areas on the top of the off stump. That one forced Joshua De Silva. He had to play.
Yeah, he played it. You could see that even probably the last minute he was trying to pull the bat out through, but he was already committed. Edge found, caught behind, and that's the end of Joshua De Silva. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force now sliding. They're on 303 for 9 in the 3rd over of the morning. So wicket fell at the last delivery of Kyle Mayers' over. And now we have one more at the start of Shamar Springer's over.
Game is now poised nicely, Denmore, with the quick succession of these 2 wickets this morning. It now shapes a new picture into the game, because this is day 2. And, I've predicted Denmore that this would be easily one of the best batting tracks today, but it'll be a test for the Barbados batsmen, because you're coming up against 2 formidable bowlers in Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, who have already had 30 wickets between them. And Jaden Seals missed the game.
First delivery to the left-handed Jaden Seals is played defensively up in the offside, no run. So for the deliveries that he has bowled so far this morning, the 5 deliveries, Shamar Springer has been sort of getting that movement from, as we would say, from the middle stump shaping to the offside for the right-handers, and now shaping into the left-handed Jaden Seals. This one is down the leg side again, just trying to use that little bit of angle that he's getting, a little bit of movement that he's been able to get this morning, trying to unsettle Jaden Seals, probably attacking the stumps, hoping that he can knock him over pretty quickly. I think the Barbados team would be very happy if they're able to knock over the Trinidad and Tobago team very early this morning without too many more runs on the board. Just 5 runs so far. Here is Seals playing defensively back along the pitch. The bowler feels to his own bowling, no run.
And one of the things that Captain Craig Brathwaite will be mindful of, Denmore, is yesterday when they picked up a couple of wickets, Trinidad and Tobago came searching back with a number of partnerships. You remember the partnerships with Hines and Joshua De Silva. So Craig Brathwaite will be looking to be able to Springer and Kyle Mayers to say, listen, we have to clinically finish this innings.
This one out. We can't afford a tail end wagon. Again, played defensively by Jaden Seals. Another delivery that is on the off stump from Shamar Springer. Springer decided he's going to change the line. He's going to go around the wicket now to the left-handed Jaden Seals. He's just retaking his guard. Down the leg side. So the end of the over has come up. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago red force. Start in the morning, 298 for 7. Has moved on to 303, but importantly for 9, because 2 quick wickets for the Barbados Pride this morning. And they've dismissed the dangerous Trinidad and Tobago red force captain in Joshua Da Silva. He went for 70. And of course, earlier we saw Anderson Phillip, LBW Mayors, without scoring as well. Brian Charles is going to face his very first delivery. And he's going into a full-blooded drive there for a pitched-up delivery from Kyle Mayers. No run.
Brian Charles has been around the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup for some time. Been also talk about him at one point in time getting into the West Indies team as an off spinner.
Here is the delivery. He's cutting back. It's a loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. Probably cut back too much.
I think one of the only things that kind of represented the West Indies in a couple of President's 11 games. I remember one game, then I think he would have got 5 wickets against an Indian team. It's been around for some time. But in this format here, you got to be able to make sure that you get runs.
It brings back up the conversation that we were having, at least at the under 15 stage, when we were talking about whether or not we have room now in this modern cricket for genuine tail-enders. And I remember that there were some people that believe that the batters, the bowlers have to pay a little bit more attention to their ability to bat, especially in the competitive market these days. This one is nudged down the leg side. They're going to get a run.
I think a leg by.
Yeah, leg by now signaled by umpire Tuckett. That one maybe just coming off the thigh pad of Charles, as Myers just continues to try and attack the stumps.
He's got a very strong wrist, Kyle Myers, because he's looking to bowl that in-swinging Yorker every now and again. It depends on the line in terms of where he's starting to pitch that delivery. Slip cordon being strengthened now for Jaden Seals.
3 slips and a gully in place, as Myers is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Jaden Seals.
Big Bradford just making sure that everybody is in the right position.
And Seals is coming forward, playing defensively this morning. He was in his warm-up, in the preparation, was going through a little bit of a batting drill with one of the coaches. We're giving him some throwdowns this morning. He's swinging and missing at one outside the line of the off stump. Had he made connection with that one certainly would have probably disappeared. Look at the batting card here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Several of the players got starts. Nobody really carrying on to that century mark. But you have 3 persons getting at least to a half century. 93 still being the top scorer from Sifa Scoop at the top of the innings.
And as we give you a live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground. Rivaldo Clark continuing his dominance there at the Antigua Recreation Ground. 172 not out. Goodridge is on 130 not out. 436 for 6.
So the academy continues to do well there, and we see here Shamar Springer 3 for 31. He's in his 16th over, trying to wrap things up here for the Barbados Pride, trying to wrap up the Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces innings. While Charles, I think that he is going to have a role to play, especially when the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowl. They'd be hoping, Springer, that he can find back his wicket-taking mojo. Hasn't really bowled well so far in the tournament this year. The 3 matches that he played, not too many wickets he has taken. A lot of the 30 of the wickets that have fallen for the Trinidad and Tobago as a bowling team have gone between 2 of their bowlers at the top, Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals. Springer would want to start those a little bit closer, a little bit straighter for the tail enders especially. I think the last few deliveries have been just a little bit too wide. Needs to get it a little bit closer. Charles is looking to force that one from outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact.
And that's the line and the length that Springer needs to be bowling consistently. Needs to get right back on that. That almost cut Charles in half. Pitched and just turned him right around.
Bounce and carry looks a little better this morning than we saw yesterday at the start. And Charles is driving over the top of mid-off for 4. So it was right up to him, and he launched into an almighty drive, hit it right over the top of the mid-off fielder, and it went 1 bounce into the boundary for 4.
Very encouraging shot there from Charles, showing his batting intent. And half volley was in the arc, and he dispatched it. That would give the Trinidad and Tobago, his partner Jaden Seals, some confidence. 308 for 9, the second boundary of the morning. And Charles with an authoritative shot.
He's playing defensively to a straighter delivery this time from Shamar Springer, and brings up the end of another over. The end of it, 308 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And we look at the top contributions. Cooper 93, Silver 70, 51 from Hines. 3 wickets for Springer, and 2 wickets for Mears, and 2 for Lane.
Very encouraging time here. Three slips go down. As Calmer is now bouncing out to Jaden Seals, just driving down the ground. So, a little wait and see matchup here taking place. Seals not. Charles is 4. Just to give you a live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground, Rivalda Clark pushing ahead. He's 180 not out, 444 for 6. Delivery left by Jaden Seals. And he will only play if necessary. It's a lovely day here for cricket in Antigua and Barbuda. And we are days away from the start of the hurricane season 2026. Ooh. Played inside the line, Jaden Seals. Ball going down the corridor of uncertainty. Kalmir is working hard here. Just looking to make some adjustment. The slip cordon. Again, Jaden Seals playing inside the line. One thing for sure is that he's been able to know where his off stump is. Playing in English conditions would certainly have helped him a whole lot, because the ball tends to dart around in England. He's back and clubbering this one into the mid-wicket area for 4, the third boundary of the morning. Seals is off the mark with a very authoritative and poor delivery by Kyle Mayers.
We've spoken about those short deliveries. That if you just bowl it short, the ball is not getting up too high. And with the pace that Kyle Mayers is bowling, meat and drink for Jaden Seals, and he was quickly onto that one, pulling it forward of square and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah. He would know that. He'll have to come back and refocus again. Kyle Mayers got to bowl that fuller length. It's just got to be patient as well too. But he's experienced enough to know what he has to do.
Just look at the bowling figures here for the Barbados Pride. Springer 3 for 35, 2 for 56 Lane, and 2 for 35 Kyle Mayers. And today we have some special guests that are up here watching the cricket. They're from the St. Nicholas Primary School, and they're on a cricket field trip today. So no doubt, sometime throughout the day, we'll be able to give some recognition for them. We want to say special recognition to Bernadette Prince. And of course, we will hopefully get an opportunity to speak to her throughout the day. But they're out here. We saw them earlier taking photos and listening to some of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players as this new over starts from Shamar Springer.
Yeah, and was very impressed this morning also. You had Jason Mohammed, Amir Django, and then from Barbados you had the coach Ryan Hines, Vasbert Drakes, and then you had the most honorable Desmond Haynes, who was also part of that lineup. Jedediah Blades,
Must have been a
Akeem Jordan.
Must have been a good opportunity for those children to meet
certainly
some of the folks who would have.
It'd be interesting, Denmore. Get back to this after this delivery. Charles looking to play a fancy shot there. Missed the ball completely.
Yeah,
a couple of the young ladies
between two minds
were asking about some of the areas if they don't play the cricket. You know, one of them tested Akeem Jordan, you know. And that school seems to be filled with a lot of females. Most of them did know Haley Matthews. So that was a good thing. Akeem Jordan raised by telling them to make sure that they put in their work at the school work, at the education level, and make sure they eat their vegetables. Well, you should have heard them. Yes, we do eat our vegetables. Yeah, it was a pretty interesting.
Yeah, I looked on from distance up here. It was a very good sight to see. And they're down there, and we understand that they're going to try and be very vocal this morning until they leave. No doubt. Outside the line of the off stump, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still just trying to hold on here. 312 for 9. Bernadette Prince.
Good morning.
You have come alongside me. You're alongside Denmo Roberts. Happy to see you. Tell us about the St. Nicholas Primary School field trip that's going on today.
Okay, I'm the reception class teacher at St. Nicholas Primary School. I teach 5 to 6 year olds, and I took my personal love of the game into the classroom. I think if we start at the grassroots level, we will hopefully instill a love of cricket from a very early age.
Very wide outside the line of the off stump. Good take from Lanika Boucher, going to his right, diving away in front of that first slip fielder. No run. So you've taken your personal love of cricket and you've brought up is it the reception class that's here with you today?
Reception class, yes. The average age is 5 and a half.
How are they enjoying it so far?
Absolutely loving it. We prepared them by showing them videos. We have been doing creative writing, maths, art and craft, social studies. It's our national sport, and we thought it would be an excellent idea for them to come and see a game in progress.
Ryan Charles plays defensively at the end of the over. At the end of it, just look at the card there for bowlers, and there they are.
They're my little darlings.
I wonder if they could hear me. We were giving them a little bit of a wave. How many do you have with you today?
There's 45 children in all. I have a class of 23.
You have a class of 23. And who is the other teacher that's here with you?
That's Mrs. D. She's actually Trinidadian, so guess who she's rooting for?
Is that Mrs. De Freitas?
Yes.
Sherilyn De Freitas?
Correct.
I wonder I wonder who she's rooting for. If she's from Trinidad, I'm thinking. Thinking out loud. But we saw some of the players came across and had a little session with the players this morning. What was that all about? What took place? Yeah.
I was delighted for them to come because a lot of them told the children how important it is to listen, how it's important to their health is important, eat healthy food, be a good sport. And hopefully, whatever career they choose, that they be the very best that they can be.
Maya starts a new over outside the line of the off stump. Jaden C is just almost pushing at it and just waving the bat, allowing it to go by. 312 for 9. We are starting over number 97. Anybody that you want to thank for making this trip take place?
I would love to thank Mr. and Mrs. Singh. Their daughter is in my class, and the whole team that has put this wonderful opportunity together. I am absolutely over the moon, and so will my children be.
And please do give our regards to the children down there and tell them they were on TV. So when they go home later, they need to go to the Cricket West Indies YouTube page and they will see themselves. All right? And the next time the camera comes in them, tell them to give us a wave. All right?
Will do.
And we appreciate you. And we hope that you encourage more of your colleagues to do the same.
Absolutely. Our coach at St. Nicholas, as we speak, is teaching children the different
who is your coach
skills.
over there?
Stephen, I've forgotten his name. We call Papa.
Papa, yeah.
Papa, you know him as Papa.
We know Papa.
Right. He's our coach.
We know Papa very well.
Right. So he's on board with this whole approach to the sport.
And your principal is?
Mrs. Cannell.
Tell Mrs. Cannell Mr. Roberts says hello.
I will.
And sends my regard.
Thank you so much.
We want to thank you so much for coming alongside us. And we hope that you, for the time that you're going to be here, that you continue to enjoy the game, all right?
Thank you so much. We're delighted. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss
Prince.
Bernadette Prince.
Correct.
Reception class teacher at St. Nicholas Primary School. And we want to thank your handlers as well who brought you with us. And we just want to big up all of you and tell the children, don't be afraid, make plenty noise today. All right?
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And so they're here. And I'm still wondering when you come back, Springer. They say Miss Cheryl Ann the Freighter, she's from Trinidad. I wonder who she's rooting for. I now understand why I saw so many of the Red Force players heading in that direction. They probably know Miss De Freitas. That's a good delivery, beating the left-handed seals outside the line of the off stump. No run. You know what this reminds me of, Springer? The very first time Ridley Jacobs played here in Antigua for the West Indies, I was at J.T. Ambrose School, a teacher, and I took my class on a field trip to watch him play.
I think it is so important.
At the ARG.
Yeah. It was a moving moment this morning for a number of boys and girls here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Just being able to just see the caliber of players who were here this morning, especially to have somebody like one of the greatest opening batsmen in the world, Desmond Haynes, automatically be here and that you could be able to just touch him. It was just a moving moment for them.
It is. And at the young age, the reception class, 5 and 6 year olds, absolutely beautiful. Myers, his over has come to an end, and he continues to toil. 312 for 9. So these two, the last wicket pay for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're just trying to hold on as long as they can against the Barbados Pride. This delivery looking to pull is Brian Charles. That one taking him somewhere on the upper portion of the bat or maybe on his body.
I think the towing of the bat really didn't get up. He was really sort of out of position. Really looking for power. Got to get into the right position to look to play the shot. And our live and louder roundup update from the Antigua Recreation Ground has seen the loss of Rivaldo Clark for 180, 228 balls, 23 fours and 5 sixes.
Well played to Rivaldo Clark. This one is down the leg side. I think Springer is trying a little bit too hard with this final two batters, and so he would probably just be thinking that he needs to just settle down a little bit more. We have more friends coming alongside us here in the commentary box at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. And I think I've found Cheryl Ann de Freitas.
Yes, you have.
I have. I wonder where you're from.
I'm from Trinidad.
We were up here speculating. I wonder who you're supporting in the
Well, I'm
in this
torn.
game.
I am torn because I lived in Barbados for many years. And actually, I was born in Guyana.
So
I lived there for just a few years. So this is a wonderful experience.
So you're a true
for
Caribbean
us.
woman.
I
that
am,
you're born one place, lived in two others, and so you're here enjoying the cricket. How is it for your reception class?
My class is grade 1. I'm the one up, the 6-year-olds.
The 6-year-olds.
So Miss Prince was reception. And we are truly enjoying it.
We're seeing them.
Oh, look!
on
One
our
of them
screen.
looks like he's falling asleep. But they're having this.
But they're having.
now.
They're gonna get the hang of it just now.
Yes, they will. And we play cricket in our school. We have a cricket club, and our coach, we call him Papa.
Papa, yeah, we know
Stephen
Papa.
Joseph,
We know Papa very well.
and he's quite wonderful. He encourages the children, and so they know a bit about cricket, and they probably know more than I do. And so this is a wonderful experience for us.
I wonder who is their favorite West Indian player.
You know, that's a good question. I do not know. I do not know.
I heard some of the
I'm
girls loved Hayley Matthews.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's a good choice. That's a good choice.
I think so,
yeah.
for sure.
For them in terms of female cricket.
Absolutely. And as I say, this is a marvelous experience for us. And, my deceased husband, James, his father, Celso de Freitas, played cricket for Guyana many, many years ago. So,
And we say good morning to our Guyanese friends. We have many
Yes.
Guyanese that follow the commentary. They follow the cricket here on CWI and what we're doing here. And we just want to thank you for this for bringing the children out. We love when we see folks watching the cricket.
thank you. And this wonderful exposure for them. And our school, St. Nicholas Primary School, we are just delighted to be here. We want to thank Mia's daddy for making it possible for us. You know, she's not in my class yet. I don't even know his last name.
Mr. Singh, we're
Mr.
told.
Singh,
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Singh. Nia will be with me in September, and I look forward
Certainly,
to that.
and look forward to that. And then when you get Mr. Singh on your side, you make sure that for other matches that he's bringing them out. And we have the finals coming up next week up at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Okay.
That could be another opportunity, maybe for another grouping
Maybe.
from St. Nicholas Primary School to be here. So we're absolutely happy that you've made this decision to have the field trip today, and we just want you to enjoy the day.
Thank you so much.
This delivery is driven beautifully back past the bowler and past that mid-on fielder into the boundary for 4. Myers was right up to Charles, and he came down very quickly onto that one and drove it back past the bowler into the boundary for 4. So Mrs. De Freitas has left us, and we thank you once more for being with us here. $317 for 9. So those children that you saw on our screens, they're going to be with us maybe up until lunchtime or so, when they probably leave to get back to their schools and back. But it's always good that we encourage the youngsters to be a part of the whole cricket process here in Antigua and Barbuda. And I would want to encourage many more schools to take the opportunity, even if it's just for a half an hour, to bring the children out, have a look on the cricket. You never know where the next West Indian star will emerge from. Mayers is still attacking the stumps of Brian Charles, and he came down very heavily on that one, playing it into the onside field. No run. You tend to think that every run now for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be like gold. As they continue to build an innings, they would want something a little bit more than the 317 that they presently have. Barbados Pride, though, will be hoping that they can wrap things up outside the line of the off stump. Mayers trying to entice Brian Charles into a false stroke. Charles picking that one up early, leaving it into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. No run. Brian Charles picked more for his bowling than for his batting, but he has a job to do today for his team. Coming forward again to a delivery on the line of the stumps, playing defensively back along the pitch. No run. So just to run through: Cooper 93, Lewis 7, Goody 33, Mohammed didn't score, Django 41, De Silva 70, Hines 51, Pierre, Anderson not, Anderson Phillip not, Brian Charles is not out on 8, as he gets a delivery that is covering up, squeezing it into the offside field. Again, no run. 3 slips in place and a man at point. Then you have man patrolling the covers. There's a mid-off and a mid-on, straightish mid-wicket. A man down on the deep square leg boundary, more of a what we call a long leg boundary. Kyle Mayers hoping to wrap things up here for the Barbados Pride against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They got 2 quick wickets this morning, that of Anderson Phillip and Joshua Da Silva. Driving again is Charles. This time can't beat the man at the mid-on fielder. brings up the end of another over. 317 for 9 after 99 overs.
And our live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground sees that the Academy is 469 for 8 in 99.3 overs. Amari Goodridge has been dismissed for 123. And Rivaldo Clark, both wickets to Niall Smith this morning. So Matara is not out on 3. Smith is not out on 4. To come Kelvin Pittman. And Niall Smith so far 2 for 55. He's picked up the 2 important centurions from last evening. For Sammy Pomal, who's now got 600 first-class wickets. 3 for 113. And Richie Looknott, he's got 3 for 86. Van Lanot for 41 from his 8. Anderson bowled 2 overs for 7 runs. And Zenel Ramsamy on debut bowled an over for 8. Springer is back, and here is Jaden Seals driving sweetly to cover for 4.
That was a beautiful shot. It was right up to Seals, and he leaned on that one and got it through the cover region, and that's 4 runs. Beautiful stroke. Look at it again. Yeah, right up to him, and he got good bat onto that one, and it raced over the outfield. 4 more runs.
Preparation is so key. This morning he was warming up with his coach, and I'm sure the coach would enjoy that.
He would have, because he was giving him some throwdowns, something similar this morning.
321 for 9. We've had 45 minutes of play here this morning. And straight away Jaden Seals stylishly back and across and defending. Both players originally would have played for the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons last season in the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League.
Right now we're in full preparation mode for that.
Yeah, certainly.
Caribbean Premier League.
Yeah. Got matches starting in St. Vincent and Grenadine. Short ball and just played away nicely by Jaden Seals to get a very easy single. Spring just getting a little frustrated, more or less.
Yeah, I was about to say that I think he's trying a little bit too hard for that final wicket. So he's frustrating himself. What he needs to do is just to be consistent. If he bowls a consistent length and a consistent line to these tail-ender batters, eventually they're going to either miss one or make a mistake, because the skill level that they possess is not as high as some of the earlier batters that we would have seen. So it's going to just need patience.
Partnership of 19 so far, and this is something which I'm sure Craig Brathwaite will be thinking about.
Yeah, just like that delivery. A lot more down that corridor there. Just on or about the off stump, shaping away from the batters. Eventually, Charles will play at 1. He'll run out of patience, leaving them alone. Play at 1, and the edge could be found. You still have 2 slips and a gully in place. So you just have to be patient. Because they're not, if you continue in that vein, they're not going to be scoring, so they're going to get frustrated soon.
Down the onside again. Pushing this delivery now, Springs. Wrist not firm enough behind the ball. Just rubbing away in the turf just to be able to just make sure that everything is okay.
And he also wants to keep the Barbados Pride fielders in a positive frame of mind. A couple of them sort of have a little bit of a negative body language for my liking.
Down the onside again.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration coming in. And I think, like I said, he's trying so hard to try and attack those stumps that he's losing his line. He's losing his radar, trying to push the ball in maybe Yorker length to the tail enders. He's beginning to push it down the leg side. We've seen 2 in a row from him like that, and I think maybe it's time for maybe the captain to ease his frustration, maybe introduce Johan Lane for a couple of overs and see if that can make a difference.
Well, I would have gone for Joshua Bishop, who tends to bowl a lot more quicker and faster, especially with the new ball, or maybe even a Chase. And as we speak now,
you might get your wish, because I see they've sent for the helmets, they've sent for those inner pads that they wear in front of when they feel it in front of the bat. So definitely we're going to have a change from the end where Calmers was bowling.
So Craig Brathwaite thinking on his feet, and he too also will be thinking about.
It looks as if it's going to be Warwican who is going to come into the attack,
which is also a good option. It could have been Bishop or Warwican. Warwican tends to tease you, and he could maybe frustrate a Jaden Seals.
Yeah.
Because he's always nagging. He's somebody who's going to bowl wicket to wicket. He's looking for those pads. Barbados would really want to get off.
But for me, I would have somebody in front of Jaden Seals' eyes. Instead of just a short leg, I would also be looking to put in a silly point. Somebody right in front of his face.
Well, I would have been different then more. I'll come back to that. Where Craig Brathwaite is, I would have come right on the practice square, right in front of him, and get Warwican to maybe just more or less fly a little bit. So, let him see that inviting gap there and feels that he maybe can go to cover. Flatter, faster. Jaden is going to have to be mindful and be careful. Presentation of his bat to the balls, looking up the V is also going to be very important. He was backing away there. Don't want to expose his stumps.
I think Barbados maybe is a little bit worried about this little partnership that has taken place in terms of the runs. So maybe that's why Warwican is bowling a little bit flatter and not flighting as much. So they're trying to get the final wicket, but they're also very mindful and not wanting to give away any more runs, too many more runs.
Well, when you're a big team, you should be comfortably looking to chase 350, 370. There's a P for leg before. Umpire Carl Tuckett says not out. I think that one would have hit him outside the line. So a good decision there by umpire Carl Tuckett. Warwican respects that and just walks away. Takes his cap and made Nova in the process. And that was a lot slower than more.
Yeah, that one looked as if it was going down too. Yeah, it probably turned a little bit too much as well.
Yeah.
On that occasion.
Mosley coming off of the field.
So good decision.
Now, Denmore asks for lane, so here is lane.
Yeah, that would have been my choice. Because I think, at least from this end, we've seen the ball hitting the seam and moving away from the right-handed. And I think the way that we saw Johan Lane bowl yesterday, with a couple of wickets that he got, I think he would be more troublesome to these tail-enders than was Shamar Springer.
Here is the delivery being played in front of him. And we've really got the youngsters, the boys and girls, getting into this cricket game. And this is something I feel this is a good initiative, Denmore.
I think it is. I think
something
it is.
Which should be,
and I was saying earlier,
we should
that
get
a lot
more schools
need to take the opportunity, even if it is just for an hour.
Here is the delivery which is pulled, but there's protection in the deep. And Charles gets one run.
I remember when we planned the field trip, when Ridley Jacobs was going to play. The principal of the school, we had to justify why was it that we were going to go and see cricket. At that time, we had a very good excuse because Ridley Jacobs was our PE teacher at the school. And so we said, we wanted the children to go and see, that he's not just a PE teacher, but he's also a professional and so on. But I wanted to see him play. So I was more than happy to go.
Driving as Jaden Seals.
And I think sometimes it's healthy to get children out of the classroom to sometimes it might seem insignificant maybe to come and see the cricket, but you get to realize that the other people work than maybe just the traditional job, because what they're watching here is actually folks living their dream, getting to do what they love, and realize that sport can also be a money earner.
One of the things which I'm pretty much impressed about Denmore is the parental support, because when you look at all of the children decked out, very uniformed, that sends a message.
Yep, it does.
The encouragement. I showed this field trip, those boys and girls would have been harassing their parents. Yep. Remember, mommy and daddy and uncle, we're going to the Coolidge Cricket Ground to look at cricket.
Yeah, and
they're going to remember this for a long time.
They spoke about a Mr. Singh, who is a parent that is part of the sponsorship of what is taking place, we would say.
It's all a Great West Indies initiative to be able to make sure that we create a cadre or platform for the future.
We have to find innovative ways in order to bring back out the support, and I think especially like these, when you have maybe like when we go up to the stadium, you could invite Pickett's Primary. You have Parham Primary, who's close by, Piers just up the road, JT Ambrose, and Freeman Village across the way, Seaview Farm.
Played nicely. But it's a conversation that needs to take place Denmore. And I don't think we have enough conversations taking place. We have to start at the base, and the base is important. Once you energize the base, and the base is primary school. So if you energize the primary school, then what do you think is going to happen when these young boys or girls go back home and they have their brother who's maybe going to high school?
They're going to be talking about it, and it's going to become a conversation piece in the house, and they would have the bragging rights because they were there in person. What it can also do is that it will then cause maybe the older brother or sister to say, I want to go. Daddy, can we go on Sunday? If you understand what I'm saying.
I got you.
So that they are not necessarily disrupted in terms of their, their schooling and so on. But again, like I said, schools need to find an opportunity to get the children out, get them to watch, get them to participate. And I have always had a radical idea too. I think that a lot more, especially at the CXC level and so on.
Charles coming quietly forward to a delivery from Warwickon. I'll tell you something then more. Almost every teenager has a phone.
Correct.
So just imagine that you enough time was given this morning where those boys and girls could have been able to take a picture with Akeem Jordan or Ryan Hines or Desmond Haynes. Right? You know what
Get a
that
selfie.
means.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what we're looking for. That's how I think that we have to begin to look to market the cricket with our greats and our legends. Having Sir Kirtley or having Sir Viv around and those children get to take a picture.
If not only the legends, what they need to do is a lot of even these players here, get them face recognition so that when maybe even these same youngsters see their face pop up on Facebook, they say, oh, I met him, etc.
Yeah, innovation. Barbados really didn't want to be out here this long.
No, I think after they got the 2 quick wickets, they were hoping to wrap things up pretty quickly. That's why they're looking a little bit frustrated, because these 2 batters have held on.
Hit in front, but umpire Tuckett is Not interested.
They weren't necessarily very interested either. It wasn't a loud appeal. It was more of an appeal in optimism, I thought, from Warwickon.
Just to give you a live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground, the West Indies Academy dismissed for 485 in 101.3 overs. The man of the moment, Rivaldo Clark, scoring 180. Amari Goodrich, 123. And this morning, Niall Smith, 2 for 61. For Sammy Pomar, 3 for 130. And another defensive shot there being played. Lovell, 2 for 88. Luke North, 3 for 86. So Trinidad and Tobago, 325 for 9 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, 103 overs bowled.
Opportunity to see now how the Guyana batting will approach the game. Quite a heavy scoreline down there. Over 400 runs scored in one day yesterday. Must have been a belt of a pitch there at the ARG. It's going to be interesting to see how Pittman and co. bowl on that pitch that seems to be very good for batting.
And my main concern, Denmore, for the Guyana Happy Eagles team going into this game, especially chasing this big total, will be to see the application. You know, Shanda Paul is going to bat, so you don't need to worry. Question about that is the form of a Kevlin Anderson and company coming into that game. So that's going to be a contest that we'll follow through the day. Here is the delivery, which is turned down to Springer. Seals really enjoying his batting.
Yeah, he is. And from this morning when you saw him warming up, you knew that he felt that he's going to have a role to play. While the others were going through their paces, he was doing some throwdowns just to making sure that he has a feel of the ball onto his bat.
Such a wonderful personality, Jaden Seals. And I think in 2025 you would have to say that he was our most improved cricketer all round.
Certainly, I think he's the most improved bowler in the West Indies setup, because he got an opportunity, played some games in England, and he came back an improved bowler. Came back, being able to bowl that line and that length, that and in the consistency, and seems to be enjoying his cricket, which is absolutely important. The enjoyment factor.
23-run partnership so far, frustrating the Barbados pride. Lane looking to break that.
It's a good delivery. He needs to bowl a lot more. Many more of those deliveries there. Just be consistent. Be patient.
I think if he remembers the delivery, then more, that he dismissed Jason Mohammed with.
Yeah.
And
even the one that he bowled to Evan Lewis.
Yeah, that's muscle memory. Once he can remember that line, he'll be a handful. And I think if he, put some miles on his legs, I'd like to see Lane do a lot more running. Almost like a Courtney Walsh. I remember one time, Denmore having a conversation with Courtney Walsh, and I asked him, in terms of his preparation, how many laps he did. He said, Springer, I never counted any laps. I just ran. You were just running. These days now, we have a lot of data. Then more, you're told you have to run 10 laps, and you're told you have to, those guys, they just ran.
And I've always said, a lot of the times the data is there as a guide. It's not an absolute. Meaning, I remember when we went on a course. They call it the core over there in UEFA, and the idea is for you to pass the test at a certain range, but they don't want when you get to the range, when you get to the passing stage, that you stop. You're supposed to push yourself to see how far you can go.
Yeah. The metrics mean well then more, but I think it boils down to the cricketers.
And I think there was a guy I know of Brazilian heritage, and they had to stop him at the end of the test because he kept going, and even when the test was approaching its end, he was still he had gotten so fit that he was still looking to run. So I think the players have a responsibility to make sure that they're not just going based on what the recommendations are, but they're going above and beyond so that they can be really and truly super fit. TNT Red Force 326 for 9. We're going to take a drinks break. We're also going to take a Dasani water break, and then we will be right back. So the players have all refreshed themselves. The umpires are also now refreshed. And we're about to have the continuation of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces innings. 326 for 9, 104 over this little partnership. Springer is frustrating Barbados.
Yeah. And a couple of the Barbadian players trying to maybe get into the head of Jaden Seals. Sure, they maybe won't want to be facing him before lunch.
Because certainly with an hour already gone, if they were to be out, they're going to have about 30 to 40 minutes or so.
And it could be a very hostile spell.
It could be a hostile spell because they're going to be fresh with a hard new ball and a second-day pitch that is getting better, I think,
I already see Joshua De Silva. He's got on his wicket-keeping gloves. So Trinidad and Tobago gearing up and Wayne and getting ready because they maybe know that they want to go after this Barbados batting lineup, packed with power. Kyle Mayers, stubbornness of Craig Brathwaite, stroke play of a Drakes. Then you have somebody like Mosley who can also attack. So I think we're gonna be in for a good contest. Then more.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, Workin starts. You could really see Jaden Seals enjoying his batting, going in confidence.
The reason why I was saying that I would put a person in front of Jaden Seals was to stop him from looking so confident, especially when he's coming forward on that front foot, playing those balls out into the offside. I think if you put somebody in front there, he might play a little bit differently.
Got you. 326 for 9. Seals is 10. Charles is 11.
Because you don't want a number 11 batter to be, growing in confidence like Jaden Seals is.
Goes back and just whips this around. Gets a very easy single. So the rotating of strike between Charles and Seals has been very confident. Who do you think will be the leading batsman as we speak then, Mo?
In the
pair?
Charles is going to be saying to Jaden Seals, remember I came out before you.
Yeah.
I am the number 10.
I think Seals will remind him that he's a test player. 327 for 9. Seniority always counts.
Yep.
Charles is easing it out into the
I think
cover
they've
area.
both done a good job, and
They've done their job.
Yeah, their camp would be pleased with just a little bit of hold up that they would have done here against the Barbados team.
Warrican. Turn. They're looking for a single to scurry back. So intent is also key. Craig Brathwaite maybe might be thinking to Denmore that, hey, it might be a chance for me maybe to think about maybe bringing Ruston Chase from this end. Get some bite and some grip.
Could be.
Get one to just bounce on Jaden Seals, the left-hander.
Yeah, because I think the pace might has been a little bit ineffective after we saw Shamar Springer losing his cool, and since he's been brought in, Johan Lane, the couple of overs that we've seen him, has not been very consistent. So it could be an opportunity for the captain to be thinking about something. It looks as if he's almost wired to you, Springer, because we saw Lane coming in. He'd taken off his cap to bowl, but Chase was there standing and then just gave him a little bit of a signal.
Yeah, I think this is a good move by Craig Brathwaite. And Chase himself too. He'll be looking for some bowling form ahead of the test series. Remember the men in maroon home series. We starting at Sabina Park in Jamaica. We have 12 white ball matches. 6 against Sri Lanka and 6 against New Zealand. The New Zealand series will take place at the Ghana National Stadium, and hopefully we'll pray that it will be named the Sir Clive Lloyd Ghana National Stadium. Really something I think Sir Clive really deserves that, and maybe the media centre to be named after the Joseph Red Spurrier and the ends. Lance Gibbs end and the Collincroft end. Here's Seals driving down the ground for a very easy single. Caught napping there was Kevin Wickham.
You might have a couple of Guyanese persons that disagree with you. Don't think there will be too many, though, that disagree with you. They're going to be asking, why is Springer trying to name our stadium?
I think that's long overdue.
But the suggestions are pretty decent.
Yeah, you look at the contribution of Sir Clive Lloyd, who was served in almost every aspect of a cricketing role, ICC match referee, you name it. He's been there, done that. And sometimes, you always hear this big query around Denmore that the king has no honor in his own country. I'd love to go to Ghana and see Sir Clive Lloyd's name on that stand. Even Joseph Red Spurrier. Let's look at the contribution that they would have made. I know somebody's going to ask me, well, why Colin Croft and Lance Gibbs? But you just got to look at the pedigree of the contribution that those two would have made, and you look at the ends, it would be so beautiful to have those names. Good morning, Sean Devers and company. Akeem Green, very hard-working young man, somebody we've got a lot of respect for. Some of the other colleagues in Ghana as well. beautiful country. They're getting ready also for their global T20 league. Guyana Amazon Warriors will be warming up.
That's one place that I've not reached as yet.
You have not gone to Guyana?
No, I was to
so
go.
you've not gone to Guyana, and you've not gone to where? St. Vincent?
No, I've been
to St. Vincent.
I've been to almost all the other countries except Guyana.
Wow. Got to work on that then more?
Yeah, I had the opportunity some years ago when I was a part of JCI to go to Guyana for a convention, but plans got changed halfway through the process of getting there. Things got changed, and then we ended up not going. And I just have not been to Guyana as yet. I noticed the term "as yet," because it is my intention to find myself there. I've taught a lot of Guyanese children, and I've interacted with quite a number of Guyanese. I have some friends down there in football circles in Guyana. So I'm hoping I'm coming soon, Guyana. Don't worry. You're going to see me.
The power of sports too, Denmore.
Yep.
That's why you dream for boys and girls, for them to be able to get an opportunity to see the world through sports.
Certainly.
And I think as administrators, and broadcasters is our role to, and that was demonstrated this morning by allowing the boys and girls to understand that there's so many opportunities. Could be a cricket commentator, a video analyst, could be a sports doctor. There's so many roles. I don't think we have done an excellent job more in marketing.
Sports administrator and all those other roles that come around.
We just tell everybody that, all of them dream is to play for the West Indies team. But there's so much more. Here is Seals having a go. So Jaden has decided now, Denmore, that he's a senior batsman here. And so he's going to have a go.
Yeah, he's going to have a go. Didn't time that one as well as he wanted to, though.
He wasn't in the right position. Yeah. He almost like it was a preempt, as if that he decided that he was going to go after that delivery. Don't know what the message that came out from the dressing room. So let's see what the approach will be from Charles. 3:29 for 9. Because maybe they have a plan that we don't know. Warrican, very nagging. Clipped away beautifully. They'll get a couple of runs here. Batwit is after it. If they want, they can get 3. Seals is thinking about it, but Charles is sort of, in sprinting terms, just
very
really
very early decided that he's going to just settle for 2.
Yeah. A lot of movement taking place here, Denmore. Originally, they started with Mosley under the helmet. He's now had to get out of the way. He's now going. Where is he going?
Yeah, I think those 2 strokes that were played, the slug sweep that was played by Jaden Seals, followed by that little bit of a positive stroke coming from Charles, and Captain Bradwitt is worried about the runs.
Charles driving again.
So as much as he wants this final wicket, he doesn't want to continue to leak runs.
3:31 for 9. Barbados, they have to be patient, but at the same time being patient, they have to be ruthless as well. Comes quietly forward.
I think Warwick can probably afford just a little bit more flight. I would love to see him just give it a little tinge of flight. A little better with that one.
Well played. Charles is somebody who is an experienced player too. He's been around for some while. But they've gone about their job quietly. This partnership has yielded 28 important runs for Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force, Charles defends.
I said earlier that every run in this partnership is going to be like gold for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, because it's 28 runs that they probably thought they might not have had when they lost those 2 wickets in 2 balls. Remember when Anderson Phillip went in 1 over, and then the very first delivery of the other over, we saw the captain going back. The captain who they were hoping would have been the one pushing on this morning. But 28 runs later, these 2 continue to frustrate the Barbados pride. So this is good going from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. They would be happy with what is happening now, especially with these two players.
Yeah, it's not going to be a rollover. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're not going to give their hands away. Well, it's a good morning to Elaine Turner. I call her the cricket guru. She's a lone spectator today, so maybe her mom might be working and has not joined her as yet. They got some friends coming in from England today, touching down on the British Airways. So we'll see some more fans tomorrow joining Elaine and her crew. Seals, in the meantime, he's fighting for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, I was looking for her yesterday, but maybe because of the Mother's Day celebrations that were going around.
I know that Colin Boyne's mother, she was here. Don't know if she might have maybe gone back to work today. Sonia Tuckett really give invaluable support. So many parents. Ogis, Akeem Ogis is his mom and his dad. They always journey around. You know what that is like, Denmore, having parental support.
Important, very important.
Now, since Chase has bowled here to the left-hander, he's not gone over the wicket no time at all in this innings. And maybe it might be a nice time for him to maybe just go over the wicket.
I've been saying that since yesterday.
To Seals.
To talk about the blind spot. And if he comes over the wicket to Seals, he's going to be in a blind spot looking to bring that slip into play.
Another dot delivery again.
But coming around the wicket to Seals, Seals is seeing the ball almost from the get-go, which is much easier for him to read what is taking place and for him to play it.
One thing here, Seals has been able to just make Chase wait, get him a little bit more frustrated. Flight wide, well played, made over.
I think that's a good thing from Seals, showing a little bit of experience, not allowing Chase to rush him. Chase was ready to come in. He wasn't quite settled. Some batters, maybe of a less experience, might have just allowed him to bowl without you being really ready. But Seal is just putting up his hand, making sure that no, you're operating on my terms. When I am ready, that is when you're going to bowl to me. Again, all these little things might seem insignificant, but they're important in the scheme of things.
Well, if Warrican doesn't make an impact here, Denmore, I'll be thinking about pulling Warrican out and getting Joshua Bishop in. I think that's Craig Brathwaite has to spring his bowlers very quickly. And the reason for that is that Joshua Bishop will be a different leg spinner as compared to Warrican, who's been maybe pushing it through. Forward again is Charles.
Like I've been saying, I would love to see Warrican just be a little bit braver. Just fly. It's a number 10 and 11 who's batting. Just fly.
He's not that kind of bowler, Denmore. He's not going to take any chances. Well, he just heard you there, but he's not interested. It's not something that he's going to go consistently.
With that little flight, just that little tinge of flight that he had there, Charles played that one a little bit differently. Look, you see, the captain is now almost looking to make a change in terms of the field, just because of the reaction to Charles to that little bit of flight. So he's now bringing in that man at short leg, and that is what I'm talking about. Just give him a little bit something a little bit different to look at, and see how he because he's been batting him almost like a fast bowler when he's pushing it through.
Great analysis there from Denmore Roberts, my colleague. So some changes have been made. We got a short leg, a silly point to slip. Man under 45. Cover in Bishop. Short mid wicket in Craig Brathwaite. Warrican would want to bring all of these major players in the mid-on and the mid-off. Got to be on their P's and their Q's. Mosley is playing a little cat and mouse game there with Charles. I think Chase was saying you got to get a little closer. Got to get up there. We need this wicket. That was short and wide from Warwican.
Yeah, you don't want that type of delivery.
Drake's, he's taking a beating already a couple of times on day one. That's the wrist, the consistency of bowlers. Maiden over, then more.
But Charles has done well. We saw that delivery, maybe the second delivery of the over, had a little bit of flight. Charles had a little bit of difficulty, then they surrounded him. And Charles was able to regroup. And I think he was able to regroup because I think Warwican bowled him a little bit badly. He instead of continuing with a little bit of flight, he pushed through. Most of the other deliveries, he even had one that was short and wide that Charles felt that he could play an expansive shot. But Warwican has to think about it a little bit more. He has to make sure that he understands what they're trying to do and eke out this final wicket.
So we continue. Chase. It's coming around the wicket. To Seals. Seals.
Looks as if he's dropped.
Yes, dropped. Just what Denmore was talking about. So that's the third catch that has gone down by the Barbados team. 2 by Wickham. And now Drake's. That just didn't stick.
No, that went right into his midriff and just fell to the ground.
Seals in the meantime just makes the adjustment, plays off of the back foot.
And I think that one came because he has that man in front of his face. Seals is sort of playing a little bit differently.
He's thinking about sweeping. It was outside the line of the leg stump. He just missed out there. Maybe he really didn't get right down to be able to get the full extension of just rolling the wrist. But good fight here by the Trinidad and Tobago pair of Seals and Charles. Keeping Trinidad and Tobago more so in the hunt of this game. Here is a delivery which is cracked into the offside. Kyle Mayers knocks it down at cover. Pressure.
I like the fact that Seals is still trying to be positive, even though he's surrounded.
He's got to get runs. That's important. The aim of the game is to get runs. Squeezes this one to Bishop. 5 dot balls so far. Chase could have had another wicket.
Yeah, he should have had another wicket because that one carried full to Drake's in that short leg position. Needs to hold on to those at this stage.
Maiden over. So
Seals wouldn't be too worried about that one. He had the chance in the over, but then he was able to survive 5 more deliveries to Chase. Chase would be the one that's frustrated because he felt that the trap would have worked. He had the man at silly point. He had the man at short leg. He was able to entice Seals into a false stroke, but Drake's just didn't hold through with the plan. Didn't hold on to that sharp chance at the short leg position.
So the struggle continues here. 331 for 9. 110 overs have been bowled. Here comes Joshua Bishop. So Warwican is pulled out of the attack. No, sorry, still Warwican. Oh my!
Still Warwican.
I really want Joshua Bishop in the lineup, but Batwit is maybe not listening to me as yet. Getting cheeky there, Brian Charles. Barbados have to keep their composure. They have to be focused and take their chances. On drive, down the ground for a single. I thought he gave away a single there then.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. The consistency. Somebody of Warwican's experience can't just bowl a bad delivery on the line of the leg stump like that and giving Charles an easy single out to mid-on. You have to maintain the pressure. You got to keep him on strike, keep him under pressure.
Jason Seals, he comes into the conversation. It's just amazing how you can just apply yourself by keeping it simple.
It comes right back to what we've been speaking about, the basics.
Yeah.
If you apply the basics, even if you're at number 10, 11, the basics work.
Seals has faced 53 deliveries. Charles has faced 63 so far. Charles has batted for 80 minutes and Seals has batted for 79 minutes. This is an important period of time and a very important partnership taking place here as well too. Could be in trouble? Nah, outside the line again of the off stump. Umpire Carl Tuckett is not interested.
Just Warwickon alone showed a lot of interest. The others, just a stifled appeal coming from his teammates.
29-run partnership here.
If you notice
118 balls.
If you notice the timing in terms of the innings, because they came in a minute apart. Remember, 2 quick wickets fell at the end of one over and the start of another.
Warwickon to Seals. Diving away for us all his worth. There's Drakes. And Barbados, they still can't believe their luck. If it is to be, it will be. If it is not to be, then it just won't be happening.
They just have to continue to be patient. They're looking as if they're getting a little bit frustrated, even the way that they're moving around in the field. Some negative body language with some of the players. We saw Warwickon with a very broad smile on his face at the end of that over after that LBW shout, and then that final one where Drakes was diving away trying to make something of it.
332 for 9. Ruston Chase will bowl to Brian Charles, an off spinner himself. And they get a very easy single.
And he's coming over the wicket. He came over the wicket to the right hand and he's immediately gone back around the wicket to the left-handed Seals. I think that maybe he should have just stayed over, even for one delivery. See what happens.
We could talk until the cows come home, then more. Ruston Chase is going to bowl around the wicket to the left-hander all day. Seals is having a go. I think he's giving it away.
Yeah.
I think he's giving it away.
He has. And again, just a tinge of flight, just to tempt Seals. Went for a big stroke and hit one high up in the air. Easy catch taken. Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces innings has come to an end. 333 all out.
So 333 as the students get an opportunity to shout to their favorite cricketer. 333 all out in 111.1 overs. And just to give you an in-depth analysis as to what has happened: Cooper 93, Lewis 7, Gooley 33, Mohammed Naught, Django 41, De Silva 70, Hines 51, Pierre Naught, Philip Naught, Charles not out 14.
Seals the final man out.
Seals would win the final man out.
13.
Yeah. I just missed for a moment there because I think we were trying to find out the score. Wanted to know who took the catch. Then more, if we can just get and Jason to just pull up who took the catch. Bishop taking the catch. Thank you very much, Jason. Bowling figures score. Just missed that one for a little opportunity. Bowling figures for Team Barbados: Ewan Lane 14 overs, 158 runs, 2 wickets. Shamar Springer 19 overs, 6 maidens, 40 runs, 3 wickets. Carl Mills 13 overs, 3 maidens, 39 runs, 2 wickets. Ruston Chase 23.1 overs, 5 maidens, 66 runs, 2 wickets. Joshua Bishop, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 56 runs, no wickets. Jomal Warrican, 23 overs, 3 maidens, 61 runs, 1 wicket. And Craig Batwet, 1 over, no maiden, 2 runs, no wicket. So, finally, Trinidad and Tobago dismissed for 333. We will be back in 5 minutes' time because I think Barbados will have at least 20 minutes before lunch.
So we're getting ready to see the reply of the Barbados Pride to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces first innings total of 333 all out. If you're just joining us this morning, the Barbados Pride were able to wrap up the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Just a little bit of hesitation or a little bit of rearguard action right at the end. Jaden Seals and Brian Charles right at the end, putting on a little bit of a partnership of some 30 runs for that final wicket, and they were able to take the Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces total to 333 all out, with Brian Charles remaining not out on 14 and Seals just probably right at the end, losing his cool and caught by Bishop off chase for 13, but having faced 57 and 64 deliveries respectively. Let me just tell you the Trinidad and Tobago scorecard if you've not yet heard it. If you're just joining us, Sifa Scooper top scored with 93. Evan Lewis got 733 for Jed Gooley. Jason Mohammed didn't score. Amir Django 41, 70 for Captain Joshua Da Silva. Terence Hines 51. Carrie Pear and Anderson Phillip didn't trouble the scorers, both making naught. Brian Charles, as I said earlier, ended not out on 14, and Jaden Seals on 13, 333 all out. 457 minutes of batting for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. 111.2 overs faced, and their run rate just about 2.99. Wicket shade for the Barbados Pride. Lane got 2 wickets, 3 wickets for Shamar Springer, 2 for Kyle Mayers, 2 for Ruston Chase, and a wicket for Jamel Warwican. Joshua Bishop and Craig Brathwaite didn't have any wickets, but they also bowled for the Barbados Pride team, and 66 overs minimum remaining for the day, so Barbados Pride will have 66 overs remaining in the day's play if they're going to put up a full resistance to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Says bowling attack. Bowling looks as if it's going to be starting from our end, the southern end, the commentary box end. Jaden Seals is already there doing his pre-bowl warm-up, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they look as if they're going to start with just about 3 slips and gully, and looks as if it's going to be that slip cordon that we would have seen for the season so far. In it, I'm seeing Carrie Pierce still at that first slip position. See if a Scooper seems to be in that slip cordon as well. So Jaden Seals, is going to be interesting to see how he looks coming from this end, what type of bounce, and I think that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would have noticed that, especially with Johan Lane, he got good bounce and carry bowling from this end, and so they've decided to make sure that Jaden Seals, who many think is their premier bowler, would have every opportunity to be successful from this end. The Barbados openers in Brathwaite and is there. First delivery. Left alone outside the line of the off stump. Shane Mosley and Craig Brathwaite opening the batting for the Barbados Pride team. Springer, 66 overs left in the day's play. How Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, how are they going to approach the defense of the 333 runs that they have on the board?
Well, they would have batted for a period of time on this track and know that one of the scoring ways that they would have scored would have been a lot of boundary balls. And if they maybe can just eliminate that from the Barbados lineup, I think they will be in the contest. But Seals will certainly, this is going to be a very tricky 16 minutes of play for both Mosley and Craig Brathwaite. And it's something I'm sure Craig Brathwaite would have been maybe toying with in his mind, knowing very well that he wanted to maybe dismiss Trinidad and Tobago
think he would have wanted to dismiss them a lot more than with just 16 minutes left, because he knows that with like 16 minutes left, it's going to be an opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force opening bowlers to really attack him as an opening batter.
Somebody who's played 100 test
Here
matches.
is his bowl!
Bowled him. That's what you were talking about. Through the gate, Jaden Seals, the premier fast bowler for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, has gone through the defense of the Barbados captain. Just what we were talking about then more. That tentativeness there. Very lethargic in the movement there from Craig Brathwaite. Let's look at it. And that's when you're playing for time. Got across.
Yeah,
Two minds.
Two minds. Played it onto that off stump. And
something which has plagued Craig Brathwaite for almost all of his career then more. To leave, not to leave, and to play rather than looking to confidently come forward. But that's what happens when you meet somebody with an extra space.
Certainly wasn't very confident on that occasion, and he's back in the pavilion, and the dream start for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, seeing the Barbados captain Craig Brathwaite back in the pavilion, bowled by Jaden Seals without scoring.
Do you still have that? Jason brought some information for you yesterday. Do you still have that? Remember, Trinidad and Tobago fans sent Jason some information. And the last time these two teams played at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, we remember.
I know the Trinidad and Tobago fans, they will be gleaming. Yes, yesterday we were just talking about, the tradition between these two cricketing nations for over 130 years. And somebody quickly sent some information to Jason and said, let Springer and Denmore read the stats.
Yep.
This is what happened at Kensington Oval. Wow. So
Jonathan Drakes has come out to join Mosley.
This is a very tricky period of play here.
Oh, and that one was very, very close to that off-stump line. The Trinidad and Tobago players were all up. That one cut back instead of going away from the right-handed Drakes. Just let's have a look at it. Yeah, he left that one, and we would say good judgment in the end.
Good shape there.
But that one really just shaved almost that off-stump. Good bowling first up from Jaden Seals.
I think Seals' experience alone here will demonstrate that the areas that he will bowl. Good
Outside
line.
the line of the off stump. Again, Drake's not offering a stroke, just allowing that one to go by into the gloves of the wicket keeper.
Very tricky period of time here. We're talking about maybe 12 minutes to go before lunch. You certainly don't want to be in this predicament. But it's cricket, and it doesn't matter. Our friends following, defending quietly.
The fact that Drakes has come out and he has tried to be positive. He's not allowed the fact that he's lost the captain early on to affect him. So he's tried to come with a positive mindset, a positive frame of mind, and he's been able to survive the last 3 deliveries. The end of the first over, Barbados still trail by 333 runs. No runs yet on the board for them, but they've lost the wicket of the captain Craig Brathwaite, bowled Jaden Seals, playing on Jaden Seals. 3 deliveries faced, and he's back in the pavilion, chopping one onto his off stump. Just a little bit of indecision on his part, and of course,
Almost looked like a man who was trying to survive.
yep. So Anderson Phillip is going to take up the attack from the northern end, and looks as if he's going to come around the wicket right away to the left-handed Shane Mosley.
Yeah, 3 slips and a gully all go down. So it seems to be the norm. Shane Mosley, so far this season, 147 runs, 2 half centuries, high score of 65, 310 minutes he's batted so far. Faced 213 balls. Already played Test cricket for the West Indies as well. And his Test experience will come in here, but he's a sort of player that he's going to take the fight to the opposition. Let's see what his approach will be before lunch. 10 minutes to lunch.
Philip is starting outside the line of the off-stump, much too wide to invite Mosley into a stroke. Ball not having the same type of bounce and carry that we're seeing from the when they're bowling towards the other end of the pitch.
Jonathan Drakes also this season, 169 runs. So good morning to Andy Thornhill there in Barbados. 328 minutes, 263 balls, 2 half centuries, high score of 94 for Jonathan Drakes. But it's this man, Anderson Phillip, who's got 17 wickets, squaring up Mosley. Before this game, 83.2 overs, 16 maidens, 17 wickets for 295 runs. A best bowling of 6 for 38, 1 5-wicket haul so far for this season. And his compatriot and colleague Jaden Seals from 2 games, 59.3 overs, 13 wickets, 114 runs, best of 7 for 34. So these two are going to be a handful before lunch. And Anderson Phillip, really complete athlete. Oh, Yorker length delivery. Something that you don't normally see these days, then more, where fast bowlers are running up and looking to attack the stumps and bowling you a lot. A Yorker length delivery.
Yeah, that's a good delivery there from Anderson Phillip. I'm a little bit surprised though that Anderson Phillip has gone immediately around the wicket, because throughout the series when we've watched him play against the Leeward Islands, when they right at the end when the Leeward Islands, but maybe that's because it's really lower order, but he's usually stayed over the wicket.
Ball dying there on Joshua De Silva. That's something I think that he's going to have to. He batted for a long period of time, so he would know that he has to maybe take a step up.
Yeah, and this end of the pitch doesn't seem to have the same bounce and carry as we do from the other end. And we saw Johan Lane early in his bowling attack, the captain switching ends, because he had struggled as well from that northern end.
Seals whipped away beautifully, half volley there from Phillip to Shane Mosley, and on drive down the ground for 4.
I think that's going to be the problem that he's going to have bowling around the wicket. That anything that is over pitched and is coming on the legs of Shane Mosley is going to provide an opportunity for him to score. I would love to see Anderson Phillip, at least bowling a couple of overs from over the wicket to the left-hander and really looking to push the ball across him and bringing those slips into play. But that was a good shot, though, from Shane Mosley.
Very attacking in nature. Ball almost looking to die on him. They really didn't bounce there. So the end of the second over so far. Barbados Pride are 4 for 1. Craig Batwet back in the hut. Bowled by Jaden Seals without scoring.
Yeah, early wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the Barbados Pride. Barbados Pride finally getting on the scorecard with that shot from Shane Mosley, picking up the first boundary. But I think Seals is going to be a very important part of what takes place here. So we will see what happens.
Drakes leaving alone that delivery. Jonathan Drakes in the 2024 season played some 7 matches, scored 404 runs, 736 balls faced, 1 century and 2 half centuries, 101 being his top score. Then he topped that up in 2025 also with 7 matches, 515 runs, 975 balls, 2 centuries, 117 being his highest, and 2 half centuries. So in a nutshell, you can say close to 1,000 runs in 2 seasons, Jonathan Drakes. And he's been rewarded. His average in 2025 was 46.82, and his average in 2024 was 36.73. So some major improvement from young Drakes. Got some time for him as well. Very stylish player once he gets going. But right now he'll be thinking about lunch. 4 minutes to go before lunch. He's facing up to a quality fast bowler in Jaden Seals. And that ball nipping back. He was neither forward or back there. He's got to look at that again, Jason. No feet movement at all there from Drakes. Again, indecisive. I think he's got to make his mind up. If you're coming forward to Jaden Seals, you're coming forward. You can't be pensive.
Yeah, can't be in 2 minds.
Yeah.
We saw that happen with Captain Brathwaite when he was indecisive whether to leave or whether to play, chopping one onto his stumps. Drakes has to also be positive.
Easy said than done for us, Denmore. Much better. Yeah. Seals.
Yeah, but at this stage of Drakes' career, you know, he should have had all those sort of things sorted out.
It's a sort of sometimes it's confidence, Denmore, and your approach and your preparation, how you get yourself organized. Agreed. Jonathan Drakes this season, like I said, has only scored 169 runs. So this is going to be the real deal, the real test.
When you look at his career, this should be his 23rd match.
So young in terms of first-class cricket.
Yeah. So opportunity for him.
Again, good leave, just
650s and 300s in his career so far. Average is 35.7, so decent average.
And like I said, in terms of the amount of cricket that we're playing these days, one will have to give him major credit so far. To be consistent. It's really, like I said, over 900 runs in the last 2 years. Mosley looking to get him off strike and get him out of the way. I think we'll have one more over. Joshua De Silva and his troops hustling down to get in that over. 3 overs bowled, 4 for 1. Brathwaite back in the hut without scoring.
Not the kind of start that the Barbados Pride would have wanted. They would have been hoping that their captain, Craig Brathwaite, would have been able to survive these 20 minutes or so. And we knew that it was going to be an opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers to really have a real go, a real sprinting, a real run, just 2 or 3 overs each expected in the time period, and no doubt they would be very happy at least getting a wicket in this period, and they're hoping that maybe they could just nip off another one before the luncheon interval.
Mosley leaves alone a delivery from Anderson Phillip. Last season played some 4 matches, bowled 79.2 overs, 17 maidens, 10 wickets for 275 runs, a best of 4 for 36. Jaden Seals playing 4 matches before he went off to England last season as well. Bowled some 90 overs, 18 maidens, 9 wickets for 320 runs. So they've been around for some time. Pear, Charles, Cooper. Charles and Pear will have a lot of bowling to do. Gonna have to graft, and you're gonna really have to spend some time. Demonstrated and saw Cooper, who had to fight off the new ball. Once you settled in, everything becomes a lot more easy. I've predicted then more that day 2 would be easily one of the best batting tracks here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. This is almost like home for me, looking at the cricket here.
Yeah, you've watched quite a number of the matches played here.
Anderson Phillip, beautiful athlete, honing in at those pads. Good defensive approach there from Shane Mosley.
Just that little defensive push. That ball really traveled well off of his bat just now.
The thing about it these days, then, Mo, is that the way they make these bats now, it's just really quite amazing. And you get a good proper bat these days, and most of these young cricketers, they have about 5, 6 in their kit compared to when you played then more. You only maybe had 1.
1 if you're lucky.
4 for 1.
We were sort of lucky at times because we knew that Eldine Baptiste was coming home from South Africa. And when he came with a full gears bag. And when he was leaving, we knew that he wasn't taking back too many things with him. So we were all hoping that we would get a pair of gloves, get a bat, get something from him. And I also remember that club that I played for, Liberta Sports Club, made an investment to make sure that we had gears that we could use.
Mosley driving again up to the mid-off fielder. That ball came off the bat sweetly. And Mosley is going to be aggressive. Whether lunch or no lunch, he's going to come out punching. This certainly will have to be the last delivery before lunch. Players maybe can't wait to get over into the sticky wicket area and get their lunch from the Goddard Catering. And our lunch has arrived already, so we just want to say thanks to Scott and his team for sorting us out. Final delivery played in the offside. So maiden over by Anderson Phillip. Lunch on day 2. Barbados Pride trail by 329 runs. They are 4 for 1. The man himself, the captain of the Barbados Pride, back in the hut, bowled by Seals without scoring, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were dismissed for 333. And on behalf of our entire team here, another live and louder production, we say thank you very much for tuning in and paying attention to us and listening to us, and we really appreciate your comments. We'll be back in 35 minutes time. Not this trio.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Jaden got
Me,
it
me,
close at that.
Important things.
Important thing is
Nobody late. But like if it's dinner,
Casual, I
whatever,
think me, for sure. For
Jaden
sure.
got it
Yeah,
close.
who lifts the most in the gym?
Then between Andy and I.
It's
Oh no, you look strong too.
You see
But-
my legs? Where's your squat? You win. Yeah.
I think it's 3
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
It very depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
It wasn't good.
you mad?
We're mean on a game.
No,
You
but
have-
all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football, eh?
They give out participation medals too.
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. Wait a minute.
Next.
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I've played intercol final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Drew.
So what Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Drew do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean
Oh wow, yeah.
to England. It have to be Drew.
Yeah. Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares. It's just,
He's make you think a little bit.
yeah. He's make it hard work. Yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. Alright.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge. Oh yeah. Full stop. Yeah. Conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge
For sure.
for batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Michael Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves. Louis has some moves.
Yeah.
Shema will say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so I can't say.
Shema will say he has some moves.
I see Louis play down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis. Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Next. Scott. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite.
Casey has the best
Yeah,
dress.
Casey fresh when you
Casey
know.
always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer.
Yeah, that's the man, that's the man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man! Be that way. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who else gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of the two?
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
there?
anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there?
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig is
Yeah.
real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if
situation, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in Igaba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one. Yeah. Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec
Gifted.
just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when it's not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favourite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes? Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing in
we're still here with sunshine at the College Cricket Grounds. Day 2 of this all-important one-match eliminator between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and Barbados Pride. Both teams trying to get into the finals to face the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the CWI 4-day tournament. Let's just have a look at some of the morning highlights today. Trinidad and Tobago started positively, getting an early boundary. But then things went south with 2 quick wickets. First, it was Anderson Phillip, judged leg before wicket. Then the very next ball in the new over, Captain Joshua De Silva caught behind off the bowling of Springer. Then a little bit of a rear guard action. Brian Charles and Jaden Seals decided that they were going to go on the attack and pick up some vital runs for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force before Seals just playing maybe one too many aggressive strokes. But then Captain Brathwaite, with a little bit of uncertainty, played one onto his stumps before the luncheon interval. But that was a good shot there from Shane Mosley. And so at lunch, the Barbados Pride are 4 for 1 in reply to the 333 made by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Still at the luncheon interval, very soon we expect to see the players emerge and be back out for play. It's going to be an important afternoon for in the context of the game for both teams. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they will be hoping that they can restrict the scoring of the Barbados Pride, and Barbados Pride no doubt would consider the loss of the captain Craig Brathwaite just a little bit of a setback, and that they can get their innings together. You tend to think, Springer, that today is going to be a vital day in this match. At the end of the day this afternoon, it's going to start to give us a picture of how this match is going, how the conclusion of this match is going to go.
Well, first of all, I think that it's not going to be an easy wicket to score on. And so it's going to be important when Mosley and Drakes come back out after lunch. The first hour of play is going to be also very important. If they can survive Philip Hines and Seals, then I think it will really set up the platform for the other batsmen in the hut to be able to say, okay, all right, things look there. But at the same time, you still can't relax. And so looking to survive, you still have to look to score. Mosley is the sort of player who is going to be very positive and he's going to look to score. Drakes is also a very stylish player as well too, so he's not really going to hang around. But I think compared to when Barbados bowled against Trinidad and Tobago with the amount of boundary balls that they gave up, I don't see the Trinidad and Tobago seamers really giving up that amount of boundary balls. But who is me? I never know. I think this could be a very different day. So far what we've seen, so outside of the boundary that has been hit away by Mosley, the Anderson and Seals have been unsung and bowling a more fuller length.
Especially Seals. I think Seals has been pretty good so far in the couple of overs that we would have seen from him before the luncheon interval. It's 2 overs and he's had 2 maiden overs, 2 good overs, and he's been able to take the wicket of Craig Brathwaite, and I think that he's going to be motivated. Anderson, no doubt, seems that he's coming from that northern end, and the bounce and carry on this end seems not as pronounced as we've seen from the end that Seals is bowling from, and so it's going to be interesting to see how they operate in terms of these ends. I am thinking that when the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force make the bowling change, we might see Hines operating more from that northern end with his ability to skid the ball onto the bat of the players and maybe exploit the fact that the balls keep a little bit lower when you're coming from that end. Just to remind you of the Trinidad and Tobago innings, Cephas Cooper was caught lane of Warwican for 93. It's a long time ago. He was looking to probably go over the top and just held out to lane at that mid-off position. Evan Lewis was the first to go. He was caught Boucher off lane for 7. Jit Gooley was caught the wicketkeeper Boucher off Springer for 33. Just a little bit of a naughty shot down the leg side, getting a glancing edge. Jason Mohammed got one that was rising from Drakes, and he was caught lane off Drakes without scoring. Amir Django looked good before he was adjudged LBW, playing that sweep shot. Josh De Silva, the captain, came in at a tricky period, and he fought his way through. He got to 70 before he was out this morning. Terence Hines and Josh De Silva put on a good partnership. Hines eventually going LBW yesterday afternoon to Myers for 51. Carripier didn't look the part at all. Carripier looked very nervous when he came out to bat yesterday and didn't last long, just 5 deliveries. He was LBW to Springer. Anderson Phillip this morning, LBW to Kyle Myers, and then that little bit of a rear guard action. Brian Charles left not out on 14, and Jaden Seas getting 13, getting 30 valuable runs at the end for Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force, the bowling stats for Barbados Pride. Johan Lane, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 58 runs, 2 wickets. Shamar Springer, 19 overs, 6 maidens, 40 runs, 3 wickets. Kyle Mayers, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 39 runs, 2 wickets. Ruston Chase, 23.2 overs, 5 maidens, 66 runs, 2 wickets. Joshua Bishop, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 56 runs, no wicket. Jamel Warwican, 23 overs, 3 maidens, 61 runs, 1 wicket. And Craig Brathwaite just a single over for 2 runs. The umpires, Dighton Butler and Carl Tuckett, they are back out in the middle. And of course, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they're ready and raring to go, led out by their captain Joshua De Silva. And of course, they're just awaiting the arrival of Shane Mosley and Jonathan Drake for the Barbados Pride, before we have the afternoon session continuing. We were told at the start of the innings that there were 66 overs remaining in the day's play. That was by Michael Raghunath, who is our match referee for today, and 4 overs bowled before the luncheon interval by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, which means the Barbados Pride has a further 62 overs in the day's play. So quite a bit of cricket still to be played today, and you're now fully up to date. We can also just give you that update. Springer says it's a live and louder roundup. It's the Guyana Harpy Eagles at lunch. They're 33 without loss. Tajnarayan Chandapal is not out on 16 of 40 deliveries. And Matthew Nandu, he's there on 9 of 28 deliveries. So 33 without loss in response to 485 all-out made by the West Indies Academy. Carlon, it's Rivaldo Clark, 180 of 228 deliveries, 23 fours and 5 sixes. And of course, Amari Goodrich, 123, as we're about to have resumption of play here.
So Drakes gets his first delivery after lunch, hustling him, and just playing out to the fielder in the backward point area. Just going through some figures then more, and reckoning that Trinidad and Tobago's will be tested in this game. I think the real true-to test will come in this form. There have been 36 wickets between Hines, Seals and Phillip. We'll get back to that. Squeezed away. Running away down to the third man boundary. And they come back quite comfortable. Jason Mohammed with a throw which brought Joshua De Silva tumbling forward to collect. So at lunch, 4 for 1. Jonathan Drakes is now off the mark, so both batsmen shaping up to be able to spend some time out in the middle.
I think partnerships are going to be important for the Barbados team. We saw partnerships in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces innings. The Barbados Pride would want to be doing the same.
Tentatively coming forward there as Seals.
Yeah, Jaden Seals just trying to warm back up after the luncheon interval. I think that he's going to be important for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I think he's going to have a good long ball, a good hard spell of bowling. Didn't play in the last encounter against the Leeward Islands, so he should be the fresher of the two bowlers. He's been bowling pretty good line, just on or about the off stump, trying to tempt the players into a false stroke. Not yet fully up to speed in terms of the speed of his deliveries. But he has 3 slips and a gully in place. And this is driven beautifully through the offside for 4. Overpitched and driven sweetly through the covers. That's 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot there from Jonathan Drakes. Just look at it. Right up to him and driven square of the wicket. Given the treatment, it went quickly over that boundary. 4 runs to Jonathan Drakes. He goes to 6-10 for 1. Second boundary of the Barbados Pride's inning. This one is driven on the onside this time into that straightest mid-wicket position. 4 more. So Seals over pitching for a second time in this over, and Drake's just coming down nicely on that one and just turning the wrist. That was the first one, and then the next one is just turned the wrist on that one. Picked up a second boundary of the over. 14 goes quickly. 15 for 1. Good running on the part of the Barbados team, just dropping it, recognizing that Jason Mohammed was deep, taking off and getting himself an easy single. Is Drake 16 for 1. Good over that in the context for the Barbados Pride team.
Those 2 boundaries by Drakes brought some life to the Barbados Pride dressing room. And Drakes does have some flair about him. So it's got to be mindful, especially coming off of the premier fast bowler in Jaden Seals.
First delivery outside the line of the off stump. Anderson Phillip trying to work up some speed from northern end. Appears as if both ends of the pitch play a little bit differently.
Early days yet. Did have some shape there from Anderson Phillip. And one would know that when you look at the likes of a Jonathan Drakes, they tend to want to go square and whip the ball. Very stylish. Joshua De Silva has been able to have his mid-on and mid-off very, very, very close. Drakes. This partnership is going to be key for the Barbados Pride. Umpire Carl Tuckett just come in to just look down to make sure that Anderson Phillip is not encroaching into the danger area. He's telling him he will maybe have to just fall off or get off the square. Trinidad and Tobago, they need early wickets. Want to get into the heart of this Barbados Pride batting, especially with the new ball. Can shape in a way. Looking for that outswinger.
Yeah, I think he's thinking that, you know, I need to bring those slips into play. But he's going to have to get the Barbadian players playing a lot more though.
Well, when the umpire comes to you and tell you that you have to fall off, then psychologically that always tends to play with your mindset. The umpire, Carl Tuckett, has been very firm. Caught! Brilliant catch at second slip. That's a beauty. Playing away from his pads. Drakes, the ball pitched into the right area, and what I can say to you, that is a good delivery. Drakes will be very disappointed. He was again then more looking to play, looking to leave, and look at it, very pensive in the approach. Look at his first movement, just playing right away there from the crease.
But that's what I was just saying, that Anderson needs to get those balls in the areas where he would force Drakes to have to play more. And the very first one that we've seen come closer, remember the two deliveries before had shape, but they were wider of the off stump. And bringing that one just a little bit closer, Drakes thinking that he has to play. And with the shape that Anderson was getting, good edge, nice low catch taken, and that's the kind of support too that Anderson needs in the slip region, because from this end the balls are not carrying as high and as true as we've seen from this end where Jaden Seal is bowling. So when the edges are found, and even if the catches are low, he would want the fielders to be as sharp as they were just now. So really good work there by the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Kevin Wickham walks out. Unlike Trinidad, Barbados Pride, who dropped a number of catches, 10 more. Evan Lewis coming up with a screamer there.
That's the kind of support that bowlers love. When the opportunity is taken.
Little hesitation between Mosley. And this is sometimes what I don't like then more, especially when in the 4-day cricket format. Wickham was looking for 2 and Mosley had already shut down and was not interested.
Yeah, a lot of the times the batters don't stay as sharp as they would do, especially in the red white ball cricket when they're playing ODIs. That one really should have been 2. It was played into a vacant area in the covers region. Had they just been a little bit more positive with the running, could have easily got 2. Like you said, Springs, Mosley had already shut down, decided that he was going to just jog through for the run and not be as aggressive with the running as we would have seen if it was a limited overs situation. So it's 17 for 2. We're about to see the start of over number 7. This one is stayed away through the backward point region. They run back for 2 more runs. So Wickham is on 3. He's playing defensively. Tall young man, Kevin Wickham. Probably didn't think that he would be needed as early as this in the Barbados innings, but he has to come out and fight. He's been in good form this season. Started off with a bang. 3 centuries back to back. As we would say, back to back to back. Doesn't have to play at that one from Jaden Seals. Pitch has been one that has not necessarily offered too much for the faster bowlers. They've had to work hard for their wickets. Beaten outside the line of the off stump by my beauty. Edged, caught at slip. So one that just rose from a good length at Wickham. He threw the bat at it. Meaty edge taken in the slips. Barbados losing the 3rd wicket. They are now 19 for 3. And Kevin Wickham walks back to the pavilion. Caught off the bowling of Jaden Seals. Seals gets his man. Boston Chase walking out to replace Kevin Wickham. Nineteen for 3. Chase looking to face his first delivery from Seals. Leaves it outside the line of the off stump. So good catch taken by Brian Charles in that slip region to dismiss Kevin Wickham. Got one that just rose from a good length, and that was the end of him. Maybe we could have a look at that one again. No? So Boston Chase is there now, just facing one delivery. Shane Mosley has faced 12. 19 for 3, and Anderson Phillip coming from the northern end would be hoping that he can continue this early demolition by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force of the Barbados Pride's batting. Brathwaite, Drakes and Wickham already back in the pavilion. This one is keeping a little bit low. Left-handed Mosley jumping across, playing at that one, and then maybe just belatedly pulling the bat out of the way, or going through low to Joshua Da Silva.
Every now and again, then more you see one which tends to keep low from the CIE Road end. Mosley's been on 4 for a very long time, seen a lot of action take place. He's seen Wickham, Drakes and Brathwaite all back in the Barbados Pride hut. Still got Kyle Mills to come. Delivery, which is more or less a back of the length delivery. Just punch into the offside.
I maintain I would just love to see Phillip try a couple of deliveries from over the wicket to the left-handed Mosley. I think it's too easy for him when Phillip is coming around the wicket to that left-hander. Going past the edge there, that one was good delivery.
Good carry, good pace as well. Good
that
cricket all
that
around.
one touchdown on the seam there. Had a good shape about it.
Good leave as well too by Shane Mosley, knowing that it was rising above his stump, so there was no need for him to play. Temperament is going to be key here for Shane Mosley.
Yeah, I think it was good cricket all round on that occasion.
Brathwaite North, Drake's 11, Wickham 3. Squeezing away out to Gooley.
Trinidad and Tobago fielders, they've been very sharp in the field. They've taken their catches. That's very important, especially those catches in the slips. Screamer we saw from Evan Lewis down low. then one that carried a little bit higher, maybe about chest high, to Brian Charles in that slip region. One that just made a little bit of height.
Again, good delivery. Serving away at those pads. Good head position from Shane Mosley, making sure that he stayed right in line. The ball played right up to Jaden Seals at mid-on. On tracks like these, Denmore, you're going to have to catch well. Barbados missed a couple of opportunities on day 1 and early on day 3 as well.
Might have said day 3, early in day 2.
Sorry, day 2.
Day 2.
Lack of pace there from that delivery. Mosley had to readjust.
I think it's going to be important that Mosley and Chase, that they read what is going on very early with the pitch. I think Mosley is sort of getting a hang of what is taking place, and they're going to have to adjust, just make the slight adjustment so that they can build an innings, build a partnership for this Barbados Pride team, because it's going to be important that the Barbados Pride find ways to build partnership, ways to keep the scoreboard ticking over, not get bogged down, not get frustrated. And this is where I think the good technique and the temperament and all the other stuff is going to have to come to the fore.
Chase. Ball ricocheting quickly off of his pattern. It's gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4 leg byes. By Dayton Butler making the signal.
Yeah, that pace that Seals is bowling, anything slightly off line, like that one, even with just a little glance, it's going to always be runs.
Chase remains on naught. Jaden Seals fired up here. .23 for 3. Don't think the score really matters right now. Ooh. Caught on the crease with that delivery there, Chase. No movement to the left foot. Now he's rehearsing that I've got to be confident. I've got to look to come forward. He's trying to also try and maybe back out of his crease to Jaden Seals. He's a tall guy, Western Chase. And Seals would want to push him back. Dropped. You have to catch that. How could Carrie Pear miss that? It's like he never saw the ball then more.
Carrie Pear has not looked himself in this game. He didn't look confident when he was batting, and not his usual self, because that was typically a regulation catch at first slip. The one carried to him, good height, good carry, should have been regulation. Jaden Seals should have been celebrating. Ruston Chase should have been walking back to the pavilion. You can't put that down, Carrie Pear.
That's a dolly. That's come straight into his hands. Got to take that comfortably. 1 out of 10 every day, Denmore. You got to take that.
Yeah, that's almost like slip catch practice.
Look as if he was surprised that the ball came to him as well too. A miss chaser on naught. Squeezed away by Shane Mosley. He's thinking about coming back for 2, but I think he turned blind. And good decision by Ruston Chase to send him back. Could that chance...
Well, he'll be hoping that chance does not come back to haunt them.
But I just want to look at the original setup again, Denmore, of where Carrie Pear is positioned. And I can't say that he's automatically in a first slip position then more. I might be wrong. It's pretty wide for me. Almost look like in a second slip position. Barring that, you have to take that. The ball came to him. He's got to take that very comfortably. And he looks a lot wide to me. But looking back at the replay, he almost looks surprised that the ball came to him. And he's a much better fielder than that, Gary Pierre.
We'd love for us to maybe just have a look at that again when we get an opportunity.
Jaden Seals was very annoyed, very upset.
Should be very annoyed because he had worked up Chase at that moment, and when you get an edge like that, you really expect your fielders to back you up. And I think the delivery before, when he bowled one that really went by Chase, and then that one that hit the edge, he thought that he had set the man up the way he wanted, but just didn't get the support from Carey P at that first slip position. And he's just going to have to battle on. Chase remains there, not out on one. 25 for 3, the Barbados Pride team, and could have easily been 23 for 4.
Got to take those catches at this level. You know, the regulation catches, I can see some which are, and no catches regulation then more, but I'm just saying, got to take that, especially when you're strike bowler, because it's going to be hard. It's going to get harder to get wickets here then more, so you want to make sure that you grab those.
Important. We'll see how that affects the overall scheme of things.
Mosley back and across, defending that Phillip delivery.
I was just saying earlier that the support from the fielders is going to be important, especially in a game like this when you're playing for all the marbles. The pitch is not really offering anything outside the ordinary for the bowlers. So when the bowlers work hard and get opportunities, you really need to support them.
On the money, Shane Mosley trying to make sure that he gets forward to Anderson Phillip, something which we have not seen from most of the Barbadian earlier batsmen, looking to get forward. Your head position is also going to be key. And what is also very apparent then more is that you have to understand that when somebody's bowling to you, they're looking to knock you over. They're coming at your stumps. So your first movement has to be looking to come forward and to make sure that you get your bat in front of your pad. Mosley looking for power. They lost his shape there. It's going to be advised to still look the V.
He's going to have to maybe just move away a little bit from his natural incline to be aggressive and just get into a fighting mode. Fight it out a little bit, see off these fast bowlers. Hines is next to come, and then the spinners. So there will be opportunities later on. Just have to get through this little bit of a firestorm that's taking place.
It's really a firestorm. 25 for 3. Sweetly, beautifully played through the offside for 4. This is how Mosley will play. He will not back down, and Anderson will keep coming. Boundary to Mosley.
Yeah, maybe not as full as he might have wanted, but he saw it early and trusting the pitch, because he knew that once it's pitched in that direction, it's not going to get up too high. And he was able to sort of play through the line in that one and picked up himself a very good and needed boundary.
29 for 3. Mosley just fidgeting with his gloves. Also remind me of a Jack Russell, wicketkeeper out of England. looking to fix everything, straighten you more or less on the wicket. Stayed into the offside, thought about a single but quickly said no. Craig Batwet bowled Jaden Seals for naught. Jonathan Drakes caught Evan Lewis, bowled Anderson Phillip for 11. And Kevin Wickham caught Brian Charles, bowled Seals for 3 before chase was missed by Carrie Pear on naught. 29 for 3 as Denmark called it right. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force opening storm. On the money again. So despite that boundary, Anderson Phillip continues to plug away. 1 for 9 from his 5. And Seals 2 for 16 from his 5. 10 overs bowled, 29 for 3.
Gonna need to continue the fight. Barbados Pride. Just get through this little period here where the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers are on top. Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals. Maybe just do like what Mosley did there. Just wait for that one bad ball in the over. Make sure that you put it away. And continue to be patient. I think patience is going to be important in this Barbados innings if they're going to regroup. They've lost 3 quick wickets, 3 important batters in their lineup. But with Chase and Mosley at the crease, with Mayers and Boucher still to come, they still have hope.
Worked away in the onside. Chase picking up a very easy single.
On the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago, they have to forget that dropped catch off Chase and continue to look to battle, continue to look to see if they can pick up another wicket here or there, wicket or 2 here or there. So Jaden Seals has to take that negative, that one negative out of his mind that, you know, I knocked off Chase's edge. He should have been out, and continue to battle and bowl in his areas.
Squeezed away into the offside. A very easy single. So rotation of strike very important between the left and right combination.
Yeah, I think that if they continue to rotate the strike as well, it can just take a little bit of the pressure off of them as in terms of batters, because Jaden Seals will have to continuously adjust his line and adjust his length, and that could throw him off. So I think rotating the strike is also going to be an important part of how the Barbados Pride need to approach this.
Chase back and across, just defending. Just to give you a live and louder update from the Antigua Recreation Ground. Ghana Harpy Eagles in reply to the West Indies Academy, who scored 485. They are 71 without loss. Tejan Chandapal is on 35 from 61 balls, 5 fours, 1 6. And Macho Nando is on 19 not out. So we've got a good solid start from Nando and Chandapal, something which has been plaguing them all season. So good warm-up coming into the final at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's going to be next weekend. And just in case you're wondering what's happening in the Academy's innings, Rivaldo Clark scored 180 with 23 boundaries and 5 sixes. And Amari Goodrich scored 123 with 12 boundaries and 3 sixes within that innings. 485 all out, Academy. Again, Chase just playing from the crease. That one has gone through him. And maybe just worrying about the bounce. Seals is switched on. And he's maybe deciding that, listen, I'm going to knock over Chase. The thing about facing a quality bowler like Jaden Seals is that he gets the ball to go in and out. And that can worry you. He can also bowl you a good short ball. Seen some changes made here by Joshua De Silva. Seals now bowling to a 7-2 field. Steered away into the offside by Chase. Getting a very comfortable single.
Important that they continue to pick up these singles, continue to rotate the strike, just continue to relieve the pressure a little bit off of themselves, and continue to look to fight back here against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 32 for 3, the Barbados Pride. It's 11 overs. It's just an opportunity for Chase and Mosley to look to start to build this partnership together.
Indeed. Someone is asking me who got the most wickets for Team Ghana. Richie Luknot, 3 for 86 from his 18 overs. And we had Vasami Pomol, 3 for 113 with 3 maidens from 28 overs. Niall Smith continues his good form, 18-1, 61-2. And Thaddeus Lovell, 12.3, North, 88-2. Those are the wicket takers for the Ghana Harpy Eagles. On top of this delivery is Chase.
Interesting, the bowling attack that Ghana chose in that game there. And I looked at the scorecard, looked as if they opened the bowling with Neil Smith, but Virasamy Pamal bowled the second over.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I guess they would have maybe looked also then more at the scores between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's almost like a run fest. Different track down at the Antigua Recreation Ground.
Maybe telling us the mindset of the Guyana team. They think that here in Antigua and Barbuda, maybe even in the finals, that spin is going to be an important factor.
It always, in the Caribbean Championship, or most cricket in the Caribbean, the spinners always come into play. But having the likes of Shamar Joseph coming back in for the final, they're going to be really a force to be reckoned with. Kimo Paul, who didn't play this game, was rested. So you got Kimo Paul, Shamar Joseph, and Niall Smith at the Survivoriated Stadium. They're going to be a handful. Ooh, beautiful delivery.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. Just, again, just probing at that off-stump line, that nagging line and length. And genuinely, he was drawing Chase into a stroke on that occasion.
Look at Seals and Anderson Phillip. I think one of the things that we have to concentrate on then more is to produce athletes first, and then we'll get cricketers. And Anderson Phillip and Seals naturally are athletes. You can see that in their physical makeup and their nature, hustling him on the money. I can remember Denmore, after the first day's play, when you saw Anderson Phillip, we had a discussion in the night and you said to me, Springs, Anderson Phillips looks a whole different bowler to when you last saw him.
Yeah, he
looks a lot fitter.
Looks a lot fitter, looks a lot stronger as well, and it gives the effort. He's sprinting in. If you notice here, and something that he has done all series, that he's given full effort. He's not ever ambling in, never looking like if he's not ready. always sprinting in.
Come back to that point, Denmore.
If you just look at even that delivery there, full sprint, full effort, right in. The kind of effort that makes captains, make coaches happy.
I was on with Vinod Manchan Denmore, and I was talking about O'Shane Thomas and his problem in terms of the no balls. And the first thing I said to Vinod is that O'Shane needs a sprint coach. How you walk is how you run. Gotta get a sprint coach, just as what you were talking about, whipped away by Chase for 4 offline.
Yeah, the good thing that is continuing in this match is that the batters are not allowing the bowlers to get away when they go offline or when they bowl those bad deliveries. They've been really taking advantage of them, and there we saw Chase getting a badly lined delivery from Anderson Phillip and making him pay, just playing that one beautifully through the mid-wicket region and picked up 4. And we've been saying so because even last week when we saw Anderson James play for Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force as well.
Talk about Joshua James.
Joshua James. He too could benefit from a sprint coach, somebody that helps him to get in and get up to the wicket a lot better.
Have to, yeah. And it's just something which, like I said, you have to create the athlete. The mood is to create the athlete then more, and then everything else will fall into place. You can't make a cricketer if he's not an athlete. And when I look at O'Shane Thomas, I'm saying if O'Shane Thomas is to get a sprint coach with him, he will certainly be able to work out his strike pattern, because his strike pattern is just not consistent at all. And so many of the other young fast bowlers will certainly need that. I like the look of Kelvin Pittman, but I also feel that Pittman could also do with a sprints coach as well. That can certainly help him. By the way, let me just say good afternoon to the folks in Bermuda. See, Alan Douglas sent me a message. Hines starts replacing Jaden Seals from the major centre end.
I would have loved to have seen Hines though, and I said it earlier, coming from the opposite end. I feel the way that Hines bowl and with the ball seemingly keeping a little bit lower coming from the other end, Hines would have been more effective coming from that end at the northern end.
Well, I think if I'm thinking, I think Carey Pear maybe relishes maybe to bowl from that end, so maybe that's why Joshua De Silva has gone for Hines from this end, whipped away by Mosley, pass mid on, down to the boundary for 4.
Once more, poor delivery, and the batter not allowing the bowlers to get away with that one. So, good shot, well done by Mosley on that occasion.
So, we've had back-to-back boundaries, first by Chase of Anderson Phillip, and Hines in his first over. Mosley answering the call as well. 40 for 3. Jaden Seals taking off after that impressive opening spell. Mosley just apologizing to Hines and saying, I just was not ready. Jaden Seals, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 19 runs, 2 wickets. Could have well had a third, the wicket of Chase, 1 no ball to combine that. Anderson Phillip, 6, 2, 13, 1. Hines doing his first over. Driven down to Phillip.
We've already seen 6 boundaries so far in this innings. So even though the Barbados pride that they have lost 3 wickets and they've only scored 40 runs, 24 of the 40 runs have come from boundaries.
turned away into the mid-on area to Jaden Seals. That's why it's so important when you have a left and right combination. Mosley just rotating the strike into Seals. A lot of mind games going on with Jaden Seals and Ruston Chase. That drop catch might be still going through the thought process of Carey Pear.
Yeah, but he has to quickly forget that, because I think that he's going to be an important factor in terms of his bowling. And if you were to just check the stats that you have there, he has not been amongst the wicket columns any much in this tournament so far.
But his best bowling figures have been 4 for 37 for this season. 110 overs bowled, 25 maidens, 9 wickets. Hines on the money.
But a lot more is expected of him, so he's going to have to be an important factor. I know in the last game that he played, he was not very effective. He was, for me, very, very flat, very, very ineffective.
Terence Hines figures won't quote how well he has bowled all season. Best bowling figures of 3 for 49. He's got 6 wickets, bowled 50.3 overs, 8 maidens for 233 runs. But every now and again, as Denmore said, he's somebody who just comes in and just breaks a partnership. He's got that sort of slingy action. Over comes to an end. His first has cost him 6. And at the end of 13 overs here, the Barbados reply to Trinidad and Tobago's red force of 333. They're 42 for 3. And all of a sudden, the Seals and Philip Storm has cooled down.
Yeah, and that is what I was saying earlier, that the batters just need to get through that little bit of that little firestorm, that early burst, because they're not going to last forever. We saw Seals bowling just 6 overs in his spell. Anderson Phillip, we've seen all season, have bowled longer spells than have Jaden Seals. Jaden Seals' 6 over spell is just about right what he's done all season. Anderson, we remember Anderson Phillip in one of the games bowled for well over an hour straight. So he's been able to bowl longer spells more so than Seals. But if the batters are able to just weather this storm, get through these people, then who is to come is not as penetrative as these two.
Anderson Phillip hustling Chase there. Big diving save.
We've seen Hines. He's come on to replace Jaden Seals. But when Phillip is over, it's the spinners that are there to come.
Mohammed at 39 showing his youthfulness in the outfield. One of the servants for West Indies cricket and Trinidad and Tobago cricket.
Still giving a full effort.
Jason Mohammed.
And it's good to see.
Putting his body on the line for the Red Force. Joshua James coming in very quickly.
Should be motivation for some of the others to realize that even at this late stage in his career and with his age going up, that Jason Mohammed is still out there, still giving it his all, still not just going through the motion.
And he's the sort of individual who I think shut up the critics in Trinidad and Tobago, because at one point in time, coming out of the 2024 season, going into the 2025 season, there was a big clarion call to have Jason Mohammed removed from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force squad, and he says, well, I'm not going anywhere. Driving in the air, caught by James. That's the wicket they wanted. Anderson Phillip strikes. A loose shot by Ruston Chase. And Seals follows him to tell him back to the Barbados Pride Hut.
Yeah, and Seals would feel that was my wicket. That should have been my wicket, because he would have worked him up as well earlier. Got a meaty edge that went to first slip that should have been taken, and now driving loosely and catch taken by the substitute fielder Joshua James, who is on the field. So the wicket of Ruston Chase didn't cost the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force heavily, because he was dropped when he was on naught, only made 8, and they would feel a lot better about themselves right now, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
So our first hour after the luncheon interval has seen 3 wickets fall, 42 for 4. We'll take a Dasani water break right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So when we thought that the storm had maybe more or less had a teacup, Anderson Phillip just reminded us that the storm is still raging. Big wicket of Ruston Chase, and now Barbados with Kyle Mayers walking out. It's almost like a redemption cry, where he also then more will have to change his mindset and his approach, or will he go attacking as well?
He has to come out with a different. So Kyle Mayers, he would want to be himself, but he has to also measure, look at the situation that his team is in, and make sure that he's batting responsibly.
Good afternoon, Ruskin Mark. Here is the delivery. Pitch on about the line of the off stump. And straight away, Kyle Mayers getting into line and looking to play up the V.
Still not a fan of going around the wicket immediately as soon as you see a left-hander. But these bowlers seem to have that mindset these days, that as soon as they see a left-handed batter, they immediately go around the wicket.
That comes from the video analyst Denmore. Those are the ones who are driving that initiative. Here is Kyle Mayers clipping this one up in the air, and it's just landing Denmore like a golf chip shot.
Yeah, like I said, he wants to be himself, but he has to think about it. Think that my team is in trouble. Even though I want to play my natural game, I have to bat responsibly. My team needs me at this stage. So
I don't think Kyle Mayers knows about what you're talking about there, Denmore. He's gonna fight fire with fire. Mosley has certainly looked circumspect, and he's really adapted to the situation so far. And he's seen a lot of players come and go. First it was Bradford for naught, then it was Drakes for 11, Wickham for 3, and Chase for 8. He's now joined by Mayers. Over comes to an end. 14 overs bowled, 43 for 4.
Opportunity for the Barbados Pride now. They have to look to regroup. The two batters that are at the crease in Mayers and Mosley, they need to speak to each other. Think about the plan that they're going to be using. It's now a double left-hand combination at the crease, which would make it a lot easier for the bowlers to be able to pick their lines, pick their length. So this is going to be a crucial time, I think, in this game. This partnership could decide what happens overall in this game.
Terrence Hines. Oh. Ball jogging back there. But the most important thing is that Carl Mayers got a big stride in the context. Jaden Seals, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 19 runs, 2 wickets. Anderson Phillips, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs, 2 wickets. Their tails are up. We're talking about fast bowling coming out of Trinidad and Tobago. Outside of Ian Bishop, you have to call Anthony Gray, Marlon Richards, Mervyn Dillon. Whole list.
Oh,
he is out like before.
Yeah.
Adding up to a straight one. Carl Mayers goes. Terrence Hines strikes for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And Denmore calls him the man who breaks the partnership. And he comes on and gets the big wicket of Carl Mayers.
And that is what I was talking about, that slingy action with those deliveries that coming back at the left-hander there. Kyle Mayers, I think, judged that one wrongly, because that one was pretty straight and he was shoulders struck right in front of the stumps. An easy decision, I thought, from this distance for the umpire to make, and a pretty bad misjudgment by Kyle Mayers.
Yeah, line of sight there. He completely played down the wrong line, and Mayers might be very disappointed in the way he got out there then more.
And again, look, I think he was, if we look at it again, I just wanted to point something out. If we could get it one more time, yeah. But we see the new batter coming out, but we'll have a look at it, because I just wanted to point something out as well to your Springs that I've been saying all day. But Lenika Boucher is coming out to join Shane Mosley and the Barbados Pride in just the 15th over of the match. They are currently on 43 for 5. 43 for 5, yes, you're hearing correctly. So we're just going to look at the wicket again. Where is he coming? Where is he bowling? Over the wicket.
You know we're both on the same page, right?
Right? And that is what I've been saying all day. Instead of immediately coming around the wicket, try a couple from over the wicket and see what can happen. There again.
So critical, so key. So, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in Seals, Phillip and Hines have answered the call. And the storm continues here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Lenika Boucher, he comes in. Got a half century, I think, in the last game. Wicketkeeper batsman, he'll be expected then more to be of some substance to be able to make sure that he get among the runs.
Yeah, he is. He's a competent player. I've seen him play before.
I think he played in the Cool and Smooth, right?
Yes.
A couple of times. Lenika Boucher. So only got 74 runs this season. High score of 50 so far. Batted for 251 minutes. Faced 141 balls. Well, he can't worry about that right now. What Mosley needs is support. And Boucher will have to turn up. He's looking to drive, but more or less didn't lean into the ball there. Just the hands looking to go.
Well, this is his opportunity, if there is any, for him to make a name for himself. Forget about the fact that he's only scored 74 runs this season, that he's had just that 1/2 century, and this is his opportunity to buckle down, settle in, get himself a good score, get himself a good innings.
There's been also a very talking point and a major discussion in Barbados about who should be the wicketkeeper batsman for this Pride team. We'll come back to that discussion. He's driving sweetly, took cover for 4. He's a very attacking player, Lenika Boucher.
And again, very good opportunity here because he was bowled a poor delivery, and even though his team is under pressure, had the presence of mind to really dispatch it, put it away.
I can tell you then more. The service at the Coolidge Cricket Ground is outstanding. That even before tea, our tea has arrived even long before tea. Scott and his team, these guys have done an excellent job.
Yeah, we have to give them good credit. And we've gotten Scott to smile. That's not something that happens very often.
Once he comes around, I hope they have him up at the final, because we certainly will get that service continued. Over comes to an end, and at the end of it, 47 for 5 at the end of 15.
Yeah, the Barbados team, they're going to need to really fight their way out of this one. They're in a spot of bother. 47 or 5, maybe not the way that they would have wanted things to be going at this stage.
But just to give you a quick update, Craig Brathwaite bowled Jaden Seals for naught. Jonathan Drakes caught Lois Bowl Phillip for 11. Kevin Wickham caught Brian Charles Bowl Seals for 3. Roston Chase caught substitute fielder Joshua James Bowl Anderson Phillip for 8. And Kyle Mayers misjudged 1 from Hines for 1. Boucher not out 4. And the man standing in the way, Shane Mosley, he's on 15 not out. Very good temperament in terms of his batting so far. In fact, there's been a hold-up because Mosley is not well and he's waiting on the physio. So let's see what's going to be happening here. He wants something. If it's not the physio, what does he want? I see Coach Drakes has just gotten up and maybe trying to find out what he wants. Doesn't have a seat guard? He can't be serious.
He does have it in, man. He's just waiting for something.
But everybody in the dressing room is trying to figure out what he wants.
They're probably just trying to get the communication correct to figure out what it is that.
But the thing about it is that Mosley has not moved from where he is. He's called for something. Is it to do with his helmet? Maybe the stem guard.
Yeah, it just looks as if it's maybe just...
Yeah, I think the stem guard. Just maybe a replacement on his helmet.
You know, he's actually just added a little bit of padding at the back of his helmet.
So maybe he's going hooking. Just in case he gets any short balls?
Maybe.
Or he's maybe preparing for when the spin comes on.
Not certain. We've never really seen that done before, where just a little bit of the padding, maybe they've taken from the inside of the helmet and they brought it and attached it at the back of his helmet.
And you never know. It could be more or less a mind games of maybe just slowing down Anderson Phillip and making him wait, making the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team wait. Let's see.
All a part of the of the cricket.
Yeah. Mind games. 47 for 5. The fans in Trinidad and Tobago, they would be, as they would say, cock-a-hoop. They would be celebrating, but they know they can't celebrate yet. They would need to send Mosley back into the hut. Anderson Phillip, his tail up, 2 for 14. It's bowling! Philip is gone through Mosley. They're celebrating here at Coolidge. Barbados in trouble. 47 for 6. Is this for real, Denmore?
It is for real. He was playing loosely at a delivery outside the line of his off stump, and almost as if he dragged it onto his stump, similar to what we saw with Craig Brathwaite earlier. Let's have a look. Yeah, thick inside edge onto his stumps, playing away from his body. Not the kind of way you would want to see a top batter playing loosely away from his body. At least at this stage with your team at 47 for 5, you would want to be a lot tighter than that. And Mosley was guilty on that occasion.
So he saw 5 batsmen go back in the hut. And then under pressure, Anderson Phillip delivers for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Could this be their year? That is the big question. It's $1 million question that is still being asked all around the world. Can Trinidad and Tobago win the 4-day championship in the Cricket West Indies season for 2026? But first, they have to get to the final. Jubilation time here at Coolidge. The
Certainly.
scoreboard reads 47 for 6. And if you're not sure, I'll give you the scorecard very quickly. Brathwaite 0, Mosley 15, Drake's 11, Wickham 3, Chase 8, Mayers 1, and Shamar Springer has just walked out to join Lanika Boucher. 15.1 overs have been bowled. Barbados Pride trail by 266 runs. Springer waits. Driving can't beat Jaden Seals, who's very close there at cover. Good stride there from
Jaden Seals has been very animated out there in the field today. Not just very close where he's feeling, but he's been very vocal and very extravagant in his celebration. When Mosley was bowled, Jaden Seals flicked his hat off and had it waving in the air, almost as if he was at a soca show.
Well, could be the Soca Army here, or the Soca Red Force in action. Stayed away in the offside, sent back very quickly by Springer to say no.
Springer does have ability though with the bat, and he's going to need to really bring it all to the fore today, because Trinidad and Tobago team, they have their tails up right now, and Jaden Seals is still trying to get into his head, still a part of the mind games that are going on here.
Just to remind you then more, on the 16th of March, the 16th match between Trinidad and Tobago and the Barbados Pride, which was played at the Kensington Oval on March 12th to the 13th, 2025. Barbados were bowled out for 86. I'll come back to that. Stayed away. Beautiful shot by Springer into the offside for 4. Philip won't mind that at all.
Philip won't mind that because he's been able to entice Springer into a drive, into a stroke. But Springer would also feel good because that one left the bat very well and sped very quickly into that square cover boundary.
So in that game then more, Barbados were bowled out for 86. There's no Kemar Roach in this team. Kemar Roach top scored with 21. There's no Shea Hope in this team. He scored 16. There's also no McCaskey in this team. He scored 11. And Waston Chase, who's playing in this game, he scored 8 today, 11 in that game. But the man who's tormented this team, whipped away in the onside, has been Jaden Seals, who picked up 4 for 36 in that game. Joshua James, who's not playing in this game, 3 for 8. And Jaden Seals, 2 for 32. Then it was the turn of Trinidad and Tobago, who batted. They scored 263 all out. Kamil Puran scored 60, Django 56, Cooper 32, Karaya 30, Pair 22, James 10, Jason Holder, who's not playing in this game, 5 for 52, Matthew Ford, who's also not playing, 3 for 53, and Kemar Roach, 2 for 54. Barbados dismissed for 121 all out in their second innings. Chase top scored with 41. James 3 for 16, Pair 2 for 11, Anderson Phillip 2 for 38, and Seals 2 for 50. Trinidad and Tobago winning by an innings and 56 runs. So, you remember you got that note yesterday
got
from
that
Jason?
Note yesterday from Jason.
Okay, all right.
So, they're probably hoping for a similar type situation today. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force having the 333 on the board, behind that 93 from Cephas Cooper, and having Barbados Pride in some trouble, 53 for 6. So we will see how this one goes. No doubt, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, I don't expect that they're going to ease the pressure at any point, anytime soon.
Wouldn't be surprised if you'll see Jaden Seals coming back for a burst before tea. But
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
But he might not be needed because Terrence Hines and Anderson Phillip, they will have other ideas. The game is set up nicely. 333 scored by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And their seamers once again have answered. 36 wickets between their seamers. And now Boucher will have to bat. .53 for 6. Interesting read here. Lane, Warwickon, Bishop to come. Tense. Real tense. Down the onside. Boucher missing out. Just needed to get the old-fashioned leg glance in the context. He was looking to go for more power than anything else, to just whip that over into the square leg area. Just needed to just get his bat onto the ball. And that would have raced away down to the fine leg area for 4, but it was not to be. Barbados Pride trail by 280 runs. That's a long way. Stands up straight and punches it through the offside for 4. Beautiful shot by Lenika Boucher. His second boundary of the innings.
I like the fact that he's still putting away the loose deliveries. Not overruled by the situation that they are in trouble, that they've lost a number of wickets. When he's gotten the 2 loose deliveries that he's been bowled so far, he's been able to put them away into the boundary. And that can relieve a little bit of pressure off of him, because it as we're seeing now, it has caused a little bit of a change in terms of even in the field placements.
57 for 6 over number 17. Compact in defense. Brathwaite North, Mosley 15, Drakes 11, Wickham 3, Chase 8, Mayers 1, Boucher not out 9, Springer not out 5. 3 bowlers used so far by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 1 for North Brathwaite, 2 for 16 Drakes, 3 for 19 Wickham, 4 for 42 Chase, 5 for 43 Mayers, and 6 for 47 Mosley. The storm continues. Good delivery there by Terence Hines. Fuller in length. Terence Hines. Squeeze away, racing away down to the third man boundary. Won't get a boundary, but they will get at least a couple. And if they wanted, they could have maybe picked up 3 runs, but they were very comfortable with 2. So 2 more to Boucher. Boucher this season, I did indicate Denmore.
Indicated that he had 74 runs.
I think he only had 74 runs with a high score of 50 so far. Smiling captain today is Joshua De Silva. Anderson Phillip is coming off for a break. Denmore maybe to get a new shirt.
Carey Pear. Looks as if it's going to be Carey Pear that's also coming into the attack.
Shamar Springer for the Barbados Pride has scored 175 runs with 1/2 century, high score 54, 444 minutes. So he's occupied the crease, faced 271 balls this season. So Barbados batting being tested here today. And one would have to give some credit Denmore, 59 for 6. The seamers of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they just bowled more consistent lines.
Yeah, they would have done a good job for their captain so far. Even though the Barbados team, they would have scored a number of boundaries still. I think the wickets that they would have taken and the fact that they've put quite a number of the balls in good areas have caused them to be in this position.
Something that consistently the Barbados Pride bowling attack didn't execute well. Pear comes into the action. As Denmore said, really has not really lit up this tournament. Here's Springer back and just easing this one out into the cover area.
I don't think he has gotten the ball to turn quite a bit in this tournament.
But if you match up his performance in 2025, Carey Pear bowled 233.4 overs, 52 maidens, 41 wickets for 556 runs, 3 5-wicket haul last season, a best of 8 for 27. And that also earned him a couple of test matches for the West Indies.
Just remember what he did last season and try to replicate that this time.
It's different conditions anyhow, with the format being changed. Really hasn't given him much to shout about.
Yeah, but the objective of the tournament, one of the objectives that we heard is for players to learn how to operate consistently in circumstances or in conditions that are opposite to what they are accustomed to. So somebody like Carey Pear, being in Antigua for a while now, should have already learned the conditions, learned the situation, know what he needs to do to be effective.
Brian Charles last season, 154.5 overs, 27 maidens, 15 wickets for 510 runs with a best of 6 for 47, 1 5-wicket haul last season. He too will play a very important role sooner rather than later in this game. Seals is ready again.
Yeah, he's gonna come back, and I think this is a good move. you said it, that you think that he needs another burst before the tea interval, and I think especially with Shamar Springer at the crease, this is a good move. Coming back from this end, if he gets a couple of those deliveries, maybe a little bit short of a length, something like what he bowled to Wickham, that the slips again could come into play.
Springer whipping this to the square leg area, and he'll get a very comfortable 2 in the process.
A lot of the times, though, what I've seen in this is that Seals is starting those deliveries a little bit too straight. So he's actually almost as if he's pushing it towards the leg stump, starting it so straight and allowing the batters to be able to play him into that square leg region. I think if he's going to be bowling, especially those that are coming back at the right-handers, he needs to look to start them maybe at just a little bit about fourth stump, just outside the line of the off stump.
That also depends on the wrist positioning of his bowling arm. He's got to hold it up long enough behind the line of the ball.
That second delivery was a little bit better than the first one.
Squeezed away, racing away down to the third man area. Don't think they'll go for 4. They pull it back quite easily, and they get 2 runs. 2 runs goes to Springer.
Springer moves quickly on to 10 off 10.
On drive by Shamar Springer. James is after it, and he get 2 more runs quite easily. Seals maybe just warming up.
I think he's not being patient enough. He's trying to attack the stumps of Shamar Juvs, but I think of Shamar Springer. But what I think he needs to do is to bowl him hard length. Look to bowl him hard length outside that line of the off stump consistently and see what he does, because when the ball is right up, especially when it's up in the half of Shamar Springer, he plays those balls very easily. That's the kind of length that he needs to be bowling to Shamar Springer a lot more.
Compact in defense there is Shamar Springer. It's gone to 12, Boucher 11, the partnership just 19. But they'll need more than 19 at this stage. Jaden Seals coming back for his first spell. 6-2, 25-2, with 1 no ball. And he would really want to dismantle this Trinidad and Tobago, really just line them up even more, but Springer is circumspect in defense there. Seals will feel that he really didn't have a good over there.
No, I don't think that he would be happy with that over. Too many of the deliveries were not on that good length like what he bowled the last 2. He gave Springer opportunity to score runs in that over. He had runs into the square leg region, up to the mid-on region, and also down into the third man region. Not the kind of over that he would want, especially at this stage when they have the Barbados team under pressure. Somebody like Jaden Seals, he has to keep the pressure up. He has to keep the pressure going.
So Anderson Phillip is back onto the park. Joshua James jets off. And Anderson Phillip maybe just went to get a change of shirt.
And they probably use that carry pair over just to change ends as well, because we see Terence Hines now coming from that northern end.
Yeah.
The end that I thought that he should have been bowling from in the first place.
And we did talk about that, and I did give you my reason as to why I thought. But Anderson Phillip, it would have been very difficult to remove him from that end. And straight away, Boucher playing loosely at the delivery, which has been pitched on about the line of the off stump.
These batters have to learn how to just resist the natural inkling to be ultra aggressive, ultra white ball-esque type of batting, and just grind out, recognize the situation, recognize the what is happening with your team, and just look to stay in.
It's called game awareness. Boucher squeezing this one away. Tumbling save there from Gooley. And they only get a single in the process. So the ground officials just getting off of their hunches and just lining up. Don't know if some weather is looking around in the east.
We've lost the sunlight for a little bit. Maybe there are just some clouds overhead that we're not seeing from our vantage point. But they look a little bit concerned. The weatherman said there's about a 30% chance of rain today.
And with climate change around, you just never know what's happening then more. No ball by Springer, but squeezed away down to the third man area for a boundary.
Yeah, you don't want somebody like Hines with his pace to be overstepping.
It's the second of the day. We had one from Jaden Seals, and now Hines. There's a sort of slope then more. Remember on day one I decided to maybe just examine the CIU road end. Every now and again it's almost like you going down and then up in terms of the build up. 72 for 6. Looks a little bit more respectable. But this game not over by a long shot yet.
No, I think that is still going to be a battle.
Springer squeezing again. Down to the boundary for 4. Hines frustrated. He maybe thought that he should have maybe had more strength in that area of maybe more support. And I too support him. Maybe should have had 3 slips.
Yeah, that one went through where the third slip would have been.
As a captain, you gotta give your bowlers all the support. In fact, Joshua De Silva has to understand he's on top. He has to understand that. 76 for 6.
We saw similar, especially against the Leewards at times too, when Joshua De Silva and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were on top. But he also still has a little bit of a defensive mind.
And I think with Terence Hines' pace then more, Joshua De Silva can afford to take at least 5 meters up. That ball is just collecting it almost right there. Don't think Hines has that pace that can be able to push you back. It also now means that the slip cordon would have to maybe just step up based on the pace from a Terence Hines. It's not a Jaden Seals or Anderson Phillip bowling. So you got to be mindful about all of these things. Assess the surface.
It's a lot for captains and the players to take into consideration when they're out there on the field. They don't always get it right.
Yeah, but if he would have, Joshua De Silva spent a lot of time out in the middle on day one.
Yes,
short time this morning. These are things that you look for. You know, you don't need the data, you don't need the coach. You yourself will be able to assess and understand what's happening in the bounce, the carry, which end is doing what. Trinidad. They can't afford to let up right now. They got to stay in the moment. Model of concentration from Shamar Springer to keep out that Hines delivery. 20 overs have been bowled, and at the end of 20, Barbados Pride are 76 for 6. Yes, 76 for 6 in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's red force of 333 all out and 111.2 overs. Wickets down so far in the Barbados Pride hut. Bratwit North, Mosley 15, Drake's 11, Wickham 3, Chase 8, Mayers 1. Shamar Springer is not out on 20. Lanika Boucher is not out on 12. The wicket takers for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Anderson Phillip 3 for 20 from his 8 with 2 maidens. Jaden Seals 7 overs, 2 maidens, 25 runs, 2 wickets. And Terence Hines 4 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, 1 wicket. 1 over from Carrie Pear. And that was just maybe just to refresh and have a change. Jaden Seals comes back for his second spell. His first spell
29 runs though, this partnership between Boucher and Shamar Springer in just about 5 overs. So might not seem significant at this time, but it's important in the context of things because they were at 1.47 for 6.
Now I know Denmark we were talking about Pierre only picking up 9 wickets this season so far. But if we match him up against last 2024 season where he bowled 242 overs for 26 wickets, and in 2025 233 overs for 41 wickets. So in 2 years you'd have already picked up 67 wickets by bowling 475 overs. Here is the delivery, which is tug to the mid-wicket area for 4. It didn't get up. It was banged in by Jaden Seals, but tennis ball-like and dispatched by Boucher, who's a very attacking player. The partnership with that boundary goes up to 33.
Yeah, it didn't go where Boucher was expecting, but he did get 4 in the end whatsoever. But it's the same thing that we've been saying. Anything that is pulled down short on this pitch has not been very effective. And so Jaden Seals paying the penalty on that occasion.
Oh, gone past the second slip and down to the boundary for 4. Why would you not have 3 slips for Jaden Seals with 6 wickets down?
Like I said earlier, Captain Joshua De Silva tends to have a little bit of a defensive mind when it comes to slips. We've seen it all season that he has not employed all the necessary people in the slip region, and tends sometimes to just be a little bit, especially if he notices that certain things happening, like we see now he has that man down on the deep square leg boundary, which I think at this stage is not necessary.
The score is 84 for 6. Your number 1 premier fast ball is bowling. Gotta strengthen that slip, Guardian. He has to have 3 slips and a gully. Can't be 2.5 slips, or you're trying to buy somebody. I don't see him getting anybody caught out at deep backward square.
No, not on this pitch. Because the balls are not coming on quick enough for really the batters to be hooking. They're going to be, if you bowl short, they're going to be more pulling. And we saw Boucher playing the pull shot, and instead of it even going into the regular mid-wicket region, it came out to where we call a cow corner region.
Squeezed away into the offside.
So to me, the man down on that deep square leg boundary is a wasted fielder. Evan Lewis is out there wasted. Hardly any balls are going to go to Evan Lewis where he is in that position.
cricket can't be that hard anymore. Can't be. 85 for 6. Spank through cover for 4. Jaden Seals has just lost his rhythm. Beautiful shot by Shamar Springer. Over comes to an end. And Barbados Pride fighting back here.
Yeah, I think Jaden Seals just needs to calm down a little bit. He's gotten maybe a little bit too excited, if that's the word I want to use. He's gotten a little bit too competitive, and he's probably underestimating Shamar Springer and Lanika Boucher a little bit, and he's been a little bit wayward, a little bit ragged, bowled too many loose deliveries, I thought, in this spell since he has come back. And of course he had that one that hit the edge and went through the slip region down to the boundary for 4. So he's been a little bit on the expensive side since he has come back, and he probably just needs to calm his nerves down, get back in character, get back in line, and make sure that he does the job that he wants to do for the Trinidad and Tobago team properly.
He's gone off the field now, Jaden Seals, maybe to get a change of shirt. Joshua James comes back on. A live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground. Ghana Harp Eagles are 126 without loss of 30 overs. Tejan Shandapal is on 59 not out, and Macho Nandu is on 45 not out. Massive reply to the West Indies Academy score of 485 all out. Game on there at the Antigua Recreation Ground.
Shandapal outscoring Nandu.
Very interesting. He's faced 99 balls, 10 fours, 1 6. Nandu has hit 7 fours so far. Here is a ball clipped away into the square leg area for 4. So boundaries leaking here right now by the, we'd say, Hines. Offline some more.
14. That one might just make 15 boundaries so far in the innings, in the 93 runs.
$14 to date. 93 for 6. Boucher 25. Springer 24. Barbados Pride trail by 240. Here is Boucher just falling over and just looking to work the ball fancy. Got a boundary before. Joshua De Silva has put protection in now. But when you make 333, you got to be attacking. You give up a couple of boundaries, but you have to have the fielders in the position to take the catches. Can't be defensive.
I get the feeling that Joshua De Silva is not one of those kind of captains that is ultra attacking. And I know he would be concerned in his mind, especially with 15 boundaries already scored in the innings so far. 60 of the 93 runs have come in terms of boundaries.
Mosley had 3, Drake's 2, Chase 1. Boucher's got 5 already. And Shamar Springer's got 4. So boundaries, very high proportion, have been hit.
16 of Shamar Springer's 24 runs have come in boundaries. 20 of Boucher's 25 runs have been boundaries.
Boucher driving again. can't go past Hines. "47 boundaries were hit in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's innings, along with two sixes. And as Denmore said, we already have 15 in this game. 56 were hit. The Antigua Recreation going along with 13 sixes in the 485 scored by the Academy. Looking over there now, Denmore, the English Harbour area. We're seeing all those billion-dollar yachts perched away. Nelson Dockyard. So good afternoon to Mr. Bobby Reese and his entire staff there at the Falmouth Harbour.
Beautiful area out in the country here in Antigua and Barbuda.
So Brian Charles will now come into the conversation.
Giving him an over or two or three maybe before the tea interval. I think a good move just to change things up a little bit, because the bringing back of Jaden Seals didn't work, in the sense that he came back, was a little bit on the excited side and bowled a couple of loose deliveries that were put away for boundaries. And as much as the Barbados side that they've lost the 6 wickets, they're getting a little bit of a fight back here between Shamar Springer and Lenika Boucher.
Indeed.
Good positive signs though for Brian Charles. That first delivery looked as if it was trying to turn. So he'd be very happy about that, seeing turn.
I love that, what you're saying there more.
So far he has been pretty good to Shamar Springer in this over. Springer early on in this over was looking to be a little bit on the aggressive side, but he is he's getting this one away through the offside field. It's going to be pulled back just before the boundary at deep cover, and they're able to run back for 3 runs. He was trying to play that shot earlier in the over, looking to just force one through the offside. This time was able to do so effectively to the off-spin bowling of Brian Charles. 96 for 6 with 1 delivery to come in the 23rd over. So they're going at a fairly decent rate. Just trying to fend that one is Lenika Boucher. Wasn't looking very comfortable with that delivery, but he survives. The end of the over, 96 for 6. Springer is on 27, Boucher is on 25, and other than that, Shane Mosley with 15, the only other batter that really any score of note for the Barbados Pride. Remember, if you're just joining us, 333 is the first innings total off of 111.2 overs for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And they've had the Barbados Pride in early trouble. A little bit of a fight back, you can call this, between Boucher and Springer. Looks to be probably 1 run short of a 50 partnership, if my calculations are correct.
96 for 6. And the last wicket would have fell. We'll come back to that then more.
And the score was on 47, I think.
Yeah. Yes, it was 6 for 47.
Yep.
Pair. Starts with a dot ball. Springer trying to force this one through the offside. Pair almost not the real typical leg spinner that we would have seen before Denmore. Almost like a walk, a jog, and then just clipped away. On drive by Springer down the ground.
Good running. Right. Good running as well.
Yeah.
And they get a 50 partnership between this pair. Just a little bit of an acknowledgement from the dressing room.
And they've got a lone supporter as well on the left side of us. Remember earlier this morning in the session we had a visit from the St. Nicholas Primary School who were on a cricket field trip here to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Well over 40 odd students, boys and girls. How did that not hit the stump? Living dangerously there. There's, I think, something Boucher is going to have to be mindful about Denmore on this track.
Yeah, he has to be. Has to be mindful about that.
Looking to go square. He maybe just needs to take that out of his repertoire today and look to hit the ball up in front of him for longer periods. You maybe look to score when the ball is off your wicket.
Something that he has been doing. He did it to Caribbean. He also batted similarly when he faced Brian Charles in the last over. So maybe you are correct that he has to recognize that they're not out of the woods as yet. They are 99 for 6, approaching triple figures. But it's still some ways to go because it's 333. The total made by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Brian Charles in the 2025 season bowled 154.5 overs, 27 maidens, 15 wickets for 510 runs, a best of 6 for 47. And if we compare that to his 2024 season where he bowled 174.1 overs, 33 maidens, 31 wickets, 527 runs. So in a contest, Denmore sort of fell off in the 2025 season. Most people felt that he should have got a call up to play for the West Indies, but if you're in that role as an off spinner, then you're going to have to maybe out-bat a chase or maybe get some runs as well. He's never scored a half century in first-class cricket. And the selectors sit down to pick, they'll be looking at that. Worked away into the onside.
Most positive today though. When we saw him at the crease, he came in at number 10, came in ahead of Jaden Seals and looked to put his head down after his team had lost 2 quick wickets. But you are correct. His batting has to feature a lot more.
Driving wide past Joshua James. 4 runs. It's down at long on and it was just hit about maybe 8-10 meters to the right of him. Couldn't cut it off.
Again, just a little bit of flight. He was trying to flight it there to Shamar Springer. And Springer was quickly onto it and picked up a boundary. Springer had looked good since he has come in. He has been positive.
He's back and cracking that for a single. Good use and depth of the crease.
Yeah, he was hoping that he could have missed that man. That was deep. Not all the way out to the boundary, but deep enough.
Think it's Gooley?
Yeah. Similar plot of land that we saw him occupy for long periods down at the Antigua Recreation Grounds when Trinidad and Tobago played the Leeward Islands there. End of another over. 100 has come up for the Barbados Pride here, 104 for 6, and this partnership between Lenika Boucher and Shamar Springer continues, and the scoring rate has been pretty good, 4.16. They now trail by 229 runs. So I'm sure that many of the Barbadian batters would be saying what if in the dressing room area.
What if? I like that one, Denmore. What if?
What if I had applied myself like Shamar Springer is doing now?
On hindsight, that is always a big question.
What if I had been just a little bit more patient in my approach? Again, they're stealing a single off Carey Pierce bowling, driving it out to the man at mid-off, who's pretty deep and just going to his left. So it allowed Springer to sprint through for an additional run. He's under 34 off 34, a run a ball situation by him, and Boucher is on 27 off 32, 105 for 6, and they just have a little chat, maybe just wanting to make sure that this is the final over before the tea interval, so just knocking off a couple of seconds. One beating Boucher outside the line of the off stump. He really pushed at that one into the gloves of wicket-keeper Josh De Silva. No run. So we're approaching tea on day 2 of this match between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride. Once again, we have Boucher just trying to force it away.
I think he almost nearly yorked himself there, Denmore.
Yeah, he needs to, as you said earlier, just look to push forward and play in the approved manner.
It's about the patience level and being disciplined to understand that you still got to keep looking up the V for longer periods of time. You got mid-on and mid-off. That's the area that you got to be looking at.
He's driving again. And Anderson Phillip tumbling out there at that wide mid-off position, limiting the batters to just a single, and that will bring up tea on day number 2 of this important encounter between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowled out this morning for 333, and the Barbados Pride at tea 106 for 6 after being 47 for 6 at one point. A little bit of a rearguard action here, a little bit of a partnership put on between Lenika Boucher and Shamar Springer. Both teams will no doubt go into their dressing room, have a little chat about it, look at the approach that they will come back after tea, where we have another 40 or so overs remaining. So we're going to take a short break for about 15 to 20 minutes or so, and you will join us after tea for more action in this encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground right after tea. 106 for 6. Barbados Pride trail by some 227 runs. And it certainly has been a flurry of wickets that has fell since the Barbados Pride has started their innings. And we'll just give you a recap now of some of the highlights of the day's play. Denmore Roberts will call the highlights.
We saw some good shots here and there, over pitch delivery from Jaden Seals. Whenever he has strayed the Barbados Pride batters for the short period, they have really made him pay. But we saw some good catching as well. Evan Lewis getting down low. Then again, Mosley just making sure that any loose delivery that they were put away. Jaden, they would be happy with that wicket there.
Boston Chase.
And then, of course, Kyle Mayers shouldering arms to one that cut back sharply at him, giving out leg before, not offering a shot. And then we saw some good strokes played by Shamar Springer, coming in and himself and Boucher in a crucial moment, and playing some decent looking shots to bring a little bit of pride back for the Barbadians after they were 47 for 6. Now in a little better position, a little better look at the scorecard. 47 for 6 was not looking good for them. They're now on 106 for 6. This partnership continue to build. Is what? It's now what?
59
runs.
59 run partnership.
59 run partnership.
They
still have some ways to go. They still trail by 227 runs.
With some 10 boundaries between them, both batsmen having scored 5 boundaries apiece. Springer 5 from his 34 and Boucher 5 from his 28. So it's almost like rebuilding time.
There's still a lot of work for the Barbados team to do, but it's rebuilding, and this is a start. And this is exactly what we spoke about, that the teams need to do. Trinidad and Tobago did it pretty well in their innings. They built partnerships, and the Barbados team will be hoping that this partnership, this 59-run partnership between Shamar Springer and Lanika Boucher, that it continues and brings them right back into this game. Trinidad and Tobago captain maybe a little bit, you would have said, maybe found wanting a little bit in terms of the aggressive nature of his captaincy. Maybe he could have been a little bit more positive in terms of some of his field placements to give a little bit of support to the bowlers, especially we saw Jaden Seals giving it his all and a ball carrying through the slips at catchable height, but the slip fielders were nowhere to be found. And so we'll see what the approach will be from Captain Joshua Da Silva, and whether or not this partnership can continue after the tea interval.
I think in the context then more, what we have found even around in the championships, the captains don't have that killer instinct to understand when they're when they are on top. And I'm talking about the ruthlessness. You got a team down at 47 for 6, and you got to be looking. You can't let the pressure up. You got to be able to make sure that you keep that pressure on. And if we look around, maybe not just this year, but even last year, you see a lot of teams getting very commanding positions and then just take the gas off. When you go at the next level, and this is something that we were talking about, when you go to play for the West Indies at the next level, nobody is giving you any break. So the breaks that you get here in this West Indies Championship, you're not going to get those breaks when you go to play for the West Indies. Teams are going to be on you. We see batsmen come out here then more. They are not, and somebody puts a long on and a long off right back. When you go to play Test cricket, the pressure is going to be on.
Yeah, they're going to be putting pressure on you. We're going to see Anderson Phillip come in first after the tea interval. Jaden Seals went off before tea and he has not come back because Joshua James is still out there on the field.
And this is a good move here.
Whereas we thought that Seals might have been just going maybe to change a shirt, seems to be a little bit more of an issue.
So Seals is off the field. Anderson Phillip, who started from the CIU road end, is now changed to the media center in here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies.
Just having a look down in the Trinidad and Tobago dressing room area. Seals is there on the bench with the physio, just trying to do some extended stretching. So maybe we might see him back out on the field in a short while. Short again, and this time Boucher not really letting him pay.
Lack of pace.
Yeah. Was quickly into that shot and probably threw it the shot before the ball really came to him, so he hit it straight to the man standing at that mid-wicket position. Evan Lewis. No run. This is not the type of pitch, we've said it ad nauseum, this is not the type of pitch that you really should be bowling short and you want to be a lot fuller.
Let me say this then more. We're not saying that you can't bowl short, but it depends on where you land the ball. So if you land the ball anywhere outside the 10-meter area, it's just going to sit up. And I'm saying if you're going to bowl a short ball, run in and bowl an effort ball.
Yeah, if you just pull it down short, it's going to just sit up and literally become a long hop, giving the batters the opportunity to really look to smash you into the mid-wicket region. And we've seen a number of them pulled forward of square. Going to get runs here as this one is on the line of the leg stump and just clipping it away is Lenika Boucher for 2 more runs to get his tally up to 30 and his first runs after the tea interval.
One of the things that I've picked up as well too, then more evening covering the cricket is the level of patience sometimes from the batsmen. And so a lot of the captains sort of sit back because they just believe that players are just going to give their wicket away. You know, so you don't get that intensity all the time being built up. Bowlers come and they try so many things because they're searching to get wickets because that's been the norm.
Certainly agree with you. We've seen it happen.
Trinidad and Tobago will be looking first of all to dismantle this partnership, which has yielded 61 so far. But in cricket, you expect partnerships. So don't mind me. It's good that there's a fighting cause being displayed here by Barbados. More runs.
So the end of the first over after the tea interval. Just a look at the Barbados scorecard so far. Not very good look at the top, but we have a little bit of a fight back here. 31 and 34 between Springer and Boucher. In terms of their personal tally, 109 for 6. Sixth wicket fell when the score was on 47 in over number 16. So they've now taken it up to 109 for 6. So 62, the partnership. Caripay is going to continue from the northern end. Driven delivery. No runs. Carry pair looking for join the wickets column in this one. It's going to get an easy single. Boucher. Fielders there at the mid-on region is pretty deep. Always a single if you play it soft enough in that direction. Josh Silva just asking that field at that mid-on position just to come a little bit tighter. Looking for a single out to that mid-off region. Because I thought that that field at that mid-on position, with how deep he was literally in no man's land, almost just giving away a single.
Looks like Django. Can't be caught on the heels. Got to get tight. Got to be looking for everything. And I think it's like a cat and mouse sort of situation because the way Springer plays, he's a very attacking, hits the ball down the V. So you want to be in a very comfortable space.
Springer gets another single out to that point position to end another over. At the end of it, Barbados Pride 111 for 6.
And on comes Hines and Seals.
Joshua James. Heads off the field of play.
Yeah. Karaya, I think.
Karaya might have been on as well.
Yeah, he'll have to leave as well. Team spirit has been very good in both camps, the Barbados unit and also the Trinidad and Tobago unit as well. So you'll have to say Trinidad and Tobago back to full strength. Then more?
Yeah, they're back up now to full strength. But this one is driven through the onside. He's going to get a couple of runs here. Shamar Springer continues to play well for the Barbados Pride team. Came in when his team was in trouble, 47 for 6. Has played positively since.
Live and now the roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground has seen Tejan and Shonda Paul dismissed for 59. Macho Nando just reached 50.
His delivery is glanced away down to the fine leg region just for a single.
134 for 1 in 37.1 overs, and this is in reply to the West Indies Academy score of 485. And Matara picking up the wicket of Tejan and Shonda Paul for 59. So, sort of good fight back there, but here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, a bit of a revival time for the Barbados team.
Yeah, they would be a little happier with the situation. At least at this time, this one is pushed back. Didn't look very threatening, but they were able to get a run as he just pushed it back past Phillip on his follow through. And Jaden Seals having to give chase. Just one more run to the total. One more to Boucher. Takes his personal tally on to 33, 115 for 6. This one is driven through the offside beautifully for 4. It was an extravagant shot. It was pitched up to him, and he just stood tall and just helped that one through the offside and picked up a boundary.
Length of the delivery there allowed Springer to really come up with the execution of his shot and punched it away beautifully for 4.
Springer goes into the 40s. He's on 41 off 40. A runner ball situation. Still going for Shamar Springer. 119 now for 6. Again, he's leaning on one. He's just going to get a single out into the onside field. Gets his 42nd run. Another delivery attacking the stumps from Anderson Phillip. Boucher digs it out. End of another over. 120 for 6. Shamar Springer on 42. Boucher there on 33. Mosley got 15. Wicket shade for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 3 for Phillip, 2 for Seals, and 1 for Terence Hines.
Men in maroon, Denmore. Series coming up, starting with 6 ODI matches against Sri Lanka at Sabina Park in Jamaica. We got June 3rd, 6, 8, 3 ODIs at Sabina Park, and then you got 11, 13, 14, 3 T20s, and then we have a warm-up game right here at Coolidge on June 18 to the 21st. And then the first test at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, June 25th to the 29th, July 3rd to the 7th, the second test. Then we go all the way to New Zealand. We'll take New Zealand all the way over to Ghana for 6 white ball matches, 3 ODIs and 3 T20s. Pair continues. Then more.
Carry pair. Again, this one is pushed up in his quick single. Gets it in the end. Again, pushing it out to
Phillip
at that mid-off region, but he's pretty deep and risking the single, just sprinting through. Shamar Springer using his youthful energy, gets himself run number 43.
Thought you were going to say his long levers. If he was a shot at Boucher, he might have been scrabbling there.
Yeah.
Even though you wanted a direct hit there to find out what would have been happening.
Definitely, but he did really open up and sprinted through on that occasion. And looks like he made his ground pretty solidly on that occasion.
I think the thing about it is that it was almost like he hit the ball and he was the one who was in the momentum and moving forward, playing with some intent.
Called through Boucher on that occasion, really wanted that single, and I think that he noticed that the fielder Phillip is pretty deep at that mid-off position. Carrier continues to plug away. No wickets yet in his Fifth over. Boucher is driving 1 for 4. Was right up to him from Carrie Peer, and he really launched into that one. Got it past that man at extra cover and out to a wide mid-off position for 4.
So the boundary continues to be the major scoring point here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Barbados now trailing by some 208 runs, but I don't think they will be minding that too much. They will be looking for these two to bat up until the close of play.
So the fight back continues for the Barbados Pride. Lost their 6th wicket when the score was 47. That was 15 overs ago. And these two have since batted well. Shamar Springer, who's there not out on 43. And Anika Boucher on 37. Shamar Springer, a baller run 43 or 43. And Boucher's 37 has come off 51 deliveries.
Seen some real fight by Springer and Boucher. Punched
Springer
away.
again is punching this one through extra cover, 4 more.
Yeah.
He's played that shot very well all day. Just short of a length outside of the line of the off stump and just on that back foot and just pushing it through that vacant extra cover region and picked up another boundary. He goes to 47 or 44, 129 for 6. And the partnership continues.
Well, the Silver has gone more or less on a defensive mood now. He's only got 1 slip and a gully. Mid on and mid off, cover, short mid wicket, square leg.
Springer was hoping to do a lot better with that delivery. That one again angled into his stumps, angled into towards the leg stump, just looking to clip it maybe into that mid wicket region, but got it straight to that man at forward of square, so didn't get a run. 3 runs away from what would be a well-played half century.
Playing with some positive intent. Had a couple of seasons with the Windward Island Volcanoes. Shamar Springer. Something that you were talking about this morning, Denmore.
Yeah, I think opportunity. We need to find opportunities for all of these talented players, and just ensure that the best set of players are who are playing in your tournament. I think that's what the objective should be.
Especially with a long-term goal in mind as well, too.
Springer is playing defensively once more.
First
He's grown in confidence.
Certainly. First saw Shamar Springer Denmore a couple of years ago, playing for the West Indies under 19 in the Super. In fact, it would have been the
World Cup.
No, well, he played for it was the Cricket West Indies Super 50 Championship right here in Antigua and Barbuda. The West Indies under 19 had a squad participating there.
Yep.
Would have played in the team also with in the winning World Cup under 19 team as well. Punch down the ground. Got called up for the West Indies in the white ball format as well, in and out of the team. With some 12 white ball matches coming up, you'll be looking maybe to feature in those home matches, the men in maroon. And if he maybe can only get a strong Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League performance, that in itself would certainly help him in a very long way. Punched away into the offside again. But I think those things are far-fetched right now. Right now we'll be concentrating on trying to get Barbados into a very respectable position. 129 for 6 at the end of 31. We got so much cricket action taking place around. We have Bangladesh against Pakistan. Yeah. Bangladesh lead Pakistan by 179 runs. They scored 413 in their first innings. Pakistan 386 all out, and Bangladesh in their second innings 152 for 3. So, return of Test cricket. You also know that a series will be coming up against England and New Zealand starting on June 4th. And in the West Indies, the first test, June 25th to the 29th. So Test match cricket is back internationally around the world. And we know the IPL is also taking place. In Trinidad and Tobago, we've got also a T20 league taking place. And Denmore's Liberta team got knocked out of the Super 40.
Yeah, by the defending champions.
Good afternoon to the Right Honourable Basil Morgan.
Hope that he's feeling better.
Montserrat's mayor.
Caripia has not been very, very penetrative in his bowling so far. Just been there or thereabout. 14 runs coming from his 5.3 overs, but can't remember anything at all in his bowling so far that has troubled any of the batters.
Yeah, maybe he might be a final day bowler. You never know. I think it might be a headache here for Joshua De Silva when he looks around as to outside of Hines, Phillip and Seals, who would be the other person likely to take a wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. We saw what happened in the game at the Antigua Recreation Ground against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yeah.
Big question might be asked. But Dacey might be very well missing from this Barbados team here. Here is a lovely shot for Shamar Springer. 52 balls, 8 fours, a strike rate of 98.08. That is an important knock for the Barbados pride, Denmore.
Yeah, very well played by Shamar Springer. Deserves every commendation for that knock. Came in at a situation when his team was in trouble. 47 for 6 and played really well and deserved that half century.
Looks to the heavens. Thanks the Almighty. It's just amazing about life, Denmore. It doesn't matter whatever the situation is. You always have to give praise and give gratitude.
Certainly. And he would want to, after just giving praise, he would want to continue. So, according to the stats that I have, this would be his 7th half century. His top score being 91. Shamar Springer. This is why they call this the game of glorious uncertainties. Because you could be a team like Barbados Pride that they were in serious trouble at 47 for 6, look as if they were going to be steamrolled. And now they're having a little bit of a fight back. Boucher continues and he hits this one, but he's only going to get a single as there is a sweeper out on the deep cover boundary. believe that's Jed Goody. He knows those acres of land very well. Shamar Springer just acknowledging his teammates in his dressing room after getting to that half century. Anderson Phillip continues. He's still striving, still trying. He's in his 12th over, 3 for 36 so far. Barbados, they've brought the difference down to less than 200. They're now 198 runs behind. Springer again is driving. Can't beat the infield though. Remains on 51. Boucher would love to be able to join him as well. With a half century for himself. He's out.
Caught and bowl. Ball sort of stopped on Springer. He played too early. Leaning edge. And Anderson Phillip strikes for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Springer disappointed.
Yeah, he would be disappointed after he really played well. That one just getting into that shot a little bit early and just lobbing it back to Anderson Phillip, who took the catch. Just look at it, yeah, just turning the bat a little bit early there on that occasion. The leading edge found. The ball just lobbing back to Anderson Phillip, who took a easy catch. And that's the end of Shamar Springer for a well played half century, 51 or 55 deliveries. And he had 8 fours in his knock. Brings out Joshua Bishop to join Anika Boucher, and Barbados Pride there 135 for 7. It's going to be interesting to see how Captain Joshua De Silva, what type of feel he sets for the new batter in Joshua Bishop.
Well, Bishop is known to be a dasher. I don't know which Bishop will turn up today. So I'll have to look at his body language then more to see if he's going to decide that he's going to hang in and graph. He's got 2 first-class hundreds. So he's really not, as you consider to be, you don't want to say...
he's not a rabbit.
No, well, I don't like to use the word rabbit, but in the context, he can bat. And we were talking then more about Shamar Springer, who played 7 matches for the Windward Island Volcanoes, 367 runs, high score of 72, 2 half centuries. And then we matched that against the Barbados Pride, 12 matches, 425 runs, as you were talking about earlier, with 3 half centuries. He's got his 4th half century today for the Barbados Pride.
First delivery, Joshua Bishop is jumping into line and eventually keeping that one out. That one was heading towards the stumps. Good first delivery from Anderson Phillip to Joshua Bishop. He survives. And if we just look back once more at the wicket there of Springer. Yeah, that one just having him in a little spot of bother. Just turning the bat a little bit too early and just lobbing it back to Anderson Phillip, who took a smart catch, and he's back in the pavilion for 51 of 55 deliveries. So we're now at 137, 35 for 7, 33 overs bowled. out of the possible 66 that we were told remaining in the day's play. And just glance across to the scoreboard, it says 33 overs remaining.
And it's only 3:32 in Antigua and Barbados, so got a whole lot of cricket still to go. See a spectator or a passenger or someone Denmore
Yeah,
on
that
the
person.
CIO road running to the VC Bird International Airport. Hope it's not a flight he's going to catch or he's going to pick somebody up. Interesting.
No, it looks as if it's actually a security officer. He's wearing a security officer uniform.
So he might be late for work.
Might be late for work. Let's hope our cameras didn't pick him up.
Yeah, but you're right then, Mo, because looks like he's working up on the other side there, so he maybe has to relieve someone.
Yeah.
Up in the Stanford building area.
Yeah, just trying to get there on time.
Well, time is that. Let's hope that he's going to work for 4. If he's not, he's really late.
Is Carrie Peer continues, hoping that he can join the wickets column. 6.2 overs, 18 runs off of his bowling so far, Carrie Peer. 6.2 overs, no maiden, 18 runs, no wicket. Bishop is covering up to Carrie Peer delivery and survives. It's the end of the Carrie Peer over, 136 for 7. Look at the significant contributions for both teams. 93 would stand out at the top there from Cephas Cooper on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But Bishop's batting stats, as I have it, says that he's played 24 matches, 39 innings, 5 not outs, 940 runs with the highest score of 102. He averages 27.6, 200s and 350s.
He's a dangerous player if he gets going. And this is almost like his homegrown. Yeah. In fact, his 2 centuries then more have all been here at Coolidge Cricket Ground.
He knows the place very well.
Yeah.
And no doubt Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they would know of him and of his ability. So I don't think that they're going to be underestimating him at all in this match.
Didn't bowl as well as I think that he could have, knowing very well that this is his home venue, really, playing for the academy. He was in the academy for about at least a 4-year period.
He's driving straight. Can't score.
And like I said, he's a sort of very moody and emotional player. So, looks like somebody who looks like he's going to hang around today. And as well as that, he could be very attacking. That can just take the game away from you. Don't know what his mindset would be today in a Barbados Pride uniform.
We'll have to see.
He's really got fast hands. Bishop. Driving.
Driving.
That's what I was talking about then more. It's gone all the way for 6.
Yeah, it was pitched up to him by Anderson Phillip, and he went through with the drive and got it over the mid-off region and went all the way for 6. Beautiful shot.
I think it's going to be a challenge now for them to find the ball. just in front of us 10 more.
Yeah, I think
into the Barbadian hut. Coach Ryan Hines has gone down. Yeah. This is going to be a real good test here right now. Let's see who finds the ball first. Let me see if I can offer a prize. A couple of the Trinidad and Tobago players have also joined the search for the ball.
Yeah, Lane is also there, padded up.
Jaden Seal comes out. He told, well, Jaden Seal is saying, don't worry, I will find it. Yeah, this is always the trick here. And you just never know. It might be just stuck.
Maybe just lodged into some of the branches.
Some of the branches right there. Yeah. So it maybe might not have hit the ground yet. And in the meantime, the umpires, Donald Shekels, is on standby with the ball.
Yeah, he has.
I don't think they'll find that one.
He has a bag with his replacement balls. He's just jogging out now as the search continues for that ball.
I think we need to put up a prize.
But it speaks about the danger that Joshua Bishop brings to the table, because that one was just slightly overpitched by Anderson Phillip, and it looked so easy the way that he just came forward and drove it for a moment. I actually lost where the ball had gone, but it came down into that mid-or long-off region very quickly and picked up his first maximum or his first boundary.
Now, I know Jaden Seals, they really would not want the ball to be changed, because that ball has given Anderson Phillips some luck. They just about look like they're finding it. Anderson is just saying to them, just hold on. Okay, they got a bat.
Yeah, I think like we said, it might have just been lodged in some of the branches.
Lane is maybe look like he's been the man. Whoever finds the ball will get a Vitamalt. Let's see who found the ball. Who found the ball?
Yeah,
Cooley found the ball.
Gooley.
So I owe Mr. Gooley.
No, we're gonna have to look. We're gonna have to look into Gooley's background and bushes. Seems to have good knowledge of how to get things out of bushes.
Well, he might be a forest manager. You just never know.
You never know, because he left from all the way down in that point position to come down and offer some support, and was successful. So
I owe Mr. Gooley a Vitamalt. I certainly will have to pay him.
So we're just about to get back to live action here in terms of on the field.
First scoring shot by Joshua Bishop, a statement. Maximum to start with. And he defends the next ball.
A good comeback delivery though, that by Phillip. Just hitting a good length, keeping Joshua Bishop honest. 143 for 7. No doubt the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be hoping that they can finish off this Barbados innings. They had a little bit of a hold up as well at the end.
Driving, should cover for 4. Pass Mohammed. Down to the boundary for 4. I think Mohammed maybe just needs to give himself some room.
Yeah, even though that one left the bat in the air, it was well placed. It went between Seals and Mohammed, and it traveled very quickly out to that boundary for 4.
No, I think Joshua Bishop is up for the fight, and he's going to be attacking. So they're going to have to be very mindful of his approach. He's shown his intent. In the air, it's gone. 1 bounce for 4. It's gone past Yogi Lane again. Oh, he found it very quickly this time.
Yeah. This time it was on the ground. But Bishop has clearly made his intent known that he's not going to just come and hang around and be knocked over. He's going to be using the counter attack, and he's brought up the 150 for the Barbados Pride. 151 for 7 at the end of that over.
Yeah, 14 runs coming out of that over. And Anderson is leaving the field. Maybe just to get some treatment. Heading straight to the physio.
Yeah, probably something just does not feel right.
He's got 4 wickets already. I'm sure you want to get back out onto the park. When you got 4 wickets, you want to get a fifer.
Repair is going to continue though from the northern end.
Boucher seemed to have gone into a shell. Denmore.
Yeah, he's
maybe could be thinking about that half century. He's 9 away. Crashes that. Ooh. That stung Denmore.
Yeah, I thought I was looking down in the boundary region, but it went straight into that man that's at short leg.
Cooper
is still shaking that arm.
Yeah. I tell you, you need Denmore. You need a life insurance when you're feeling in that position. Driving, dropped, Django. Oh, let's look at that, Denmore. Would have had to take a Superman effort. Ooh, 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 ooh. Django should have pulled that out of the air, plucked that out of the air. Second catch dropped by Trinidad and Tobago for the day. But you have to take those. If you want the championship, got to pull off those screamers.
Bishop,
4 runs to Bishop.
Bishop continues with his aggressive play. Was looking to maybe play that one a little bit squarer out on the onside. Got a little of inner portion, runs down to the fine leg region for 4.
So a lot of things happening then more. Excitement from
it keeps the game interesting.
From Bishop. Drop catch by Django. Punch down to Django for a single. Put under some pressure. Django can't stop that. It's good running by Bishop and Boucher.
I've been saying that I think Django is in no man's land. He can't stop the single, and really and truly he's too deep.
So you think he's just trying to save one?
Yeah, he's just because he's not stopping the single when he's so deep, and we've seen that when the ball was struck in the air to him, couldn't reach it the way that he wanted to. I just think that they need to either have him all the way out or bring him a little tighter to stop the single.
So Anderson Phillip is off. Seals will come back for his 3rd spell. Most likely Anderson Phillip getting some treatment there from the physio.
Yeah, we see them putting
some
a couple of
cold
towels on his head, maybe just trying to bring his temperature down.
Yes, but he's been charging in all day.
Yeah.
Came back then more. He really sort of let his emotions run away
with
him.
He had a 2-over spell that wasn't very good.
Another issue though. I don't think that he thought that he had got the support in the slip cordon, and now he still does not have that support.
But that's a good delivery to start.
The most I think that Joshua De Silva can give him is 2 slips. That man at deep backward square is wasted.
Wasted. We've said it all afternoon that we don't think that Evan Lewis down in that deep square leg position is going to ever touch a ball. He hasn't touched one all afternoon.
Your leading bowler, you have to give him support. You have to give him 2 slips.
Again, when you look and see that you have that the slip fielder is literally cheating, standing at second slip with a wide gap between the keeper and the first slip.
I'd want to see Jaden Seals getting 2 slips, a gully. I'm not even too sure then more that I need a sweeper on the offside for Jaden Seals. I think you got to be thinking about trying to bowl Barbados Pride out right now. It's good area. Very, very, very good area here by Jaden Seals.
Like I probably said to you off air, similar situation happened in that last game against the Leeward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago making in excess of 500, and some of the field placements by Captain De Silva left a lot to be desired. I thought that he got too defensive and having made a big score. He tends to just wait for something to happen rather than make it happen.
Uppercut, short and wide. And this is how Bishop will play. Width given, and more or less an uppercut. The execution of his white ball skills coming into bear there.
But again, poor bowling from Seals. In the sense that we've noticed all game that you can't bowl short on this pitch because it just stands up and allows the batter to play their shots, to either pull, cut, or like we're seeing now, that uppercut stroke from Joshua Bishop. So he wants to pitch it up a little more, just maybe hit that hard length that we've been talking about.
Could maybe outfox him also with a slow ball too as well, Jaden Seals, because Bishop goes hard at the ball. Yeah, that went through. That had some more gas on it, as you would said, in cricketing terms for the fast bowler.
Yeah, a little bit more effort on that one, and it was the length too. That
by the time Bishop got his bat up, that was already into the gloves of
yep, already gone past.
Joshua De Silva.
I would love to see Jaden Seals bowl a lot more of the deliveries at that type of pace.
Remember, he had a break in the last game, so he's just coming back here 2 games, and there was a break. So I think the more cricket you play, then more, the stronger you become. Anderson Phillip has not had a break. He's been going all games. Oh, beautiful.
Management said to me last week that Jaden Seals' absence was as a result of workload management, recommended from CWI. So he had gone back home for a break, take a break, to make sure that he's not overworked. End of the over, 161 for 7. And very quickly, though, we see that Joshua Bishop has gone to 23, almost unnoticed, with a couple of attacking shots, maybe just a counter-attacking type situation here.
That's why it's important for him now he's got that start to be able to now capitalize on that start and give as much support as possible to Boucher. Boucher paddling around, coming around is the fielder here, Gooley, cuts it off, and they get 2 runs quite easily. Good throw, except that I don't know why Joshua Bishop would be in front of the stump and trying to fancy to
Josh De Silva.
Josh De Silva just needs to just get around and just make sure you just collect the delivery. But who is me? Punch through again. Now Trinidad and Tobago, this is a very critical moment here. Denmore. They have to stay in the moment. They've already dropped the catch already, and they still have to be sharp. They can't go to sleep here. Paddled around again. Gooley's after it. Will he get there?
I think this time he's
I
going
don't
to get
think
a
he will get
boundary.
there. So the line here by Carrier is certainly not the line that he needs to be bowling.
Yeah, Carrier has not been effective at all for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force today. For me, he's been more of a liability than an asset.
Trying to figure out 48 here from Boucher. See. He's driving down the ground. I think if he wanted, he could have got two. There, Boucher. But he's contented to get just his 49th run.
Needs to get to that half century and then look to maybe retake his guard, regroup, look to build, carry on for his team.
Bishop going hard again at the ball. Fast hands. He's only going to play one way. Denmore. He's already started this way and he's going to continue this way.
Well, I'm happy that he's trying to not alter his game too much. Try and be his natural self. If that's how he knows how to play and if that's how he's effective, might as well go ahead. He's gotten to 23 runs pretty quickly, playing his normal game.
And the partnership is 33. So he's got 23 out of the 33.
I would have been probably a little bit more critical of him if it wasn't 168 for 7. It was still a situation where they were 50 odd for 7. I would have expected him to maybe come in and just have a little bit of a different approach. But I think too the Trinidad and Tobago captain has helped him to be able to play his normal game by not having too much pressure on him.
Compact in defense is Boucher, who now faces his 71st delivery, 49 from 71. Boucher gets a delivery which squares him up, turned him right in half. Boucher.
Yeah, he didn't know too much about that one. Jaden Seals need to produce a lot more of those deliveries. Just keep his emotions in check. Concentrate on hitting the right lengths.
2 for 42 so far. Jaden Seals, important wicket of Wickham and Craig Bartlett. Oh.
Could have had Chase as well.
Yeah.
He knocked Chase's edge off before he had scored. But put down by Carey P at that first slip position that really should have been a regulation take.
168 for 7. He's making Boucher wait for this half century. Boucher doesn't mind. Maybe just getting his composure back. Joshua Bishop has quickly played a quick blinder, 23 off 17. Stayed away, but can't beat the gully feeler. It remains on 49. Lenika Boucher. Wearing a very big number, Michael Jordan number 23 on his back. You'd have maybe looked up at the scoreboard, the manual and the electronic, and knows that he's on 49. Ken, defensive mode. This has been 5 good balls here so far.
Yeah, good bowling from Jaden Seals this over. You can see that he's concentrating a lot more, just trying not to overpitch it, to give Boucher the opportunity to look to drive him through the offside, just short of a length, and trying to keep Boucher honest.
Steered into the offside. 50 for the young man. 50 for Boucher. 76 deliveries. 7 fours. He turns, raises his bat, and what a knock from this young Barbados wicketkeeper. Lenika Boucher, 50, 76 balls, 7 fours, a strike rate of 65.79. His second of the season, and I think this one is very important.
Very, very, very important, because it came at a time when his team, the Barbados Pride, could have been steamrolled, all rolled over. Came in and had a very good partnership with Shamar Springer, and now getting to his personal milestone. And like I said earlier, what he needs to do now, remark his guard, start over, and look to play for another 50. Look to get a century. Think that, you know, I can if Joshua Bishop can hang around with me, I'll be able to do well.
He's batted so far for 111 minutes. Gets an easy single as he strokes this down the ground. Don't want to get complacent now. Want to finish strong. Carry pairs. His bowling just looks very ordinary. Must be a headache for the captain, Joshua De Silva. Just more or less just rolling over his arms. He's neither flighting or trying to be effective in any form, shape or the other. Carry pair. Going into the final, they would hope that Carry pair could be get into some sort of bowling form, especially at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the final. Ball is paddled away. Gone all the way for 6 by Bishop. Gone all the way over square leg.
He continues to play well, playing his natural game. And anything that is loose, he's pounced upon it, and that one again just angled into his pads going towards the leg side, and just helped it over that square leg region for 6. He's a strong boy, strong man, we should say, built well, and is really showing the type of power that he possesses.
You've got to get Bishop to be driving the ball in front of you, not behind. And that's where Carey Payer has just not been effective. Get him to hit the ball down the ground. That's much better line. James caught napping there on his feet, on the heels there. Got to stay in the moment. The folks were in those areas, those hot areas, backward point, cover. Always got to be looking. Boucher and Bishop have run well.
Would love to see maybe Pierre even try from over the wicket as well.
Ball keeping low there, but kept out by Boucher. Over comes to an end. And Carey Payer at the end of 10, not for 40. Has certainly not steamroller or made any impact here. 177 for 7. Barbados Pride fighting back.
good thing is that they've lost wicket, but they've scored pretty quickly. 177. Remember, they started to bat, what, just 20 minutes or so before the luncheon interval. And so they've gone at a pretty good scoring rate, 4.42. And they've steadily brought down that Trinidad and Tobago lead. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago only making 333 in the end. Started at 298 overnight and lost some quick wickets in the morning session and eventually bowled out for 333. So they're now just 156 behind.
Getting on top of that delivery. One more big effort here from Jaden Seals. One more big effort is what would be required.
Those are the type of deliveries that he needs to be bowling to Bishop. Looks as if we're going to have a second innings battle. So I think maybe even now the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain and Josh Da Silva is thinking how many runs I would need to have in the lead if they do get a lead.
Stayed away, down to the third man boundary for 4. Offline. And once it's offline, you're going to score here. Bishop continues his merry way. So Barbados Pride fighting back here. They're not going down without a fight.
And that's what you want. You would hope that in a semi-final game like this, that you get two teams that are fighting all the way down to the end. Remember earlier, when Barbados started to bat and were losing wickets at regular intervals, we were thinking that this game might end prematurely in terms of the time, but the fight back is on.
Bishop 34 from 24 balls, 5 fours, 2 sixes. Lenika Boucher 51 from 78 balls with 7 fours. Batted for 117 minutes so far.
We've already have 26 fours and 2 sixes in this innings.
$181 for 7. The partnership is 46. And Joshua Bishop has got 34 out of that 46.
46 in quick time too.
Somewhere along the line, there's just another twist to this game.
For me, I think it's going to be important, the second innings approach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, you know for sure that Evan
be
Lewis,
another opportunity, as I was going to say, for Evan Lewis.
yeah, well,
so
he's going to play positive.
to get an opportunity to bat.
A lot of time in this game still, there.
Yeah, there's a lot of time because we still have 2 full days left of play after play ends today. And in today's day's play, it still says that we have 26 overs remaining.
There you
when
go.
I look on the manual scoreboard, they just change it as I speak to 25 overs remaining. So still some ways to go.
Management team, Coach Ryan Emret, they'll be very much concerned the effectiveness of outside of Hines, Seals, and Anderson Phillip. Anderson Phillip, as we speak, is off the field.
Yeah, I think if they're able to get into the finals, they might have to consider just have a look at the bowling attack that they have and see if it is the most effective bowling attack that they can come up with.
Yeah, in fact, I might have gone for Badesi over Brian Charles. I mean, once they get into the final, these are options that they certainly have to be thinking about. Maybe give the opposition a new ploy. It's not like they're going to get a green track at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It'll be their first game there as well.
Their second game.
Game.
Their first game there was abandoned as a draw.
A draw. So you know for sure they won't be playing on that track again.
Certainly not.
Nothing working out. Nothing working out at all here for Pierre. No effectiveness, no turn, nothing. Just the basic. Stroked away down the ground for a single by Bishop. Over comes to an end. 42 bowled, 183 for 7.
They continue to just pick away at this lead by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And I'm sure that Captain Joshua Da Silva is just a little bit worried about the way that things are going because of the ineffectiveness of Kyrie Pierre. And then when he brought back Jaden Seals onto the bowling, these last 2 little bursts have not particularly worked out for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Maybe you want to look at their next squad. Look at the bowling options. What are the other bowling options? I know down at Antigua Recreation Ground, Denmore, goalie bowled a couple. Jason Mohammed also bowled a couple. But I'm talking in terms of real serious contenders. Somebody who's going to get you a 5-wicket haul. Outside of Seals and...
Well, they do have Yannick Karaya as an option. Don't know if he's going to be a game changer. But
don't think he will feature
he is
in this
there.
series. Missed out there. Joshua Bishop trying to get fancy. No need for him to play that shot. He could have taken that same delivery and hit it inside out over cover. He's got that power.
A shot that he was playing earlier.
Brian Charles has to stop that. How can you just give away a single like that? That's an easy stop. You have to cut that off.
Again, the intensity of what we've seen from Charles and from Pierre. They've not looked, especially when you look at Brian Charles and his bowling, it's not really.
But even this man on the offside, Denmore, is wasted. Why you want a fielder out there? That's bad bowling. If you want somebody sweeping, You're giving away a single. It might be better to have Gooley up there trying to save runs than trying to be defensive, because you really can't get anybody out that way.
Like I'm telling you, I think that Joshua Da Silva now is thinking how many runs he needs in the lead.
That's gone. Lands somewhere on the roof. It's gone far into the car park. Flighted. And he's got fast hands, Joshua Bishop. And he just hoisted that.
Yeah, very ordinary delivery there from Brian Charles. And given the treatment that it deserves, just slightly flighted right up to Joshua Bishop and allowed him to really muscle that one back over the top, on top of the building where we are located here.
42 to Bishop. Switch it. He'll get a couple of runs here if he wants it. No, he changes his mind because Gooley got to the ball quicker than he expected. Over comes to an end. And Joshua Bishop looks like a wounded captain. He's looking around. The score is now 192 for 7. And at one point in time in this game, Trinidad and Tobago,
they were 47 for 6.
47 for 6 to the Barbados Pride.
Yep, Barbados Pride, they were 47 for 6 when Mosley went. And then that partnership between Springer and Boucher took the score up to 135. And now we've seen it progress very quickly with an aggressive approach by Joshua Bishop to 192 for 7.
Nothing happening. And these Bishop has just come and just taken the game away. It's gone to 43 from 36 deliveries. And there's been no answer at all to stop him. He's now thinking about a half century, then more.
He should be thinking about a half century and a lot more. Because the bowling, especially from the spinners for the Trinidad and Tobago team, have been pretty ordinary. It's been nothing that has caused any trouble at all for the batters.
Flatter, faster. Bishop is just contented to just come forward, get the bat in front of his pad. Red Force. They need some luck. They need something spectacular.
No need for him to really try anything against Carey Peer.
And if he overflights, he's gone.
Because Carey Peer has just been here or thereabout. Not really threatening. So I would just suggest that if you can just see out Carey Peer. Maybe look to score more off of the other bowlers. Especially now that Brian Charles is in and he's looked ineffective with his spin.
Coming up to the break. Driving sweetly inside out. The circle for 1 run. I think Bishop might have heard Denmore Roberts. He says, well, don't try anything against him. Goes to 44, brings Lenika Boucher on 53.
Boucher's been sedate for the last 20 or so minutes.
So 193 for 7, 44 overs bowled. This is replied to Trinidad and Tobago's red force of 333. The not out batsman so far is Lenika Boucher on 53, Joshua Bishop on 44, Shamar Springer scored 51. We'll take a Paradise water break and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
So 193 for 7. I think this has been the highest run rate of the game so far. 4.37. And almost like an
ODI.
Yeah.
They've been going at a pretty good clip. The Barbados team, they've lost wickets, but those who have made runs have made it very quickly. When we look at Joshua Bishop, they're 44 from 41. Boucher has slowed down somewhat. He's now on 53 of 82. Almost as if he has gotten a message that to say, Lenico, we know that you've gotten to that 50, but we also just want you to recognize that we needed to be there for longer periods. So he's sort of tempered his aggression a little bit, but that has allowed Joshua Bishop to play his normal game. So with Boucher secure at the other end, Joshua Bishop has been able to get to a quick fire 42. And we can't forget how well Shamar Springer played as well.
Well, there's no Anderson Phillip on the field. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 51 runs, 4 wickets. And between the two spinners in Charles and Pear, they bowled 15 overs for 60 runs. They certainly have not helped Joshua De Silva's cause of looking to get a wicket. But in a merry way, Joshua Bishop continues to really take the attack to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force squad here. He's 44. And like I did say to Denmore, I don't know which Bishop is going to turn up today. But his first scoring shot, I know that we were going to be in for a long afternoon. There's a P for a leg before, but he's coming around the wicket.
Yeah,
so
that one probably pitching outside of the leg stump.
that certainly is more hope than anything else. Can't convince Dayton Butler with that. Lead. They're trailed by some 140 runs here. The Barbados Pride. And you could see Bishop now understanding the situation of the game and saying, well, hey, let me knuckle down here. We're in this contest still.
What he has to do is, like I said, just continue to play his positive game, wait for that bad ball, and put it away.
He's driving on drive down to Joshua James. Gets an easy single. Gives him his 45th run. It now brings Lenika Boucher, whose attitude has changed so far. He's batted for 134 minutes. Faced 82 balls, 54 dot balls so far. Boucher.
He recognized that he's going to need to pretty much lead from the front. So he has to be the one that bats responsibly, and he's done so in a very good manner so far.
The role of a wicketkeeper batsman in any team is to make sure that you be the last man to get out. So there's no need for him, Boucher, to be thinking about getting out here. He should be the last man standing. Partnership is 59 from 72. Over comes to an end. And at the end of 45, the Barbados Pride fighting back here. Pride of a nation. 194 for 7.
Didn't mind that over from around the wicket from Brian Charles. Doing something a little different, trying something different, giving the batters something a little different to look at. We've even seen that coming around the wicket that he was able to even get an LBW shout at Joshua Bishop. I too would love to see Carey Pear even just try something different, maybe come with that left arm over the wicket to Bishop and just see if he can maybe let him see something that looks a little bit different.
Giving you a live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground. Guyana Harp Eagles 206 for 2 or 52.1 overs. Macho Nando not out 89. Bishop driving up to cover, can't score. Tejaran Chandapal scored 59. Kevlin Anderson falling among the runs, only scored 31. And Imlak has come out. So we've got a contest on there. West Indies Academy scored 485 in their first innings. Carripier trying for all his worth, but no luck yet. Nothing to show in the wicket column. He's only got 9 wickets this season. Trinidad needs something. They need a spark. They
Trying
need
to get that one to go straight on. I think that's a little bit of an edge that might have saved him.
Here is Bishop driving inside out. He's strong with that shot. And he's gone 1 bounce for 4. So he continues. Bishop.
He goes quickly to 49. And he's been positive. He came in and he's played a really good positive innings for the Barbados Pride team. Good lower order resistance here coming from Joshua Bishop.
He's 49, Bishop. He's already hit 5 4s and 3 6s, and he's been only there for 55 minutes.
It's been very, very, very positive.
Boucher. Can't overemphasize his importance of his knock here. 53 from 84. Peer. Clipped away. 50 to Joshua Bishop. 50 of 49 balls. 5 4s and 3 6s. What a knock.
Well deserved. Half century, well played under the circumstances. Came in at a time when his team was rebuilding. The partnership between Springer and Lenica Boucher was broken. And you asked what type of Bishop came in, and the one that was positive who came.
Here is Boucher looking to just pull away there. Needs to get a little close to that ball. He has to be careful. Got to stay right over it. Don't get complacent. They can't afford to get out now. These two have to be thinking about batting all day. Squeezed away out to the sweeper. They get 1 run. Evan Lewis, the lone fielder out there, sweeping the boundary. 46 overs bowled. 200 comes up for the Barbados Pride. Pride of the nation. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 333 all out. And so far we have had 6 half centuries, then more in this game. We're yet to see 100.
We're yet to see 100, but still opportunity, because with Lenica Boucher, they're not out on 53 and Bishop on 50. One of these two must be thinking that we need to carry on, continue to reduce this deficit, get as close as possible, and make this a second innings game.
There's a peel for...
Looked as if it probably just dropped before it got to that slip fielder.
Look that way. Carripier there.
Yeah, we'll just have a look again.
Look like it died on him. What do you think, Denmore?
Yeah, just drop in before it got to him.
Got to take that. He maybe needed to get his fingers under that one. Denmore, he was in the air.
Yeah, I don't think it carried. It wouldn't be maybe as harsh as you. Maybe we'll just have to see it maybe one more time from a different angle, just to see if he got his fingers to it.
He's got long levers. Got to stay down. Paddling around there is Boucher. And they come back quite easily for 2. And that's what we're talking about today, then more in terms of the placements of where the slips are, how close and how far they are. Because you look at the pace of the wicket to know that, hey, is it going to carry? So I maybe need to get a little closer.
The assessment of the situation has not always been of the best that we've seen from the players. I know that we were talking about the slip placement earlier, whether they should have taken a step in. We spoke about even the wicket keeper and his positioning.
Driving again is Boucher. He's got to reset. He's got to rethink now. He's got to start all over again now, Boucher.
Yeah, what he has to be careful of is that he does not get into a negative mindset and gets himself out. Because for his first 50 runs, he was very positive, very, turning the strike over, looking to run between the wickets, building that partnership with Shamar Springer. But between, we can say like 45 and now 56, he's taken almost 50 deliveries to get those last 10 runs, which means that he has gotten into sort of a negative mindset. I think that he needs to, yes, he wants to be there at the end, but he also needs to stay positive and keep the scoreboard ticking over. And what it will also do is work on the confidence of the Trinidad and Tobago team. It might cause them to start to have a negative mindset, a negative body language, and that type of thing.
Bishop squeezing this one. Joshua James coming around. He can't stop the single. So as Denmore was saying, I think it's in understanding the awareness. Boucher just has to just work the ball into the gaps. Just get a single. Just get off strike. Don't need to try anything different. On drive, down the ground. That's good cricket by Boucher. And Bishop. 57 to Boucher now. 51 to Bishop. Comes into strike. Carey Peer starting his 14th over. Not for 51. Driving again down the ground. Another single. There's 3 singles. Jason Seals being placed into that mid-on area. Singles tend to frustrate bowlers. Nobody likes runs coming off of their bowling. Here is Boucher again, giving himself some room, getting deep into the crease and punching it out to Evan Lewis, who's on the offside. $206 for 7. Forward comes Bishop, over comes to an end. And the partnership is 71 so far and counting. Barbados looking a lot more happier as we speak. And what they will be praying for, Coach Vasbert Drakes, is that these two can bat up until the close of play. That would certainly position the Barbados Pride. Maybe set this game up. Charles continuing. Pair 43 overs has cost him 53. Squeezed away into the offside. If they want, they can get 2. No. Boucher decides against it. This is good, smart cricket by the Barbados Pride. You know, they've got the instinct to be able to still just squeeze some pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. You see the lines. Charles is going to bowl. He's going to come around the wicket now to bowl to Bishop. And Bishop just defends that delivery. Got a short mid-on. Traditional mid-wicket. Long on. Clipped away by Joshua Bishop. Fielder from behind square coming around. They get 1 run. I want to say good afternoon to all the folks who are listening via the West Indies YouTube channel. Live and Louder production. One of the big ones moving away from the VC Bird International Airport. Punches. Got back on the cross. Real balance in playing that shot. Lenika Boucher. Turned away. Can't score again. Game just meandering on. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force looking for something. Turns this one around and gets another easy single. It's almost like easy like Sunday morning. Nothing much happening. 49 overs bowled. 209 for 7. Just in case you have just joined in via the West Indies YouTube channel. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force scored 333 all out. Cooper 93, De Silva 70, Hines 51. It's been gripping cricket all around. And there were moments when the storm was taking over, the Red Force was large and in control. Now the Barbados Pride has hit back, slapped away, out to the sweeper. 1 run. Carry pair. Here is Joshua Bishop going big. 1 bounce into the mid-wicket area. So pair being roughed up here by Joshua Bishop. Got down on one knee and just hoisted it for 4. So more pressure being compiled back on carry pair. Bishop waits. Forward again. It's now 4:37 in Antigua and Barbuda. A lot of time in this game still, then more.
Yeah, still quite a bit of time. We have the end of today, and then we have 2 more full days to go. So still anybody's game at this stage.
Squeezed away. Joshua James putting his body on the line. Effectively saving 1 run, because had that gone past him, they might have been coming back for 2. James, born in Tobago. Boucher driving sweetly down the ground for a single. So Pierre's just been all over. His lines have just not been consistent at all. And sometimes I'm trying to figure out how is he going to get a wicket unless somebody gets reckless.
Yeah, we haven't seen him do anything that is really special in his bowling so far. Haven't really extracted any turn at all, if we, to be honest, when we look at it. He's just tried to probably just be steady, holding one end. We haven't really seen that magic delivery that could take a wicket.
Well, Anderson Phillip comes back onto the field. Sort of looks very stiff. No, he would have got some treatment, but he's very cautious. He doesn't come back on in the bubbly way that he normally operates.
We saw the massage bed outside, and then the physio took it on the inside, maybe in a cooler condition, to do some work on Anderson Phillip.
Joshua James has been very busy today. In fact, he took a very important catch. Catch to dismiss chase.
Certainly. And at that stage, the Trinidad and Tobago team certainly were on top. They would have felt good at that time because chase didn't really make them pay. Chase was dropped on naught, but he had only scored 8 when Joshua James took that catch.
Short and wide again.
Yeah, they would be hoping now that they can dislodge one of these two, either Bishop or Lenico Boucher. Boucher has been a little bit more sedate in his approach the last 20 to 30 minutes or so. But Joshua James has continued to be positive and he's rushed up to 58.
Joshua Bishop. Charles coming around the wicket to Bishop. Bishop just working it. Cool, calm. The lines have just not been... It's almost like it's saving boundaries now, Denmore.
Yep.
Gone into a real defensive mode here.
Like I said earlier, I think Joshua Da Silva is now concerned about the deficit coming down very quickly.
Can the ball dying to carry pair? Spinner trying to come around the wicket. Saw the ball in the negative line. Here is Lenico Boucher driving inside out. Hits the ropes now for a well timely boundary.
I think that's the problem that Brian Charles is going to have. Coming around the wicket with that off spin, he's trying to overcompensate, pushing the ball too much to the offside, allowing Boucher and Joshua Bishop to play that inside out stroke.
And they both have played it expertly well today. Stands up straight, Boucher, and just defends, overcomes to an end. 51 overs bowled. The partnership is now 87 from 108 balls. Taking the win out of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, it has taken the win out of their sails. But they have to stay in. They have to stick in. I don't think that they would have ever thought that it was going to be that they're going to have it all their own way, especially at a semi-final game. So they would know that, okay, we can still get this team out under our score. We might have a smaller lead, but they still have to think positively, the Trinidad and Tobago team. And they're going to need their captain to stay positive and make decisions that are going to be in their favor. And I think this is a fairly good decision that he's made, bringing back Terence Hines at this time and from that end, the northern end.
So 222 for 7. Barbados trailed by 111 runs in the contest. My colleague Denmore holding down the fort with us today. It's been a long day.
It has been.
In here is almost like an ice box, so we've had to stand up.
Just making sure that our limbs still work.
Jason, you must sleep at nights, Jason. And stop looking at TV till 6 o'clock in the morning.
Jason is a busy man.
Yeah, he's a whiz. He's a master. And Candice has now joined him now, so you know that the team is even strengthened more. Joshua Bishop just making Trinidad and Tobago Red Force wait. Boucher hustles through for a single.
That's what they need to do. Continue to just tick off the runs. Get the run rate keep the run rate up, just bring that deficit down 1 run at a time.
Easier said than done then, Mo. They're looking to get off the field.
Yeah, but they still have some time to go in today based on the number of overs that are left.
Worked away beautifully by Boucher. Racing away down the hill. Hits the ropes now. That was sweetly timed by Lanika Boucher. Oh, class.
Yeah, that was a class shot. That was a good shot. It was angled into him, and he just went with it and really stayed nice and balanced and played it well. And he timed it well too, because once it got past the fielder there at that mid-wicket position, it really took off down to that mid-wicket boundary for 4.
227, Boucher 71, Bishop 59. They trail by 106 runs. The pride of the nation, Barbados, is being demonstrated here. Down the onside, missed out. Maybe he was just looking to go big there. The run rate is 4.41. The Barbados Pride starting first with Springer and now with Bishop and Boucher. Have just turned this into a 50-over contest. $227 for 7. Clipped away. Down to Phillip. Get a single.
We should tell folks that 228 for 7 in stark contrast to when they were 6 for 47. When they were 47, losing 6, the 6th wicket fell when the score was on 47. So they've done very well with these last 2 wickets.
Stayed away. Over comes to an end. 52 overs bowled. And at the end of 52, Barbados Pride at 228 for 7.
So first they had an 88-run partnership between Lanika Boucher and Shamar Springer. For Shamar Springer was Cotton Bowl Phillip for 51. So 51 of the 88 runs in that partnership went to Shamar Springer. And they're now putting on another partnership, this time between Lanika Boucher and Joshua Bishop. And something that we've said all games, we saw it in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings that they built partnerships. And I said it at the start that is what the Barbados Pride is going to need to do. They're going to need to build partnership, and they've gotten 2 good partnerships.
Here is a delivery which is played between the legs of the short leg, and they get very comfortable single in the end.
This partnership already 94 runs.
And Joshua Bishop has got 59 out of the 95. Live and louder round up from the Antigua Recreation Ground. Machu Nando has just reached 100. Not out. 168 balls, 12 fours, 284 minutes at the crease. Ghana Harpy Eagles 219 for 2. So congratulations to the vice captain of the Ghana Harpy Eagles team, Machunando. Tejaran Chandapal scored 59, Anderson 31, and Imlak, captain and wicketkeeper, is not out on 3. But here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Lenika Boucher, another wicketkeeper, batsman, is on 73, not out. And Joshua Bishop, the all-rounder, left-arm spinner, continues his fight. Gets low onto the ball. He's 59 from 65. Brian Charles, so ordinary. It's not been effective. Not for 30. This is only his 8th over. Partnership yielding 94. Make it 90. Almost said 95. 94 from 121 balls.
Yeah, they continue to battle on. The biggest partnership we've seen so far in this innings for the Barbados team, trumping the 88 that would have been made between Boucher and Shamar Springer. And the Barbados team would feel a lot better about themselves at this stage. The top order batters who would have failed, the likes of Wickham and Drakes and Mosley and even Brathwaite, who got a knot, and Chase, Carl Mears, they would be thankful that this pairing and the pairing before would have brought them back, I think, into this game and given them an opportunity to still can come out victors in this match.
Hines' delivery played into the offside. Bowling figures so far for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Jaden Seals, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 47 runs, 2 wickets with 1 no ball. Anderson Phillip, the man of the moment, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 51 runs, 4 wickets. And Terence Hines starting his 7th over so far, 6.1, not 35-1 with 1 no ball. Carry pair, 15 overs, no maidens, not for 60. And Brian Charles, 8 overs, no maidens, not for 30. 90 runs between the spinners. Worked away for a single. Goalie comes off of the boundary. They get 1 run in the process. Barbados Pride trail by 104 runs. And Denmo did tell me that he felt that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, he thought, fell 50 runs short.
I was saying that I think that they had an opportunity that they really should have been looking to score maybe a lot more than the 333.
Driving again. Can't beat the man.
I felt this morning that those early wickets that they lost, they sort of lost momentum. I expected Joshua Da Silva to come back and probably make a lot more than the 70 runs that he got. Thought that he would have been looking to push on towards 100.
.59 to Bishop. He's in strike. He's got fast hands. Stands up and does the fence. It's been a hard grind here today.
I think that he would have been expecting maybe a little bit more support this morning coming from Anderson Phillip with the bat. That didn't materialize, and then he got himself out pretty soon after. Probably, as a matter of fact, the delivery after start of a new over, and that sort of threw them off. That little bit of rear end action that they had, that last wicket partnership, that brought them a little bit of respectability, but I really felt that they should have been looking to have a score of in the region of 375 up to maybe even 400, the way that they started yesterday.
For Barbados so far, Bratwit North, Moseley 15, Drakes 11, Wickham 3, Chase 8, Calmeres 1, Springer 51, Boucher not out 74. And facing as we speak is Joshua Bishop 59 from 68 balls, 7 fours, 3 sixes. And he's really turned the game on his head. Joshua Bishop.
And I don't know if you remember yesterday afternoon when Hines got out, when I was saying that at that crucial stage with I think 3 or 4 overs left in the day's play, Hines probably lost concentration a little bit, looked a little bit tired maybe at the end of the day, but he should have really been looking to grind out the final 4 or 5 overs and look to get in overnight with his captain, come back fresh this morning and really look to then put the Barbados team out of the game. We also felt that after they got that 6th wicket, they sort of underestimated the Barbados batters. I thought Jaden Seals got a little bit excited, a little bit carried away, and lost his rhythm, lost the good line and length that he was bowling, and bowled a couple of deliveries that were not very good, and punished with some boundaries. So again, all a part of what happens in cricket.
On drive played down the ground by Lenika Boucher to Anderson Phillip. 1 for North Bratwet, 2 for 16 Drakes, 3 for 19 Wickham, 4 for 42 Chase, 5 for 43 Mares, 6 for 46 Moseley, and 7 for 135 Springer. It's been the Bishop Boucher show. Worked away for another easy single.
Quickly, the partnership goes to 96 runs. Defining partnership, I think, for the Barbados team as they continue to bring down that deficit. And look at that scoring rate that they've been able to go at, 4.27.
Squeezed away again by Boucher for another single.
Because in the end, they were able to bring, the Barbados team were able to bring the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force scoring rate all the way down to 2.99 at the end of their innings. But they've been able to consistently score well over 4 for their innings so far, even though they've lost 7 wickets.
233 for 7. Barbados Pride trail by 100 runs exactly. This has been a good fight back.
It has been a good fight back by the Barbados team. And it's good when you see persons differently than who you expect performing.
Worked away down the onside. He sent him back. His ball watching there, Bishop. Good work there by Carrie Pear to dart around from first slip behind Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, Carrie Pear was alert on that occasion. Good to see that, even late on in.
Brian Charles trying to bowl a little negative line. Here is Bishop going big, gone all the way. Had everybody in the Barbados Pride scampering out of the way there. 100-run partnership, 104 of 133 deliveries between Bishop and Boucher. Barbados are fighting back.
Yeah, that's why they call this the game of glorious uncertainties. Barbados in serious trouble, 6 for 47. Then you get 2 partnerships, 188 and now 1 over 100. And it has just changed the whole atmosphere, the whole game. The Barbados camp, we saw them scampering with that when that ball came in their vicinity, but they look a lot happier than they did earlier on in their innings. So this is what can happen with some patience.
So we have Denmore. 30 minutes extra time will be called into place because it's 5 o'clock right now, a minimum of 8 overs. How many more overs we have in the day? Denmore?
11.
11. So we should be good.
Yeah, we should be. There or thereabout.
We certainly should be good. We should get in that 11 overs. They've got spin on. Charles has been on. They might have to bring back Carrie Pair. But the way Bishop is playing, you never know. Hine comes in. Goes to Boucher. Boucher driving.
Hines has not been up to the type of pace we've seen him bowl.
He looks a little injured.
Yeah, he looks, he's
And
walking very gingerly.
And I want to recap yesterday, Denmore, in terms of when he
got out, after he twisted his, when he was going for that run, he had not been the same since then.
Since that. In fact, he kind of turned his ankle over, more or less, and you can see, and he's really not been the same person.
And that is why I was saying that after that, he should have just looked to grind out. When I say grind out, just survive. Do whatever was needed to survive to the end of the day. Then go in overnight. As I was saying, let the physios do some work on it. Get some ice on it. Do some massage, some stretching. And try and come back a little bit refreshed this morning to continue his innings. But he just didn't maybe have it right at the end to survive, and that sort of changed the momentum of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. This one is clipped away down to the boundary for 4. So it was a delivery that was angled into the right-handed Boucher. He just got inside of it and clipped it down to a final leg region. 4 more runs, 239 for 7.
The runs continue to pile on here. More and more runs. Trinidad and Tobago can't say the wheels are falling off yet. But we're certainly set up.
243 for 7 with that boundary.
These two look set to be able to, they've come right back into the game, and the last thing that they would want to do is to get out cheaply.
Yeah, Boucher is now on 80. He has to be thinking that I've done all the hard work, gotten up to 80. I need to push on and get to that 100.
Yeah, well, he can come back tomorrow for that.
So as you would say, he should walk those 20 singles. Yeah.
Easier said than done, but he's got the platform to make that happen. 243 for 7. Forward again. Immaculate in concentration here by young Boucher. He's so far batted for 175 minutes. Joshua Bishop, 92 minutes, 66. 7 fours, 4 sixes. 49 dot balls within the process. To come, Lane Warrican. They may not be needed today. Could we see Anderson Phillip before the day's play is over? He's got 4 for 51. Hit outside the line of the off stump. He's out leg before. Boucher, lapsing concentration. Denmore didn't get that left foot out to the pitch of the ball. Caught on the crease. And umpire Carl Tuckett took a long time. And Hines strikes for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
That's what Hines does. He breaks the partnerships. And I've said that throughout the season. That's what we've seen him do. Before this, I think he had just 7 wickets. This is his 8th wicket. And this is an important wicket here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Yeah, that one. Straight on. That one.
He wasn't tight enough.
Wasn't tight enough, yeah.
Wasn't tight enough. Just needed to just get that get the stride out. He was batting so good all the time.
Just a little bit of lapse, a little lapse in concentration. Just losing concentration at that critical moment. And trapped in front of the crease. Umpire Carl Tuckett had a good long look at it and then raised that index finger, and I think rightly so. And what a way. But a good innings played, though, by Lenico Boucher under the circumstances. 80 of 121 deliveries.
With 10 spanking boundaries. Batted for 177 minutes. What a knock.
Very much so. Very much
the
so.
coach, Vasbert Drakes, applaud him. Now,
his whole dressing room should be applauding him, because it was a crucial knock. He came in at a time of struggle and was partner to two positive partnership. The first partnership he had was for 88 runs with Shamar Springer, and then that 100 partnership, well over 100 partnership with Joshua Bishop, and he would have brought the Barbados Pride back into the game. Even though they still have a deficit of 90 runs, they would have brought themselves back and given themselves an opportunity, given the bowlers an opportunity to try and have a run at the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the second innings, and maybe see if they too can try and get the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force out cheaply and make a game of it. I still think that with 2 days to go, game is still on. This is still game on.
So, game nicely poised. Yon Lane comes out. Again, I'll have to ask myself the big question. Which lane will turn up today in batting? Because if he does turn up and he wants to bat, then it is going to really give some impetus to Joshua Bishop, who's on 66.
They would have played together in the academy setup, so opportunity. They know each other's game.
Well, Lane can bat if he means to bat. And that's why I'm saying I've just got to see what his approach is going to be today. But let me see how will Joshua Bishop handle this process. Squeezed away into the offside as Jaden Seals comes back. So Joshua De Silva deciding that maybe it's time to just wrap this innings up. And maybe they can put their legs up all day tomorrow and give Barbados maybe close to about maybe 350 to win on the last day. But Barbados will have other ideas as well.
Yeah, Barbados would be hoping that they can make early inroads in the Trinidad and Tobago batting in their second innings, not giving them too much of a lead, if any, and look to really make a game of it. I think that anything about 250 or so to win, we're going to have a game on. Definitely have game on.
Still can't understand anymore why for Jaden Seals, Evan Lewis, if Jaden Seals is going to bowl that line, then he has to get 2 slips.
Not sure. I can't figure it out. We've been trying to figure it out. 2 spells now, and we haven't been able to figure it out. Why is Evan Lewis on that deep square leg boundary for Jaden Seals? Because Seals pulled down one delivery. It was hit forward of square, maybe into a straightest mid-wicket position earlier on, and we haven't seen Evan Lewis touch a ball in that direction.
Get a second slip in. You're leading bowler, you're West Indies test fast bowler, you've got to get 2 slips in, you've got to strengthen your slip cordon, and you've got to be looking to attack lane.
They're trying to cheat, as we would say, because they have that one man who is in the slip region, standing at almost a second slip with a very wide space between himself and Joshua De Silva, the wicket keeper. Almost trying to have one person to cover the 2 spaces.
Get Evan Lewis out, put him at first slip, or put Django at first slip, put Evan Lewis at second slip, and you look to be able to make sure that you're looking to attack and get Johan Lane out. That's what you want to do. Keep Bishop off strike. Easy said and done. Somebody might say to me, you are an armchair cricket captain. Beautifully played here by Johan Lane. I tell you, he can bat then more.
Yeah, that was a good looking stroke. That was a good looking stroke. It was right up to him. Again, a little bit of underestimation from Jaden Seals, over pitching to the right-handed Lane, and Lane really leaned on that one and got himself his first boundary.
Well, if we're looking for any shots of the day, and we have to pick 5 shots, that has to be one of the 5 by Johan Lane.
Yeah, that one was sweet. That was beautiful.
Over comes to an end. 248 for 8. 57 overs bowled.
Yeah, they just continue to chip away at that lead. And it's going to be important to see how the Trinidad and Tobago team end this afternoon, with the lead just coming down. They would be hoping that they're able to at least get something in the lead. Now they have 85 runs in the lead. They're going to want to dismiss one of these 2 batters pretty soon. Hines, it looks like it's going to continue from that far end. Hines and some of the other Trinidad and Tobago players looked a little bit banged up. No doubt the physio and the other personnel, they're going to be earning their money today and tonight. Another single as the fielders are placed on the boundary. They're hoping to try and get Johan Lane on strike. We see them all closing now. Joshua De Silva had literally 6 fielders out on the boundary for the right-handed Joshua Bishop, who got his 68th run, and he's now bringing them in closer for Johan Lane. Bishop just having a quick word with Lane, but from that shot that we saw Lane play in the last over of Jaden Seals, I wouldn't be too worried because he looks competent enough. Looks like somebody who can hold his own with the bat. And as Springer said to me earlier, he can bat if he wants to.
Something that Denmo has been talking about, the fielder at mid-on, who looks like it is Carrie Pear. He's saying the fielders at mid-on and mid-off are almost looking like they're in no man's land. Now they got to get close, especially for Hines when he's bowling. I think one of the reasons why Bishop would have been talking to Lane is that he was saying to him that unlike Jaden Seals, who comes from on top, Terrence Hines has a slingy action, so you have to be mindful of that. You got to be tighter in defense. You can't open up too much. Bat is broken. Toe end of the bat as well too.
Yeah.
That Yorker heavy length delivery being bowled there by Terrence Hines. Maybe he's saying to him, Otis the liaison officer, please give Otis that and see if he can get somebody to fix up that for me. I need that. Hope he's got a bat sponsor. If I was Hines, I would be coming back with that same delivery again, Denmore.
Yeah.
Now, Lane can't get complacent and he has to control himself here.
Shouldn't be frustrated at this stage.
He's got to understand what's in front of him right now and be mindful of the game scenario. No need for Warwick to be coming in to bat this evening. Bowl him. Just as I was talking about it, Denmore.
Yeah, you could see that he got frustrated the delivery before. Not sure why though, because nothing was really happening out there in essence that should be affecting him for him to have looked frustrated. He played shot the ball before that looked a shot of frustration. Sometimes you wonder what is it that what he saw or that was going on that we didn't see from our vantage point. But Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they would be happy because they've been able to dislodge him and they've gotten the ninth wicket down for the Barbados Pride. So 249 for 9, and with a minimum of 8 overs, we were told at 5 p.m. Still a little bit of work to do, so we're going to see Warwican. Warwican is out there now for the Barbados Pride team. Will he be able to survive?
I think we got about 13 more minutes before 5:30. Whether or not Trinidad and Tobago, well, I think that if Barbados Pride gets bowled out now, that would be the end of the day's play.
Yep.
Automatically. But Warwican is not somebody that you could just dislodge easily, so Hines will have to come up with a beauty. Don't see Warwican giving away his hand.
Well, he's bowled a good delivery first up to Warwican. Hines deserves every one of these 3 wickets that he has gotten so far.
He's a hard worker. I like his work ethic.
Yeah, looks a little bit banged up, as we would say. Maybe not as fit in the sense that he twisted his ankle yesterday, rolled on the ankle when he was trying to go for a run.
The final's up for grabs here. We appealed for a leg before, going down. Going down. Umpire Carl Tuckett.
Yeah, he's just indicated like you that he thinks that it's going down as well.
Oh, searching back. Look at the wrist position of him.
Yeah. Good call.
It's just amazing sometimes. Depends on where you're sitting. You think everything is out. Some of the spectators on our right, then more. Chinkerman saying, come on, that's got to be dead. But umpire Carl Tuckett is right there. So almost like when you're looking at tennis, right, Denmore?
Yep.
And you're seeing a line call and you're saying, oh, that was out.
Out. Clearly out. It's like in any sport, because when you're doing football, everybody sees the offside.
Oh, yes, everybody. Don't care where they are.
No matter what angle you are.
That is always, it's just amazing then, boy.
It is. It's a part of sport. It's what makes sports fun.
And it's a part of life as well, too.
Yeah.
Cracked away for 4. Oh, jeez. He's got fast hands.
Yeah, he really latched onto that one.
Woo! Anything short, he just sat back and he cracked on that. And that was almost like a Luther Kelly, Gordon Greenwich style square drive.
And what made that one even nicer is the fact that was cutting back at him. When we looked at that replay, that ball was cutting in, and he was just, with the fast hands, able to get it square of the wicket on the offside, and it has forced the hand of the Trinidad and Tobago captain. He has put everybody on the boundary.
That's not going to stop Joshua Bishop. Could tell you that. That's not going to stop Joshua Bishop. He's going punching down the ground. Now walks everybody in. But Warwick can combat. Warwick is not somebody who's going to give his hand away. I think Joshua De Silva just trying to slow the game down and keep Bishop away from the strike.
I think Joshua De Silva as well just wants to have as many runs as possible in the lead. So he wouldn't want too many more runs to be taken off. He now has 79 in the lead. I think the way that things are going, he would want a little more than 50 runs in the lead to think that they have something at least positive to work with. You tend to think that 350 in the second innings would be a 350 to chase on the last day might be a good score. So we'll see how it goes.
It's going to take some batting on the next 2 days then more on this track.
Yeah.
The effectiveness is that when you get the new ball in your hand, you have to make the new ball work for you.
Certainly agree with you.
Without that, you could be in trouble. Warwick all decked out. He's got on his long sleeve Barbados Pride shirt. And he's peeping. Staying very low to the ball. Gets a wide ball. No need for him to even look at that. Because he knows it's off line. And he lives to fight another day. Jaden Seals is...
In terms of his economy rate, today has not been the best of days for Jaden Seals in terms of his bowling. He's gotten 2 wickets, but he's gone at over 4 per over.
2 for 57 so far. 1 no ball. We're looking to dismiss. Warwick pitched up. Warwick keeps that out. Remains on naught. Over comes to an end. And at the end of 59, Barbados are large and in control to 54 for 9. Looking to bat out day 2.
Yeah.
Bowling figures so far: Brian Charles, 9 overs, no maidens, 39 runs, no wicket. Carey Pear, 15 overs, no maidens, 60 runs, no wicket. Terence Hines, the man of the moment so far, 9 overs, no maidens, 41 runs, 3 wickets. Looking to start his 10th over. And Anderson Phillip, he bowled with a nation of Trinidad and Tobago on his back. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 51 runs, 4 wickets. And Jaden Seals, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 57 runs, 2 wickets. So between Seals, Phillip and Hines, they have all picked up the 9 wickets between them.
Yeah, the spinners have been ineffective for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And I think if they are able to get out of this one and get into the finals, that's going to be a concern for them. Might be something the selectors might have to look at, the effectiveness of Brian Charles and Carey Pear.
Oh. Hines from the CIA road end. And here goes Bishop.
Yeah, he's
split.
He's hit that one between that man at point on the boundary and the third man. And they looked at each other.
None of them saw the ball.
Yeah, that one came down very quickly into the region of the Trinidad and Tobago dugout. 4 runs.
Cooper and Lewis were looking like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
None could react. It's got real fast hands. Joshua Bishop, he goes to 77. And our live and louder roundup from the Antigua Recreation Ground has seen Ghana Harpy Eagles captain Tevin Imla dismissed for 8. So pressure and more pressure being mounted. 245 for 3. He goes hard. Out to the sweeper. He's not interested. So I think he fancies himself here that he will take on Hines. 109 not out to Machu Nandu. So 3 centuries in that game on the Antigua Recreation Ground. Nandu, 183 balls, 13 boundaries. He's been the anchor of that innings. Pressure. Mountain. Hines would really not want to come back tomorrow morning to bowl. Maybe want to end this innings this evening. Bishop is saying, no, I need to come back tomorrow, day 3. That's a beautiful Yorker. Peel for a leg before. Pius is not out again. Aiming for those toes.
Yeah, he was aiming for those toes with that one. And Joshua Bishop was just able to probably keep that one out. Would love to see that one again.
We break for a while. Driving out to the offside. And he finally takes the run.
Yeah, I think he's just going to leave one delivery of this over for Jamel Warrican.
You think it will continue like this? Then more?
Well, we're getting close to the end. I think Joshua Bishop is thinking that if he can farm the strike as much as possible, even thinking maybe 100.
He's got his eyes maybe set on that. Sweetly timed here by Warrican, picking up a couple of runs here. He's going to come back. Joshua Bishop is coming back very quickly. And 2 runs to Warrican, who gets off the mark. Score goes up to 261 for 9. 60 overs bowled.
Yeah. By what we were told, 66 overs was the target for the day. We were told in the final 30 minutes they were hoping for a minimum of 8 overs.
This could potentially be the last over. Anyway, I don't want to preempt the umpires calling, because they might be good enough that they might still try to get in as much overs as possible.
Yeah, as many of the overs as possible.
So up to the umpire's discretion. Everybody on the 70-meter boundary waiting. 261 for 9. Bishop 78. Short ball. Defends nicely. Two for 57, Jaden Seals. Something he's gonna maybe have to learn in his lifetime, where he just comes off of a short run, just like Winston Benjamin.
Yep.
Yeah, just turn around and just hustle you. Even the late Malcolm Marshall.
A lot of the things we used to see in the past, we don't see anymore. In terms of the gamesmanship that goes along with the cricket.
You tend to hear some languages these days that this is our time. As far as I'm concerned, the fundamentals of the game will always be the fundamentals of the game, and that's what you teach boys and girls. Without them, you're going to be struggling for a long time. If somebody doesn't understand how to defend their castle, meaning how to play a defensive shot, the higher they go, the more exposed they will be. So you can practice all the power hitting you want, then more. At one point in time, you have to be able to learn how to defend your stump.
Yeah, you're not going to get all deliveries that you can play power hitting. So you got to learn the basics. And we've been stressing that the basics are important. And I think Joshua Bishop has displayed both, that he has the ability to apply the basics, the defense, like we see him doing now when all the players are out on the boundary, to give him the opportunity to try and get the single so that they can get Warwikan on strike. But he's been effective. He's on 78 and showing that he can play defensive. But he has also displayed tremendous power here today.
Seals looking for the breakthrough. Tucked away into the onside. Gets an easy single is Joshua Bishop. Allows Warwikan
just one ball this over for
one
Warwikan.
delivery. That's why I always feel then more that we need our best teachers at the under 15 level, under 17, under 19. And gone are the days and, we just take up people and tell them, well, you got to be the manager and you got to be the coach. We really need teachers around our young boys and girls to teach them the game. I looked at it, just concluded, the under 15, which we would have worked together then more. And you saw the whole emphasis was about winning rather than developing the young cricketers.
We have to have a change in mindset. And ask ourselves the question, how does winning help me when there is no development taking place, when I can't produce anybody thereafter for another team? Looks as if we're going to have the end of the day's play with that final delivery. So at the end of the day, Joshua Bishop, he's going to remain not out on 79. Jamal Warwikan will come back in the morning not out on 2. And Barbados Pride in a much better position than they were earlier, 262 for 9 after at one point they were 6 for 47, and they've really fought back and ended the day positively, and they would feel a lot better going into the overnight at this stage, Springer.
So 262 for 9, 61 overs. Denmore gets himself organized to go and interview our live and louder player of the day for day 2. Just to give you an indication of our live and louder roundup at Stumps at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Guyana Happy Eagles finishing the day on 248 for 3. Ramsamy is not out on 12. Imlak scored 8. Anderson 31. Tejan Chandapur 59. Machu Nandu is not out on 110. And West Indies Academy, they were bowled out for 485 and 101.3 overs. Rivaldo Clark, left not, scored 180. Amari Goodrich 123. And bowling for Guyana. Richie Lucknott, 3 for 86 from 18 overs with 1 maiden. 28 overs for Sammy Pomal, 3 maidens, 3 for 113. And Niles Smith, 2 for 61 from 18 overs with 1 maiden. And Thaddeus Lovell, 2 for 88, 12.3 overs with no maidens. We come back here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground as Denmore gets himself organized. And to let you know in terms of what's going to be happening, we now have the day's highlights. Barbados quite trailed by some 71 runs. Let's look at the morning session. First boundary stayed away down to the third man era by Joshua De Silva of Kyle Mayer's delivery. And then Mayer struck early. Then brought in Shamar Springer, who got one to bounce and nick off the Grenicles straight to Boucher. He's always on the card. Another boundary there for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And then Jaden Seals put up a fight. Shot of the morning session. Beautiful cover drive. He would enjoy that. And Chase came in and just finished the game. Joshua Bishop taking a very comfortable catch. But then it was the turn now of Jaden Seals. Craig Brathwaite, indecision whether to come forward or defend. Inside edge onto his stump. And then Shane Mosley played a beautiful on drive. Jonathan Drakes with some style and fashion stroked that beautifully through cover. And then a brilliant catch by Evan Lewis. One for the ages. Mosley continued his merry long way, going about his business. And then Raston Chase, lapse in concentration and judgment. Substitute fielder Joshua James coming up with that catch. And a misjudgment of line there. Kyle Mills, LBW. And then for some straight reason, Shane Mosley playing away from his pad. Lost his stump, but Shamar Springer and the Boucher came in and really played some resolute shots. Springer continued his merry way around. If Carry Pair was just not effective at all. But it was the man Anderson Phillip who kept charging away, kept running in, never gave up. The Springer was always on the march. And then one sort of stopped on Springer. Gave a very easy ball and caught. Springer going for 51 with 8 fours. But then came in Joshua Bishop. And he just lit up the Coolidge Cricket Ground. He went to work. Supported very well by Lenika Boucher. In the end, a little lapse in concentration from Boucher. He went for 80. And then Yuan Lane played down the wrong line. Lost his off stump. So they closed out on 262 for 9. They trailed by 71 runs. We're just about waiting for my colleague Denmore Roberts, who will be speaking to Lenika Boucher, our live and louder player of the day. And anytime soon, our technical team will be bringing that interview for you. So 262 for 9. Barbados Pride trailing by some 71 runs. Ground officials here just going through their final paces to get everything in place. Just to let you know that next week at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it's the final. Ghana already in the final. Who will join them? And just about waiting, and we go straight over to my colleague, live and louder player of the day, Denmore Roberts.
We've been able to grab the impact player of the day, Lenika Boucher, and we're going to just have a little chat with him. Boucher, congratulations, you made 80. You came in at a time when your team was in a spot of bother. Talk us through that innings.
Thank you very much. You know, again, it was a little bit of pressure being in the position that we were in. I knew that I had to spend time at the wicket, but the wicket is good enough that once you do that, you would get something from it, and that happened today.
Talk us through those two partnerships. You had 88, the first partnership with Shamar Springer, and then over 100 in the end there with your other colleague. How did it go? What was the thinking?
Again, just to spend some time. The wicket is good enough. The players are good enough. You know, the first partnership with Springs, we decided that, you know, we were still going to be positive. And I think he played very well, took a lot of pressure off of me as well. And then again, with Joshua Bishop still batting at the end, you know, did the same thing, came in from the get-go with a positive intent, and it made it very easy with the running between the wickets, etc.
What are you thinking about going forward? How will your team approach the game from here on in?
Again, tomorrow now, to come take one ball at a time. Jamel Warrican is good enough to stay with Bishop. Bishop has 100 against this team already, you know, for him to take us as far as possible.
Congratulations, and we wish you all the best as you continue in this match.
Thank you.
Today we've been able to speak with Lenika Boucher, who had that impact player performance today. 80 runs coming from his bat and making us have a game going forward here in this one. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. I'll take you back up to you guys.
So a live and louder player of the day, Lenika Boucher from Barbados, scoring a beautiful knock. You remember this for a very long time. 80, 121 balls, 76 dot balls, batted for 177 minutes, 10 spanking boundaries. The game nicely poised. Trinidad and Tobago, in their first innings, 333 all out, 111.2 overs. Barbados Pride closed day 2 on 262 for 9. They trailed by 71 runs with 1 wicket remaining. On behalf of the entire team here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, I'm Vernon A. Springer, signing off until tomorrow morning at 9:50 a.m. the third day's play. Thank you very much, Jason.